What is going on, everybody? Welcome to day 3 of the NFL draft. This is for the real sickos. We got, 6-hour stream here, starting way too early, by the way, NFL. I don't know why we got to get up at 11 a.m. to do this sucker. I woke up nice and early to try and get caught up on some of those missing day 3 evals. So we are coming really ready to get into it today. This, I think, is where we can really shine here on the channel, highlighting and actually talking about these players. If you're trying to follow the draft on the big networks, they're going to be interviewing celebrities and doing all this random stuff. They're not actually even talking about a lot of the players that get picked. So this is where I get really excited to just share all of the hard work I've put in to watch 255 player evaluations that I have. So we're going to be definitely having some players that get drafted that I didn't quite get to. My goal for next year is 350. With the move back to Minnesota, lost a little bit of time to get up to that number, but we should still be able to talk about just about everybody that gets drafted today. And I will, of course, be referring to our friend Dane Brugler over at The Athletic, who put together a beautiful draft guide as well. So if I didn't get to a guy, we're going to be referring to Dane Brugler a couple times. Shout out the Beast Draft Guide. Chat, how we doing? Hope you got some sleep. There were some interesting picks made yesterday. I think some teams killed it. Love what the Panthers did, especially what was a team that stands out to me. I think the Texans had a hell of a day. There was also some picks that left me scratching my head a little bit. Things like the Lions trading 2 third-round picks for Isaac Tesla was one that definitely left me scratching my head. I will, of course, be doing full 7-round grades for all 32 teams throughout the course of the next 3 days. So do make sure you guys are subscribed so you don't miss those videos coming out. And if you guys could hit that like button as well. I've noticed the VODs, the video on demand that goes up after the fact, has been performing really well. I think both of those have like 40,000 views or something, which is fantastic. Hitting that like button definitely helps the old YouTube algorithm pop that thing up in the suggestions for people that aren't following. Manju says, can we get more live streams this year? I would love to do more live streams. I would love to do a charity stream over the course of the summer. I would love to live stream more games as well. That's always a little bit sticky because we can't actually show the coverage of the game, obviously, but that's something I would love to do. Now that we are back settled in, we've got our forever home, we're locked and loaded, won't be moving cross country, hoping to definitely get to some of the stuff that I had to, I guess, cut over the last year. So yeah, live streams is definitely on my radar for that. Thank you for the super chat, Man Juice. Ernie, thank you for the super chat. Says, this is where your hard work shines. I like to think so. I really do. And then R2 as well with the overseas Euro contribution there. I'm sure you enjoy day 3, R2, because it's not 3 in the morning over there. So thanks for joining us here tonight. It says, happy day 3, everyone. No trades with players so far. Any names to keep an eye on? Pitts or Mayer, maybe. Could the Chargers have interest in either tight end? Mayer's tough because he's really battled with mental health issues, and I don't know that an external team is going to be willing to give a pick for that until he gets back on the field. So that one's something that I just don't know that he would have a huge market. Kyle Pitts, I don't think Atlanta would move. Even if we're trashing Kyle Pitts for where he's at, he's still a useful player. It's not like they have answers sitting there. Kayvon Thibodeau is definitely a player that I wouldn't be surprised if he gets traded. Another big name that's been in the trade market is Jair Alexander. I do think, and maybe this is the optimistic Packers fan in me talking, but I do think what the Packers did on day 2 and night 1 signals to us that they feel pretty good that things are going to work out with Jair. But Jalen Ramsey's another veteran corner that could, I wouldn't be stunned to see moved for a 4th-round pick or something. But, draft day player trades are very, very rare. There's only a handful I can think of. Thinking back to like when Trent Williams got traded to the Niners, but you definitely don't see a lot of that on draft day. So I'm not expecting it here. Probably more something that would happen over the next couple of days. And then Super K-Man Rocks, $20 super chat. Thank you. Kicking things off with a bang here, you guys, with these super chats. Thank you so much. Says, can't wait to watch intently during commercial breaks with how many picks they'll announce there. Awful draft pacing incoming. Yes, poor Anna is going to be laboring today getting through all of these graphics. But I got the draft guide pulled up on my laptop, so we won't be fighting over the mouse as much, which should be good. I did want to take a look at if my computer has updated yet. It has not. I'm just going to download it off the Dropbox, I think. Looks like the Titans are on the clock with about 2 minutes and 50 seconds left to go, and then we will get those graphics up on the screen for you guys. Let me just make sure I get this Dropbox or get this draft guide here on my laptop before we get picks coming in. Going to be doing a fair share of reading player summaries, strengths and weaknesses, just to give you guys the real profiles from what I saw from the tape on these guys as we go. Let's see. I'm going to do some sliding around. We were definitely scrambling to get started this morning. That's not going to reach. That's better right there. We do have a super chat from Carpfish. Could the Cardinals trade for Thibodeau? They could. You know, the Cardinals have really loaded up that D-line. It's in a pretty good spot. Not that I wouldn't like the fit, but I wouldn't project them to do that. I think they have a very deep group at this point, frankly. I mean, Sweat, obviously. They like Collins. You've got B.J. Ojulari coming back. They traded for Baron Browning, whose name I, for some reason, always struggle to remember. But you got 4 deep there. I mean, that's not really screaming we need an edge. They also drafted Jordan Birch in the 3rd round. So I would say pretty unlikely, frankly, that the Cards would be a candidate to go get Thibodeau. Okay. So the pick is coming in. Ooh, Shamari DK. All right. I loved what I saw from Shamari DK. So the Titans, the other thing I need to pull up here before we can really break all these things down is the draft tracker, because I want to make sure I'm on top of who all these teams have picked. Everything starts to blend together at this point. I'm thinking, did the Titans draft a wide receiver yet? Because I know they need one. So the Titans... Did they go on day 2? I don't recall them getting. I think I was like, who's catching footballs for Cam Ward out there? No, they did not. They went defense, Oladeo and Kevin Winston. So Shamari DK is not the perfect guy to be like your first wide receiver taken. I would have much rather seen them come out and start the day with Alec Iomanner, who's a player that I don't know why he's still here. Alec Iomanner. We can talk more about that in a minute. Let's not completely dismiss this pick, though, from the Titans, though. Shamari DK is a vertical threat. You know, he's got great speed. He ran in the 4.3s. Not bad hands. He has some drops out there, but he tracks the ball over the shoulder well. This is why I really need my draft board to update on Dropbox. It's slacking because I have his contested catch win rate written down in there. I recall it being somewhere in the 60%. Here we go. I got it. So let me just pull this up. All right. Shamari DK, who I did get to late in the process. I watched him this week, and obviously I'm very glad he did, kicking off day 3. That would have been awkward if the first pick today was someone I didn't watch. But we did get to him, and I ended up putting a pretty high grade on him. He ended up my 14th ranked wide receiver. He actually, realistically, is about the best wide receiver available outside of Alec Iomanner. Xavier Restrepo, I still like, and Jalen Royals. Shamari DK is the top wide receiver, the fourth-ranked wide receiver left. But that contested catch win rate that I was looking for here, 51% on his career, and he went 7 for 12 in 2024, which is closer to 60%. So, he's got the speed. He has building speed. He clearly stacked SEC corners. I love the way he attacks the football. And no, not reunited with Cam Ward. He played in Miami, obviously. But they did have a big game against Florida, so I was blending that together. But anyway, I do think Cam Ward needed a good vertical threat there in Tennessee. I like how he fits. But like I was saying, Alec Iomanner, to me, there has to be more to the medicals there because his tape is so clean. I had a top 50 grade on Iomanner. Definitely one of the best players left in the draft, period, at this point. And for Tennessee to not pick him right out the gate after extra time to kind of review the medicals, to me, it's like there's got to be something there. He wasn't able to participate at the Senior Bowl because he was dealing with an injury. That's the only explanation I have there, really. So if you're scared of him, I think this pick was just fine because your other options, Jalen Royals and Xavier Restrepo, in my opinion, were more slot options. So I'm totally fine with this pick to the Titans. And there goes Byshell Tootin to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Okay. Fun player. Byshell Tootin ran a 4. I was looking to see if I have highlights. I do not have highlights. Byshell Tootin ran a 4.39 40-yard dash. Real speed there. Actually, even faster, 4.32 40-yard dash, 40.5-inch vertical jump, 130-inch broad jump. This dude put on a clinic at the combine, and his tape it shows the athleticism. He had some really explosive runs at Virginia Tech. To me, he's a guy that looks to hit those home runs. His vision is just very, very up and down. He will leave a lot of meat on the bones of runs, certainly. There's a lot of DeAndre Swift to his game in that sense, but super, super explosive dude. Yeah, a lot of fumbles. Good call there by Ultimate in the chat there. He had 9 fumbles over his last 2 years. Like, that is a non-starter if you can't clean that up. So for the Jags, it's a solid pick. It's a like-it pick here. There are some really good backs on the board that I wonder if they could have gotten a little bit more physicality out of this draft pick there in that running back room. You got ETN, you got Tank Bigsby. I wonder if a guy like Cam Scatabo, who to me is a true second-round talent, not dissimilar, frankly, from what Bucky Irving did for Liam Cohen, really elusive in a phone booth. Devin Neal, a really good player, even like a Dylan Sampson. It's not a bad pick. I had a 3rd to a 4th round grade on Tootin, so the value lines up. But to me, I would have been even more excited to get like a potential star. But I think Tootin is a change of pace, explosive option out of the backfield that realistically his fumbling issues and his vision issues are over time going to prove to be a frustration for coaches. But I do like him. Very explosive player and a fun pick. All right. Lots of super chats coming in. You guys, thank you so much. So we've got from Jazz, $20 super chat. Thank you, Jazz. Who do you think is possible landing spot for Shadur on day 3? We'll get to that in just a second. The Giants pick is coming in. There goes Cam Scatabo. So this is something I really want to note down somewhere, are the picks that we have had throughout these live streams where a team takes a player and I say, decent pick, but they could have taken this guy. And then literally like the next pick or 2 or 3 picks later, that guy goes. I want to make a list of those guys. And if you guys want to help me out in the chat that have been following the live stream, to kind of generate that list. I'm gonna grab my handy dandy notepad. Just something we could revisit over the next couple years with these draft grades. This is a certified steal on Cam Scatabo, a second-round running back going in the 4th round, in my opinion. For the New York Giants, this is such a great fit there next to Tyrone Tracy, a converted wide receiver with a lot of speed, but a guy that himself has some vision and ball security issues. God, Cam Scatabo is just so tough. He brings everything you look for in a guy that you can give the ball 20 to 25 times a game and take over football games. Doesn't have the breakaway speed, but he also doesn't get caught from behind all the time. Like, he does have some breakaway runs on tape. Just the way that he looks for contact, but is smart about it in the sense of he does the same thing Ashton Ginty does, where he has really quick feet, and he's able to kind of just adjust his hitbox right before he gets tackled, which allows or at least makes it harder for defenders to get all of him. So not only does he have size and contact balance, but he pairs it with really quick feet and breaks a ton of tackles. He actually broke, I believe, a higher rate of tackles or maybe more missed tackles forced than Ashton Ginty. But both those guys were in the top 5 since PFF has been recording missed tackles forced since like 2012. So he's a ton of fun. Excellent pick for the New York Giants here. But yeah, I want to jot down. Did that show up on your screen?
Yes.
I got to close it. Can you just pass it over to me, please? So I got my handy dandy Jameson notebook here. What's going on? You're looking for your mouth? Okay, sweet. Got my handy dandy Jameson notebook here. Also, did the highlights play on the stream there? Did that work?
Yes.
Okay. So we have, let's just say, coulda Adams. We got Scatabo goes right after Byshell Tootin. We had, Burden was one. But the Patriots didn't necessarily take a wide receiver. There was the Bengals offensive line pick, who was the Georgia O-lineman, Fairchild. And then we had about 5 to 10 picks later, Wyatt Milam went. I thought Milam should have been the pick for the Bengals. I think for the Bears, they took Shamar Turner right before Darius Alexander, right? Turner before Alexander.
People are saying Omar Norman Law.
It was Norman Lott and Alexander both went after, so we can put both those guys down. Yeah, Omar Norman Lott. So those are some good ones.
All right, Patriots are taking Craig Woodson.
Yeah, Campbell before Membu going back to the first round, another good one.
Did you name him?
Craig Woodson to the Patriots. Okay. All right, so Woodson's very athletic, fun player. He was someone I didn't fully know what to do with because rangy safety, a lot of athleticism, tested very well. I like this pick for the Patriots. Didn't fill the run great, didn't always anticipate, like just a little inconsistent in coverage. 6th-year player who kind of had a big final year for California. I don't have any issue with this pick. There was other safeties I prefer, but at this point we have seen those really exciting talents like Kevin Winston Jr. and Xavier Watts, one of my favorite picks in this entire draft from a value perspective. Makuba's gone. So, I'm a big Sebastian Castro fan. I'm a big Malachi Moore fan, but Craig Woodson was, a 4th-round grade, was one of the top safeties available, so I think it's totally fine. I do like this in the sense that New England definitely needed more of a free safety type, and they've been looking for that for a long time. And to be fair, if that's what they're looking for, Sebastian Castro and Malachi Moore don't quite have the speed and the range as Goodson on the back end. So if you're talking about them saying, all right, we got Duggar, we got Jabril Peppers, we got Marte Mapu, but Vrabel's coming in looking at this defense like, who's playing single high for me? Because I got to play cover 1, I got to play cover 3. That's where Vrabel lives. I could definitely get behind Craig Woodson being that guy that's going to come in and just be a true free safety out the gate. So totally reasonable pick there for the Patriots. Pretty good player, but I'm not going to sit here and pound the table that he's going to be a star in the league or anything like that. I think, his 6th-year tape at California was pretty good, and we'll leave it at that. So, got some more super chats here. We never addressed the Shadur Sanders comment. I honestly don't know. Like, I could sit here and just talk out of my butt, but he is such a hard situation to project because he's not a traitsy developmental backup that you want to sit around and coach and get the traits to maybe you hit a home run. And there's just no teams left that I think view him as a starter for them. Cleveland's already taken their quarterback. The Giants have already taken their quarterback. The Steelers have made it abundantly clear that they are not interested in Shadur Sanders. They had that opportunity in the 3rd round, and maybe they still do it. Steelers are still probably the most realistic situation, but to me, that almost screams Aaron Rodgers is a Pittsburgh Steeler because you really think Aaron Rodgers wants Shadur Sanders as his backup with that whole media circus, and you think the Steelers want to deal with that? Like, I don't. As much as people hate Aaron Rodgers, you got to be realistic about if that's something you want in your locker room to deal with. So I don't know that the Steelers make any sense. The fall could be tremendous for Shadur at this point. I think at some point someone's going to say like, well, we got to just take him. I almost at this point like the idea of like a Kansas City or Buffalo or Cincinnati. Like Cincinnati actually would make a lot of sense to me. No one's going to be calling for Shadur to start when Joe Burrow throws an interception. But Burrow is a guy that, let's just face it, he's had durability concerns. If anything happens to Burrow, Shadur could come in and play. And stylistically, even if he's doing it at 20% of everything Joe Burrow can do, stylistically it's similar. So I almost like the idea of just as a true backup role. And then, okay, maybe 2 years from now, someone does become interested in Shadur Sanders if he develops. But it's all over the place right now with Shadur. All right, did we get a pick in there?
Yes, Jack Kaiser from Notre Dame.
Jack Kaiser.
To the Jets.
Okay. I mean, I don't think he really is needed. Sorry, I was using that. I'll try not to use the mouse. But, all right. I mean, I feel like Jacksonville just has a million linebackers. That's my immediate reaction there is kind of like, is the new regime just ignoring all the guys that the old regime drafted? I mean, yeah, they have Devin Lloyd, they have Foye Lucan, they have Chad Mooman, they have Ventrell Miller. Kaiser's a good locker room guy. Loves to hit, loves to tackle. He's a see-ball, hit-ball type. He flies to the ball with his stunning 4.67 speed. I don't know. I just wasn't blown away by Jack Kaiser's prospects at the next. I see him as a backup linebacker, which 4th-round pick. Okay, that's fine. I just feel like there's really good players on the board that I would be taking over Jack Kaiser. So that's like a fine pick. I don't really have. It's definitely not my favorite pick. Like, if I'm going to be honest, I just think these top of the 4th-round picks for me, like, this is an opportunity to find those steals that like slipped through the cracks on a crazy day 3. Jack Kaiser's not going to be that guy. But maybe this guy will be. Dante Thornton going to the Raiders. Very fascinating prospect. One of the more polarizing overall prospects in terms of just ceiling and floor. He's another one of these really fast Tennessee wide receivers that played in this gimmicky, collegey offense that they run. So it's just like the tape on him is effectively useless because with the college hashes, they just go 2x2 formations. He gets free releases and just runs deep into space. And yeah, he's 6'4". He ran a 4.3 40. I liked him as a theory, though. I did have a 3rd to a 4th round grade on him, and I love how he fits with all of these pieces they've drafted. They go Jack Bech, in the 2nd round, who's more of a short to intermediate smasher of a wide receiver. Now you get a deep threat to take the speed off the top. Al Davis is proud of this pick. They would have drafted Deontay Thornton in the top 10, in the 1990s, but he's a projection. You can't really sit here and say, yeah, he can beat press, or yeah, he can win tough catches down the field, but he can run really fast. He can stack corners. He's got decent ball tracking. He kind of checks a lot of boxes. It's just very, very much a projection. He's very similar to like Jalen Hyatt coming out, except Tyquan Thornton, Dante Thornton actually ran the 4.3, whereas Jalen Hyatt was more like a 4.4 testing guy. So exciting pick. I kind of love it with the fit there for Jacksonville. For the Raiders, not for Jacksonville. The Buffaloes.
Just traded up.
Bills have traded up. I wonder if this, although they went corner in the 1st round, I was going to say Dorian Strong's a guy. This would be a great like David Walker spot. That's one of my top players left outside of Alec Iomanor. David Walker, one of my biggest my guys, if not my biggest my guy in this draft. I would have taken him day 2, man. That the dude has insane leverage as a small school defensive lineman. His tape was just purely dominant. I think he had the best pass rush win rate PFF has ever seen. Now it's against Central Arkansas's level of competition, so you obviously got to take that with a grain of salt. But David Walker's a player that I think can legitimately help teams win football games on the defensive line, which you guys know I'm a big D-line guy. Get that pass rush cooking. I don't know that's necessarily who the Bills would take, but that is who I would take for them. Deone Walker. That's fun, too. That's another big swing. They did take Landon Jackson earlier. So, Deone Walker, whose pro comp for me was a dancing bear. This dude's... Talk about polarizing prospects. But think back to like what I said about the Jags pick for a second. Use these high 4th round picks to maybe get guys that slip through the cracks that have crazy, crazy potential. That is Deone Walker. I think he got dismissed a little bit too much in this draft process, personally. Like, he did win on tape. It's not like he's just athletic and big and like you're just drafting purely off traits. Like, he did have a lot of impressive swim move wins, and he gets off blocks. He was kind of at times like unblockable, because one thing I really like about
People are saying wrong Walker.
Yeah, wrong Walker. You're good if that's what you're saying.
Are you good?
I'm good. No, I was just saying David Walker is who I wanted them to take, and they took Deone Walker. Yeah. But no, Deone Walker, like a lot of these super tall DTs, he's 6'7", like they just get out leveraged and they become unbalanced and guys knock them around and they can't really go anywhere. Walker has contact balance in the way that we describe it for running backs. He has that for a defensive tackle. So he plays really high, but at least against college linemen, a lot of times it worked for him. Guys would, of course, be able to punch him in the chest because he's so tall and his chest is in their face. But he has that core strength and the balance to kind of continue working through contact, and he just kind of slips and falls off blocks. He's fascinating, man. A true boomer bust type of prospect. Man, my Stream Deck is really starting to annoy me. Did I just change the scene? No, we're good. Honestly, it's still a love it pick. I had him as a 3rd to a 4th round prospect. This is exactly where he should have gone. But I like what the Bills have done on day 2. outside of trading 2 second-round picks to go up for TJ Sanders, but I like that they are swinging for guys with real upside. I think Sanders does have a good level of upside. I think Landon Jackson has a lot of upside on the edge. Deone Walker is upside on the edge. The Bills have had no problem, getting the AJ Epenesas of the world in the second round and finding guys that can be a part of their rotation, or signing guys in free agency like Michael Hoyt and the other DT that got suspended for PEDs. They've had no problem filling out like capable players, but swing for some dudes that can actually make an impact as potential stars in the league. So I really like that as a fit for the Bills. All right, let's go through some super chats here while we got a commercial break. So we're way behind on super chats. It's gonna be a bit of a race to try to catch up on these guys. So I might try to go a little bit quicker through the super chats today. We'll see. What do we think of the Bolts draft so far? Liked what they did on day 2. I think Trey Harris fits brilliantly as a potential deep threat, like him getting mentored by Mike Williams. And then they took I remember liking their second pick. Let me pull it up here. They went, Jamari Caldwell, really fun nose tackle with upside. Both those guys are riskier picks, Trey Harris and Caldwell, after you go with the high floor running back. I think they've had a good draft. Not an amazing slam dunk draft. I don't think the board fell particularly well for them round 1. They got a great player in Hampton, but you already have Najee Harris there. So it's a good draft for the Bolts, not a great draft in my opinion. Spence, we just talked about Shadur a little bit ago, but thank you for the super chat. Rambo, major holes at slot cornerback and linebacker for the Raiders still. Can they fill those? I like Stutzman and Kobe Bryant. Yeah, definitely need. Did they not draft a corner? I thought they took Porter. Yeah, they took Porter. So, I do believe in Porter, but yeah, they could still take a corner for sure. Kobe Bryant's fascinating, super frisky player, but wildly undersized and not that fast. So the NFL team is going to be a little bit lower on his projection to the NFL level. But definitely could take another corner, especially like a slot guy maybe. But then, linebacker, I think Danny Stutzman would be a good fit. I think you could go with a Sean Dolak out of Buffalo. Even if you're not afraid of the size, Chris Paul Jr. would be my top linebacker on the board. But I agree. Those would be some spots for the Raiders to go here on day 3. Viviana, Sanders is going to be the best quarterback to ever do it in the spring leagues. Jeez, man. Can you imagine? He just goes undrafted and just goes and plays for the remainder of the UFL season. Oh, that would be wild. Julius, I feel like Dallas will take Shadur because they would. That's a great call, Julius. I like that. That's kind of what we were talking about. Dak has a runway, but I don't hate that as a spot because you could eventually maybe just, if you reach a point where you don't think there's a huge difference between Shadur and Dak Prescott, I don't think Dak is a worst case scenario for Shadur maybe. A best case scenario. If that was a worst case scenario, would have gone the number 1 pick. But I kind of like that as a backup. They did just trade for Milton, but they've been pretty. Phone just randomly decided it wants to start playing the audio. But yeah, Dallas has been pretty clear about trying to keep looking at quarterback because why not? Dak's had a hard time getting over that hump of being a tier 3 guy. All right, the Jets taking another deep threat off the board in Arian Smith. So another fun kind of vertical threat, crazy speed, crazy separation ability. He's frustrating because the dude just can't catch, but he's actually got great route running. He's got some stop-start ability. He's good after the catch. He actually tracks the ball well over the shoulder as a vertical threat, but he just can't haul it in. He's like a tiny Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Mecole Hardman was the comp I wrote down who came out of Georgia. So Jets fans are a little bit familiar with him. I don't hate it. I think there's better wide receivers that they could have gone with, but I did ultimately have Arian Smith as a 5th-round prospect. And if you really wanted that vertical threat and you're scared of, like, Isaiah Bond, pretty crazy. Like, DK just went. Deontay Thornton just went. And now Arian Smith are gone. Like, we know these teams want those field-stretching vertical threats because they can just make such a big difference if they hit. And this was another tweet that I held back this morning because I was busy, but like my shadow TFG tweets. But there's actually like as we're seeing, obviously, there's a very deep draft of those types, your vertical Z guys with a lot of speed and some production. There's even guys like Jalen Lane still on the board. And then I feel like there was one more as well. Isaiah Bond as well is still sitting out there with all of the kind of off-field chaos with Isaiah Bond is just what I would describe with him. But Ty Robinson to the Eagles. Okay, I mean, it's fine. Ty Robinson, the only reason I say it's fine is, like, there's some real freaking edge talent out there right now. I guess they maybe view him as more of a DT. Kind of an interesting fit. I had him pegged as kind of a 3-4, kind of hybrid Belichickian style end. They announced him as a DT. It's not terribly surprising. I guess I saw him as a 3-4 end or a 4-3 end. Eagles are, I guess they are a 3-4. They're a 3-4 team now. I was so used to the Eagles being a 4-3 team. I got to get used to the 3-4 system there still, but that makes sense. He's a DT. He's a 4-eye 3-tech for them. Plays with a ton of energy. He has a large bag of rush moves that he likes to work in, but it's just like very mixed effect. So he kind of breaks out rips, bull rushes, swim moves, club moves, bull rush. Like, he's got a little bit of everything, plays hard against the run. But because he's tall and has short arms, it's hard for him to consistently get leverage, and it just led to a very inconsistent overall product. So I don't know. I think it's a fine pick. I'm not going to sit here and, like, rave about it. I had him as a 5th-round guy. To me, there's just a lot of guys still out there. I guess if you wanted interior, it's maybe a B- pick. I would have been looking at, man, like, I know I keep saying our guy David Walker, but even Braden Swinson's still out there. You got Josiah Stewart went, but Jack Sawyer, Kyle Kennard, Jared Ivey. I don't know. He's a good depth piece. He's a versatile, rotational defensive lineman. It's fine. I don't think he's going to be too much of an impact personally, but let's go to the super chats. From Rambo, no, we did that for the Raiders. Kyle Miller says favorite DTs still on the board. So we just saw Deone Walker go. We just saw Ty Robinson go. So inside my top 10, I still have Aeneas Peoples out of Virginia Tech. I have a 3rd-round grade on him. Interesting 3-tech pass rusher type. Beyond that, everybody's gone down to my number 15 DT. Josh Farmer is a balanced, I think, likely kind of DT3 that can be a nice player out of Florida State. CJ West is someone a lot of people were hyping up. I had a 4th-round grade on CJ West ultimately, who's a really athletic tester with some flashes as a pass rusher, but more of a run defender that lacks the kind of killer instincts as a pass rusher. Cam Jackson out of Florida with a 4th-round grade is another kind of big run stuffer available here. And then J.J. Pegues is my number 18 D tackle, who's a really athletic guy, played some Wildcat quarterback for them as a defensive tackle. And I like him as a fit for the Chargers at some point here on day 3 as D tackle depth, but also as a fullback in that sort of Scott Matlock role that they've got. I just think he'd be a better fullback than Matlock because he's actually done it before. He played tight end coming in. That was J.J. McGee's. But the New Orleans Saints have drafted Danny Stutzman. If you aren't into 6 foot, 220-pound linebackers, Danny Stutzman was the best available linebacker because Chris Paul is still on the board. But Stutzman's got the size, 6'3", 230 pounds. Ran a 4.5 240, so the speed's in there. Now, he is a stiffer guy out in space. Like, he would try to man up running backs out of the backfield, and they would kind of dot him up in coverage, like trying to cover those two-way goes from those good route runners. And tight ends will get the best of him, too, man-to-man. But he does move really well as a zone defender. He's got – what's up?
Agreed.
I will say I like it. Actually, it's – man, this thing is really bugging me. It's like not wanting to work. This one's like somewhere between love it and like it. I think I love it. Let's keep thinking about it here. So like the zone stuff was good on him. He's got the range and space with that 4.52 speed. The run defense was just play by play. He's a classic modern college linebacker where they didn't really bother coaching him to play with run lane discipline and like proper block take on ability. He just kind of sees the ball and just flies to it, which leads to really exciting splashes in the backfield. Freaking work when I press you. I'm going to restart my Stream Deck app because it just does not want to register. But yeah, I don't think he's ready to play right away because I think the run defense would be all over the place. But in terms of that linebacker room, DeMario Davis ain't getting any younger. So it's a good spot where he can come in and learn, develop all of the stuff he needs to. You got Pete Werner in there. Looks like Willie Gay is out the building. But they definitely needed a piece. I will actually switch that to love it on the Saints now thinking about it because this linebacker class is garbage. And he's definitely someone that can develop into a starter.
Take down your love it. We're on the next player.
I did. It should be off.
Oh, I thought you pressed it again. CJ West.
And then there goes CJ West, who we were just talking about out of Indiana, to the Niners. I think it's a great fit. I actually love this for the Niners. One of the best DTs available, as we were just describing. But someone he's a really good run defender. So like he can play football. Like he knows what he's doing at least in one phase of the game, and he plays with play strength and run lane discipline and keeps his pads down. And he can play, in their even front. He can be a really nice 3-tech. So he'll at least help you do that. The Niners have made a very big statement. That's what they're going for, is a lot of run defenders with Alfred Collins and Mykel Williams. Just get to third down and let Nick Bosa cook. CJ West, again, will help you do that. But he's really athletic. And there's you got to kind of squint and go through about 50 plays to find it. But there's plays where he can pop off the ball and uncoil and bull rush. He's got the theoretical quickness to do that as well. You pair him with Chris Kachurik, possibly the best D-line coach in the league, and maybe you can get some pass rushing out of him. If you don't, I'm fine with it as just a high-floor run defender to fill out that depth. I mean, how many mock drafts did we do laughing about the 49ers' depth? You now have just gone with complete words escaping me, but practicality, utility, functionality. You have serviceable players in that defensive line to raise the floor. Do you think you could maybe go turn the air down? I'm a little hot.
You're sweating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. And if you wanna, if your hands are empty when you come down, if you want to grab that Diet Coke, thank you. I kind of like what the Niners are doing, just like hammering away at that defensive line. So now, I mean, they've drafted, they needed 3 starters, frankly, and they've potentially drafted 3 starters. Like, I think CJ West is a better D tackle than Jordan Elliott. depending what you're looking for, him and Kevin Givens can rotate. You know, Givens is a athletic, undersized guy, but he's got his limitations. Evan Anderson did some fun stuff as a big body last year. So now with Collins, West, Givens, and Evan Anderson on the inside, pretty nice group. They don't have stars. Like, they're going to want to continue to think and try to find, you know, star players there. And maybe CJ West can come along in that sense. But, you know, on the edge, you bring in Mykel Williams, who I think is just a really nice high floor number 2. Okay, so Trevor Etienne just went to the Carolina Panthers. Last thing I'm going to ask Anna to grab for me is the Panthers hat. It's another pick I love. So, Etienne's explosive as all hell. And I love how he fits in that room. You know, you love Chuba Hubbard and what he can do to eat up carries, run between the tackles, run outside the tackles. He can catch the ball out of the backfield, but at some point you do need a back to come in. And this is something I've talked about. I think when we did my Patreon 7-round mock draft for the Panthers, we did something like this. I don't know if it was Brashard Smith or Tootin or who it was, but I wanted to get a little bit more juice in that running back room for third downs. Just, you know, big play threat out of the backfield. Someone that can be a design screen threat. We saw Liam Cohen get Bucky Irving in the 4th round last year and what he did for them. I don't think he's Bucky Irving. They're very different players, but I do think he can come in and compete and just provide a lot of juice. The exciting thing about ETN is you see him running routes, and like this clip right here, you can see the shake at the top of his route right there. Like, he can actually dot up linebackers out of the backfield. Someone you can just make a part of your passing progressions, and this is a piece that they didn't have. Like, Raheem Blackshear has stalled out. He's a player in that role, but he's definitely stalled out. I love this pick for the Panthers. He was maybe even my best running back on the board after we saw that little run, because let's go through it. So yeah, he was right up there, man. And I definitely a mini ring the bell for me too, because I had ETN as a top 10 back when I did my RB videos. I don't know that I've seen anybody else that has him in the top 10. He's going to be one of the top 10 running backs, I think, that gets drafted here. But, you know, I had a 3rd to a 4th round grade on ETN. I had him ahead of someone like Dylan Sampson. The only other backs I had left that were above Trevor Etienne are completely different styles that the Panthers didn't need. Devin Neal and Damian Martinez, which are redundant with more of a Chuba Hubbard. So I love going with more of the juice, and I'm excited. I'm excited for Etienne. I mean, this Panthers draft is super, super exciting. They, I think, are my favorite draft so far. So Cody Simon to the Cardinals. I get it, because this linebacker class is so bad. They wanted to get a guy that they like. My pro comp on Cody Simon is Blake Martinez, and you guys know how I feel about Blake Martinez and that style of linebacker. It's just not for me. I think this pick is fine. I don't see him winning a starting job. I think he's capable depth, but do I think he's better than Akeem Davis-Gaither and over from the Patriots, Mac Wilson? No, I don't think he's better than Mykel Walker, who's depth in that room. Cody Simon, he plays to his keys. He lets the run come to him. Like I think I wrote down, he was really low in like average depth of target. I had a 5th to a 6th round grade on Cody Simon. He was my LB 15. I think I wrote down where he ranked in average depth of target. But he's a what you see is what you get player who some coaches will value having as depth and a locker room presence, but isn't going to be a player who leads to a lot of oohs and ahs when he eventually comes off the board on day 3 of the draft. So I don't know if any of you guys were oohing and ahhing, but I certainly was not. He's a perfectly balanced linebacker who plays through his keys, constantly maintains discipline and a disciplined brand of football. He's got a lack of athletic upside and playmaking ability that leads to a rather stale product on the field. So I don't know, man. He's fine. Fine pick, I think. We had another pick.
The Texans just traded up.
Ooh, Texans have
They
traded
really want
up.
somebody.
Okay, Texans have had an awesome draft. Very curious to see where they go here. Let's see if we have a minute to catch up on a few of you guys' super chats here. Teddy coming in. What's up, Ted? So, from Evan, greetings from LA. Any teams in particular whose drafts stand out so far as better than the rest? Loved the Texans, loved the Panthers, as I just said. You know, I can't think of too many other ones that I'm like, wow, holy hell, like they're just crushing it. You know, the Falcons is a fun draft. If I was a Falcons fan, I think I'd be pretty cool with it. I mean, they gave up their future first, so that is obviously tough. But to get Xavier Watts in the third round was just tremendous. I think the Titans are having a great draft. I think they got some good defensive players on day 2, and then nice deep threat at wide receiver out the gate here. I would say those are a few that come to my mind, but excited to get into those divisional 7, grading all 7 rounds. You guys make sure you are subscribed so you don't miss all 8 of those videos that'll be coming at you over the course of the next 2 or 3 days. Rizzy says for the journal, for the notebook, where did that end up? Did I put it? Did you take it?
No, baby, I didn't take your notebook.
Did you take my notebook? Yeah, Jonas Sanker went over Xavier Watts. Absolutely to our could have had him list here. That will be definitely a tweet that comes out after the draft. If you guys can think of any other players that went that I was middling on the pick and said you should have taken this guy, and then 2 or 3 picks later that guy went off the board, those are the ones we're looking for this list. But yes, Sanker before Watts. Great call there. As we were just on cue talking about the Falcons draft. Okay.
The Rams also just traded up.
Okay, so Rams and Texans got some guys they like. God's Monkey says, I want Rodgers and Sanders both in Pittsburgh. The memes would be glorious. I mean, it would be every single day on ESPN. Like, it'd be like a reality TV show, like Today in Pittsburgh. That would be wild.
Okay, so the Texans took Woody Marks, USC running back.
Okay. Woody Marks off the board to the Texans. They trade up for him. Very explosive athlete. Very poor vision. I don't think he's a between the tackles runner, but he had a ton of pass receiving production, super fluid hands, some of the best acceleration in the class. So I get the fit if Joe Mixon's tired on third down, if they just went 2 first down runs and Mixon needs a breather. And even Marks gives you a little bit more, potential route running and maybe speed. Mixon, I think, is a good receiving back, but I like it. I think it's a good fit. He would have been up there in terms of the best sort of receiving back types left. You would have had if you really wanted the receiving back, now that Trevor Etienne was gone, I think that's totally reasonable. Like, I have other backs over him. The only other guy I could throw out there would be Lakeem Allen, who is just an awesome pass protector and produced a ton at Syracuse, but he doesn't bring the explosiveness. So as long as you're taking him in the 4th round and it's as a receiving back, I think it's a perfectly fine pick for the Texans there in the 4th.
Take your grade down. Jarquez Hunter from Auburn.
Okay. So the Rams come up for a running back as well. They go Jarquez Hunter. Okay, I'm just at this point I am wondering like why not Devin Neal or Damian Martinez? I like Jarquez Hunter. Certainly was draftable in this range. He ended up a little bit further down the board. My RB20 with a 5th round grade, but that, you got to keep in mind how damn deep this running back class is. I don't know that you had to trade up for this player. I will definitely say that. I think this pick is fine. You obviously have backs in that room. Like you got holy crap. This is a bad brain fart right here. Who's the back for the Rams? I'm blaming Teddy for distracting me here. Oh my God, Kyron Williams. Yeah, geez, that was bad. I'm sorry, guys. But you got Kyron. You drafted in the 3rd round last year. You took Blake Corum. It's a little Kyle Shanahan-y, trading up for a back that is he really going to be too much of a player? I don't know. I don't fully understand that one. So he's a nice player though. He's got good straight line speed. He runs through arm tackles. He carried the ball a lot for Auburn. Decent vision. I don't think he's a bad player. I just don't fully understand the process there from Los Rams. Oh, we got a pick being announced from looks like Berlin. So is this like the NFC South is just like a Germany rivalry? Because remember the Panthers were in Munich last year?
Mm-hmm.
Billy Bowman. Who always just reminds me of those, remember those like Bowman commercials in Charlotte?
No.
The ultimate Bowman. Every day I would take you to work and you don't remember anybody in the North Carolina.
Was in the chat from Charlotte.
Yeah, anybody in the North Carolina area know what the hell I'm talking about? It's like, we all do Bowman. Oh, boy. We are on day 3, baby. Billy Bowman, nice player. He's a rangy coverage-only safety. Like, fun player. The thing with him is, like, non-negotiable. He's got to clean up the tackling. He missed, like, 26% of his career tackle attempts, and his last year was his worst year. He's undersized. So I do like this. I kind of like this. I kind of don't like it because for me, I just don't necessarily understand the fit because taking Billy Bowman, I think his most realistic, path to playing time and how he should be used is as kind of that Kalen Bullock role for those familiar with the Texans where, okay, it's 3rd and 8 and we're going to put 3 safeties on the field. We're going to take more of our strong safety, let him go down in the box a little bit more, and then we're going to bring in someone to play free safety. Number one, I don't know that and obviously we'll see how Raheem Morris plans to use him here, but I don't know that system necessarily loves 3 safety stuff. But if you're doing that and taking Jesse Bates out of center field, why? So, and I don't think he's a great special teamer because of the tackling problems. So I think the range here is just fine on Bowman, but I don't fully agree with the fit. So that's the take on that one.
Also, somebody got you in the chat. It's the Bowman Heating and Air. Bowman
Yeah.
Heating and
Yeah.
With legendary care.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm glad I'm not alone. It's a catchy commercial. All right, and then we got Barrett Carter goes to the Bengals, which didn't the Bengals already take a linebacker?
They're announcing him as a safety. Oh, sorry.
I don't know about this one, Bengals. Bengals already grabbed Knight. I don't know, man. I mean, Barrett Carter's a nice high floor linebacker. I see him as a likely backup who might surprise as a starter. He's a smaller guy, 6 foot, 230. He's been around. He's played. He can, play physical in the trenches. I wanted to see him take on blocks better. If he's going to start, he's going to have to become an even better run defender. He's an okay athlete. I don't like it. I think you can still get impactful players here in the 4th round. I've got questions because I don't really see. I mean, Jermaine Pratt has been looking for a new contract. They gave him permission to explore a trade, but he's still on the team. I liked the Oren Burks signing with what he showed in Philly last year. They spent a 2nd-round pick on Demetrius Knight. So for the Bengals, only defensive line pick in this draft, in an incredible D-line draft, to be Shamar Stewart, and I think they reached on Dylan Fairchild in the 3rd round. The Bengals are a candidate for my least favorite draft, unfortunately, this year, which really pains me to say that because they needed a big year. Hey, Titans Gunnar Helm, let's go, baby. This is potentially a certified steal grade from me. I think I had Helm as a day 2 guy. Yeah, I had a 3rd-round grade on Helm. He's a starting tight end for them. I think Gunnar Helm is a better tight end and will be a better tight end than the 2 tight ends drafted on day 2 in the 2nd round, Elijah Arroyo and Terrence Ferguson. Steady Eddie, possession tight end. Catches everything, smart player. He blocks. Perfect complement to Chiga Okonkwo if they want to run 12 personnel. You can still use both those guys. Really a nice pick here. He ran a really bad 40. And I do have some highlights on Gunnar Helm. He ran a really bad 40, but you guys can throw it out. He messed up his ankle and decided to run his 40 anyway, which I think is really cool. With all these players skipping drills these days, Gunnar Helm says, you know what, I'll compete. I'll try the 40. But he shared a picture of his ankle, on the track, basically, after he ran it. His ankle was swollen up like a balloon when he ran that thing. Now, he's not a burner on tape. He definitely isn't. But I think he would have ran, low 4.7s, like a 4.72, 4.73. He can separate. He pushes off at the top of his route. He sits down in zones really well. Smart player. Makes really tough catches down the field. Big fan of the Gunnar Helm pick. And, oh, my God. The Bucs just got David Walker. Well, it's a ring the bell moment because I definitely have made this pick multiple times in 2nd-round mock draft situations. I'm annoyed because the Bucs just consistently take my guys, man. And this is one of the steals of the draft, in my opinion. David Walker is a menace at 6 foot, 260 pounds. Dominated his level of competition. Really just has a pair of rush moves that work brilliantly well for him. He's got a bull rush and a rip move, and both of them were unblockable against the guys he was going against. He just tests a leverage point of offensive tackles that they can't match, and he goes to the Senior Bowl, did exactly that. I think I said it about 20 minutes ago. I think he had the best pass rush win rate of any pass rusher ever in PFF's charting history. Of course, at a lower level of competition, but man, congratulations, Bucs fans. This is a hell of a pick. This is the best value pick of the entire draft so far. And if I sound annoyed, it's because I think the Bucs are going to be really freaking good this year. I don't know why that annoys me necessarily. But, yeah, my two favorite teams right now are the Packers and the Panthers. And trying to get through the Bucs is going to be really annoying. He's going to be so good for Todd Bowles, too, because they can just line him up wherever. And whether they're blitzing or stunting, they can just line him up wherever, and he's just going to detonate offensive linemen. He's going to be so, so good. Yeah. And then we have the Panthers going Lathan Ransom out of Ohio State. So we're definitely seeing a run on safeties here. First Panthers pick that you could take it or leave it, in my opinion. I think there were definitely better safeties available. I loved like a Sebastian Castro fit was someone I did in my my 7-round mock draft for them, and Malachi Moore. I think I just took both those guys. I'm gonna have to. We'll see when Malachi Moore goes, but that's a candidate for my notebook, my handy dandy notebook. I think they really screwed up not taking Malachi Moore there. Ransom, I had a 5th to a 6th round grade on. He's a fine, high-floor player. I don't see a difference-making coverage player. Really just not a difference-making player at all. I just don't see a starting upside. 4.59 speed. Like, if you're going to take a safety with 4.59 speed, take the guys like Malachi Moore and Sebastian Castro, who had phenomenal college tape. Nothing about Lathan Ransom was phenomenal to me. Sorry, I'm just fighting with my laptop here. Things that bothered him about me: abysmal ball production, just 3 picks in his 5 years at Ohio State. Struggled to kind of anticipate, get himself around the ball. Leaves his feet as a tackler, as a headhunter, as a tackler. Missed about 16% tackle rate, missed tackle rate consistently over his last 3 years. Lacks speed and playmaking range on the back end. Not my favorite pick there for sure on the Panthers. What were you saying, babe? Okay. I'm doing all right. Let's go back to some super chats here. In a 49ers vacuum, if you're the GM, would you rather pay Purdy or let him go and draft Sanders? Putting me on the spot with that one. God, that's actually legitimately hard. My high-end pro comp on Shadur was Brock Purdy. As hard as I've been on Shadur, I think I would rather... But I like Brock Purdy. I don't know, man. I don't think paying Brock Purdy's ideal. I lean towards paying Brock Purdy, but it's a conversation I would have. And now another non-Shadur Sanders Pittsburgh Steelers pick. They go Jack Sawyer. Really good pick out of Ohio State. Good edge depth, man. You think about the Steelers trading for... I actually love this pick in terms of how things line up here. This team went and traded for Preston Smith last year, mid-season. They just wanted one more guy in that edge room that had a little bit more size, that could play some early downs, keep TJ healthy, keep Highsmith healthy. This isn't the Nick Herbig, TJ Watt, white edge rusher type that's got like crazy high upside. Sawyer's a good, solid player. Gonna probably play in the league for 8 years pending health, and is going to be a really good role player for him. A guy that I think his name, he benefited from being on the national champions. I'll say that. He had the big spotlight strip sack on Quinn Ewers where he kind of, horrible blocking. He sneaks in the backfield. He gets the strip sack. That was a big moment for Sawyer that I think created a lot of buzz for him. But I think everybody had a sobering experience getting into the tape on him where it was just like, Yeah, he's a solid athlete. He's good with his hands. He's competitive. He gets off blocks well in the run game. Good fit as a 3-4 outside backer. I had him as edge 17 in this draft class, 15 in this draft class, with a true third round grade. So it's good value at this point. There might be some people that say, "Oh my God, the Steelers did it again! Look out! This is going to be, Highsmith and Herbig all over again." I disagree. I think he's more of a really nice number 3, but to get that at this stage in the draft is an excellent pick. Also, with David Walker going 2 picks before the Packers, that one's tough to swallow. Not that they necessarily would have taken him, but maybe they could go edge as well. Get like Braden Swinson here. I'd like to think this is going to be a D-line pick. The Packers were kind of weird yesterday. They go backup O-line and like a kick returner. They were kind of on one yesterday with like some fun players, but I feel like they could have had a better day too, certainly. I didn't slam them for it because I think they may have had the best pick of round 1 from a value perspective, but this is a big pick for Green Bay. This is a big opportunity to get some help on the D-line, I think, or like a Dorian Strong, get you like good high floor cornerback depth would be a really nice pick for them too. Mm-hmm. Okay. Not a fan. Baron Sorrell out of Texas. I just think there are way better players still, particularly Braden Swinson, Jared Ivey. Baron Sorrell was a guy I watched and just didn't really get it. 6'3", 256, tested pretty well, but like just felt like a jag all the way through it. Just a guy. Like, I ended up putting, I think, a 6th round grade on him. Yeah, 6th to a 7th round grade. So I see this as a pretty substantial reach. So I'll just read the blurb on Baron Sorrell. 3-year starter off the edge for the Longhorns, finished with a commendable collegiate career in Austin. However, as he projects to the NFL, there's a noticeable lack of strengths in his game to imagine him making a substantial impact at the next level. On a positive note, he is a good athlete with an okay bull rush who defends the run with adequate technique. On the downside, he lacks any sort of moveset or pass rush plan to beat tackles consistently. He does have shorter length to maximize the one thing he does well as a rusher, being his bull rush, and lacks the play strength to project as a plus run defender in the league. He enters the league every bit a jag, just a guy who does have some physical traits to work with that can hopefully help develop something in his game that can stand out enough for him to begin earning some playing time for an NFL team. I definitely think it's a reach. So not a fan of really what the Packers are doing on day 2 and now into day 3 so far.
Chat is confused why he's there. He's at the draft.
That is fascinating. Yeah, why is he there? I mean, they might have told...
He is for the Packers, so maybe they...
Yeah, but like that's ballsy if they were like, hey, fly up here, we're going to take you in the 4th round. Like, what if someone else took him? Yeah. I guess they would just like, hey, we'll fly up if someone else takes you. Congrats. Like, you can go celebrate with your team or whatever. Yeah. I don't know. That is interesting.
Can I have your socks?
The socks that are on my feet, I would prefer to keep my socks on.
I'm so cold.
I have some socks upstairs.
Oh, okay. Where? Where?
There should be some clean socks sitting on the wardrobe. You might have to look under, like my sweatshirt and my hat that are by the TV there. Yeah, I would love to ask that question. Like, did the Packers know they were going to take him and flew him up for the draft? And if so, like, did that mean that they just like pigeonholed themselves into knowing for sure they were going to take him? Like, don't you want to see how the board falls? Like, hey, Braden Swinson's there. Hello, like much, much better football player. Much, much better player. So I'm going to jot down, just in case they go soon here, I'm going to write down Sorrell, before Swinson / Ivy / others. And then what was the one? Oh, and Lathan Ransom over Moore / oh, down. Oh, Teddy. Eesh. Yikes. Teddy, are you okay, buddy? He's fine. Teddy, jeez. I gotta look at the chat. Oh, that was. I'm pulling up the chat. I gotta see this. Teddy, rip Teddy. I'm about to see it. Or no, I'm way behind on this. Oh my god. Teddy hates the pick. He says, I'm out of here. Who killed Teddy? No.
Teddy's falling like Shadur Sanders.
Teddy's falling like Shadur Sanders. Oh no. Oh man.
Teddy is fine.
Yeah, Teddy's just fine. Don't worry. Oh, this is too good. I have a tear in my eye. Well, while we're in the chat, let's catch up on some super chats here while we're in a commercial. We got 500 Czech in Czech currency, which I do not know my conversions. If you just gave me $500, hell yeah. If it's $5, also hell yeah. Thank you, Maddie. Appreciate it. From Prague, we are dying to get to Prague. We're hoping to get there on our next Euro trip. You started doing your own thing. Would love some tips. How to watch film and all that stuff. I don't know that I can necessarily get into all that stuff right now. But definitely a lot of opportunities through like the Patreon, with the mailbag to ask questions about, any sort of questions you have with watching film or, seeing some of my own kind of exclusive film rooms and stuff too. Like that's kind of, because I do get a lot of people asking like, oh, what's your process watching players and stuff? That's the core reason of why I do the Patreon film rooms, because it's just kind of a nice walkthrough on what I'm looking for as I watch tape. And you're also looking forward to that Seahawks deep dive. Yeah, maybe one day, my friend, maybe one day. But thank you. Shout out to all of our international viewers, especially Maddie there from Prague. From Echo, did I get to Tyler Batty? I did not. So many edge players in this draft. I didn't quite get to Tyler Batty / Beatty. We'll see if he comes off the board here. Cole says, is Deion Walker's ceiling DeForest Buckner? Something like that, yeah. I don't think it's insane to say that. Different, slightly different, but the way that, I could see the comparisons. The main thing is Walker plays at like 330, whereas Buckner plays at like 300. So that's a big difference there. But there's some similarities in terms of the tall, quick, guy that wins with swim moves and that kind of thing. All right, Chargers pick coming in. Kyle Kennard. Kyle Kennard, I think, would have been a much better pick than Sorrell, who just went. Like, I'll put him down on our notebook here. Kennard is a really nice, heavy-handed, like, perfect number 3 edge type. Will set the tone in the run game, help you get to third downs. Has a little bit of power as a rusher. But realistically, not gonna be a huge impact as a pass rusher. But I think, you know, as a high floor number 3 edge out the gate, absolutely. He did some really good stuff against Armin Membu. Talk about those Patreon film rooms. We were doing Armin Membu, and I was like, who's number 5 for South Carolina? This kid can play. And then found out it was Kyle Kennard. So he's a nice player, man. Good value out of this deep edge class there in the 4th round. I had a 3rd round grade on Kennard. And then the Browns are making a pick. Dylan Sampson. There you go. So we got 2 running backs in Cleveland. They're going with the double dip strategy themselves. So they get potentially the 2 backs with the 2 best vision in this draft, potentially. I mean, Ginty's got some great vision. I'm just going to pull up my draft guide and just look at my vision grades. Well, I can't dismiss Devin Neal, who is still on the board, who has remarkable vision. But Judkins for vision, and then I did have Jordan James with better vision. But Dylan Sampson, I actually had it too low. I had it as C+, which I did a rewatch and ended up raising him a little bit, and I forgot to change that. That was my initial vision grade. But anyway, the grade is down. I need to put a grade up for Sampson real quick. I think it's good. It's good value. I like it for the Browns. I had a 3rd to a 4th round grade on Sampson. That's where he goes. I will continue to talk about it, but Anna wants to get this next graphic in here too because Jalen Travis just went to the Colts. But yeah, to me, this isn't a necessary pick, but I could see them really liking him. He lets blocks set up. He navigates the mud really well as a smaller back. I wasn't as high on Sampson as some other people were. I saw some 2nd and 3rd round grades on him. To me, this was about the right range on Sampson. And I do think that running back room, like, now that I say this, they probably got tired of Jerome Ford, who has maybe the worst vision of starting running backs in the league. They probably just got tired of that, and they were like, let's take 2 guys that know how to find the hole, can navigate the hole, and be efficient runners for us, instead of these just guys that are constantly headhunting for home runs. But both Sampson and Judkins have home running hitting speed in there, so I think it's a good pick as a number 2 back in Cleveland. I don't think he's going to threaten Judkins too much from a fantasy football perspective, if we're talking about that.
So we missed talking about Jalen Travis from Iowa State.
Okay, we missed the Jalen Travis pick. They're ripping through these picks right now, but Travis is a classic traits-based developmental tackle for the Colts. Doesn't need to play anytime soon, but he's like 6'7", 340, and tested well, so like, you know, you kind of get the book on that. They're just going to hope he gets coached up, and maybe someday they're looking for a Braden Smith replacement or whatever at right tackle, but, you know, get him in the building, start working with him. Maybe 3 years from now, he turns into something. And then the Commanders go Jalen Lane. Okay, that's a fun pick. I like that as a fit. Lane's a vertical threat. He ended up my number 22 wide receiver with a 4th to a 5th round grade. Wanted to like him more. The ball skills were frustrating to me. He had some drops. I had a low-end comp of Tyquan Thornton, a high-end comp of Darius Slayton. So you kind of get the mold of that vertical Z wide receiver. It's definitely a role that they could use, opposite of Terry McLaurin. Terry McLaurin's a great deep threat, but getting another guy in after Diami Brown left here that can get involved in the vertical passing game, he's a good fit for what they were looking for there. But yeah, I wrote down sloppy drops are scattered on tape. Abysmal catch in traffic profile with poor ability to win body positioning at the catch. Converted just 3 of 16 contested catches over his last 2 seasons. And he also needs to do a better job securing the football after the catch. He had multiple fumbles, and some of those failed contested catch opportunities came when defenders would jar the ball loose after it kind of hit his hands. So the ball skills are lacking. He's a little bit one-dimensional in his route running, but a lot of speed, a lot of separation ability. Pretty good player after the catch as well. So, fun pick. I had a 4th to a 5th round grade on him. I like it. Give Teddy a treat. Yeah, he deserved. He earned a treat. Someone needs to give Shadur Sanders a treat too. I want to keep getting caught up on the super chats. So, from Parker, thank you. So I just want to thank you for all the content. Appreciate the day 3 draft analysis. For all of us sickos here in the chat, who can the Hawks take to cap a solid draft class? I'm a fan of it so far. The Hawks, did they grab a corner? I'm trying to recall if they ended up with a corner. That's the first thing that comes to my mind. No, they haven't grabbed a corner. How about Dorian Strong? Thanks. 6'1", long corner that could play on the outside immediately. I think would be an upgrade over Josh Jobe on the outside there. If you want to keep Devon Witherspoon in the slot, that would be my selection for Seattle here in about 10 picks if he makes it to you. Jakin, Panthers double dip at wide receiver and take Royals today. I'm disrespected for him. Yeah, Royals has certainly fallen quite a bit. My guess on that is he's a guy that I think projects more as a slot player at the next level with his size. I don't think his speed showed on tape necessarily, especially when playing outside. I didn't see him stacking a lot of corners, running go balls. So my guess is they're just a little bit held up on that transition inside for Jalen Royals, but he definitely should come off the board pretty soon here. All right, Teddy Buchanan, Ted Yee, as I like to say, for the South Park fans out there, Cupid Yee. Yeah, we need the Ted Yee cam.
Also for his favorite team.
He's not a Ravens fan.
No, he's just Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
You're right.
Developmental linebacker Teddy Buchanan tested incredibly well. Really put himself on the map with a great workout. The tape was day 3 athletic traits-based developmental linebacker tape, right? Like a lot to work on in the run game. I for such a good athlete, especially after watching Stutzman and even like Sean Dolak and Carson Schwessinger, it was evident that Teddy Buchanan doesn't have that natural feel for zone coverage. He just didn't really navigate his way in front of passes and stuff. So this is a lot of developing to do there. I had him as more of a 5th to 6th round guy, but in this linebacker class, I think going around early is kind of what we're seeing on most of these guys. So I do understand it. They really only have right now Trenton Simpson, who kind of got benched at the end of last year, so they needed to invest in that group. You know, I don't think Buchanan's going to help you this year, but he's got potential for sure. So I think it's a fine pick for the Ravens.
And then the Jets just traded up to take Malachi Moore.
Hey, all right. So we just wrote this down in the notebook about the Panthers taking ransom ahead of Malachi Moore. For the Jets to get Malachi Moore at this point, great pick, especially when you put in perspective that we've seen a lot of these safeties go off the board. You know, Moore for me was right in this range, 3rd to a 4th round pick, although we're getting towards the back end of the 4th round. So becoming more and more of a value there. I love this fit. It's even bordering as far as day 3 picks go. I think next year we're going to change this graphic here to perfect pick. But this is a perfect pick. It's just not necessarily a certified steal by that definition. But Malachi Moore was a top 10 safety for me in this draft. Remarkable tape. Just does a little bit of everything, man. He's a steady tackler. He plays split safety really well. He can go man-to-man. He's got really quick feet. His agility score was really high for me. And because his feet are always running, it helps him accelerate. It helps him change directions. It helps him stick man-to-man. It helps him break downfield where he does anticipate routes from off coverage in a way that some of these other guys like Woodson and Jonas Sanker and Lathan Ransom, some of these other guys didn't have the good coverage tape of Malachi Moore. Even if Moore is, he's 5'11", 197. He's got shorter arms, under 30 inches. He ran a 4.57, not the fastest 40 time at his pro day, but really good tape. He played over 3,000 snaps going back to playing for Nick Saban. This to me is a phenomenal pick for the New York Jets, who I think have had a really good draft. I was trying to think who they went day 2. I feel like I've liked several of their picks. I loved the Membu pick. Round 2, they went... What did they do round 2? There's been so much movement, too, that it's hard to remember where everybody's gone. They took Mason Taylor round 2. That's right. Yeah, a little bit of playmaking help. Round 2, that was good. They took Azariah Thomas. That was another guy I got to write down in my notebook, my handy-dandy notebook. That was one pick that I was so on for them, is I thought they should have gone with Jacob Parrish over Azariah Thomas. But a very fun draft for Coach Glenn and the whole new regime there for the Jets.
Then we have Quincy Riley.
All right. So, I do like the fit. Quincy Riley, a smaller player, but excellent ball skills. I'm trying to take the grade down here because this is more of a like it pick. But I do like the scheme fit here. So Riley for me was more of a little bit later in terms of value. Just because I don't know that, although I did have I did have a 5th round grade on him. And in this cornerback class, there's only so many options. As far as options go, I think this is a nice piece for New Orleans who can start now. But I think the main reason he's a little bit lower for me is just like he's not the tradesiest guy. Eventually, you're probably going to be looking to replace him. But I actually think he could start in year 1 as a 4th round pick in Brandon Staley's defense. Look, if you got to hire Brandon Staley, which you don't, that was just a wild hiring considering what that system has done and what he's done with it. But they're going to keep their corners 10 yards off the line of scrimmage. They're going to play them in space. They're going to play a ton of quarters. That's what Quincy Riley's good at. He's just a really instinctive, fast processor from the cornerback position. But he's 5'11", 194. He ran a 4.48, which is okay. My pro comp on him was Dane Jackson. So there you go. Dane Jackson, another guy that's thrived in one of these off-zone systems, and he's lived in that kind of Fangio tree just like Staley, so that perfectly adds up there. But yeah, he can read the quarterback's eyes. He got an A grade for me for ball skills. He had awesome ball production. So some of the best ball skills in the class, but just in terms of stickiness and coverage, athletic ability, upside, it's just not really there, but fun player. And at this stage, nearing the 5th round, it's close enough value-wise that I think I would say I agree with the pick. Da Bears are up. I'm assuming Adam's watching.
Oh, I'm sure he is.
I don't know if I have the... We got a second to put it in here. That's Adam in the pads right there. And Mitch Trubisky. What's up, Adam? We love you. Bear down.
And
So-
they are going to take Ruben Hypolite the second.
Okay, that is definitely someone that was not on my radar. The name, I feel like I've seen the name. That name, I think, Ruben Hypolite. I think I've seen it. Maybe on a Senior Bowl roster or a Shrine Bowl roster. What position is he?
Linebacker.
He's a linebacker from Maryland. All right. Yeah, this is the first pick tonight that we didn't get to. 5'11", 240-pound linebacker out of Maryland. All right. I will... Man, get off the screen. I don't love it. The Bears still suck. No. Yeah, first guy here that I didn't get to. So we will keep an eye on him in the league. At that size, though, 5'11", 240, that's very well built, a thumping type. You know, if they wanted like a strong side linebacker, maybe. I'm just trying to think about, what Dennis Allen has looked for with their defense, someone that can maybe hold up a little bit better, take it on blocks. At that size, theoretically, he might be able to do that. So if that's something they saw, I'm just projecting here, but special teamer and a rotational linebacker in that room. I watched 21 linebackers with another 3 written down on my radar. He was not one of them. But all right. I do want to talk a little bit about the Bears from yesterday. Interesting draft. I tweeted this out, but I saw a lot of people praising it. I don't think it was a bad draft. I don't know that it's a draft that I'm like, oh yeah, that was one of the best drafts of the session here, of the year. Loveland pick I liked a lot. I don't have anything negative to say about that. But, the Burden pick, I just want to talk about that a little bit. Like, I love Burden as a value. Very fun pick, but is it a pick that's going to help them win games? I even talked last year on the Fully Inflated Football podcast about, like, even last year with Keenan Allen in there was a lot of times where I felt like Caleb was kind of pressing and struggling to evenly distribute the ball to 3 starting caliber receivers with Odunze, Moore, and Allen, and everything kind of felt a little off. And for a young quarterback in Caleb Williams that's trying to develop his processing and get up to speed, I really felt that watching the Bears. There was a lack of a plan. Now, obviously, Ben Johnson's coming in, and he's going to help with that. But there is, whoever your coordinator is, when you have not just 3 now, you've got 4. They drafted Colston Loveland in the first round. So you've got those 3 guys are going to be at the top of your pecking order. And then you take a guy, this isn't like Rome Odunze last year, who was just puts his head down, no nonsense. If he doesn't get targeted once and he comes out and just blocks all day and you win the game, he's going to be happy. There's a reason. The reason Luther Burden was available in the middle of the second round is because there are constant reports about this is a former 5-star recruit that was fed with a silver spoon at Missouri. If he wasn't getting the ball, he would be chirping. And, he's that classic diva wide receiver, which is fine. There's lots of diva wide receivers in the league that are elite talents. But if he's going to be 4th in the pecking order, is he going to be sitting there in the huddle like, hey, Caleb, can I get a target here? Like, and throw things off? There is a line of too many mouths to feed. And that one did feel a little bit like, look, man, my pro comp on Luther Burden is DJ Moore, who's a phenomenal player. But, like, you got DJ Moore at home. So that one was just a little weird to me. From a fit perspective, the value was just fine, obviously. But then you take a tackle who I like. I like Trapillo, physical dude, 6'8", tough guy. Lacks the traits to project as a legitimately high-end tackle, but a player that I could see carving out a role as a starting tackle in the league in time, but they already have a capable left tackle that they've discussed. Do we pay him? Do we let him go? So yeah, maybe you let him go and you get cheaper there if Trapillo hits. Not a guarantee that he hits as a 6'8" tackle with shorter arms and not a superb athlete. So that one was just like, all right, I mean, kind of a push. Like, it doesn't really advance your team forward. And Royals just went to the Chiefs. We will break this one down. We can slap the certified steal on there while we wrap up our Bears talk. And then they go with a true developmental tackle, defensive tackle after that. So when you had picks 39 and 41, pretty underwhelming haul for me if I were a Bears fan there on day 2. But Jalen Royals to the Kansas City Chiefs. So what a fit, man. I will say this. There are a lot of comparisons between Jalen Royals and Rashee Rice that I had not thought about until now. I think I have highlights. There we go. So Royals, a guy that primarily played outside for Utah State. The last 4 weeks of the year, though, they did move him into the slot because that is kind of where he projects best. He's 5'10", 210 pounds. When they put him on the outside, he made catches, as we're about to see here, like that crazy one-handed catch in slow-mo. He's got great ball skills. There's a little bit of that Jaden Reed, Tyler Lockett to his game, where if you just put it up in his area, he's going to find the ball and reel it in through traffic. Love that about him. Great body control. Can contort his body and make catches. But the speed on the outside, he ran a 4.4. I think it shows up from him after the catch, but it doesn't show in his route running, and that is very Rashee Rice-y. It's very Deebo Samuel-y. That's a trait that a lot of receivers have in the league. I think Michael Pittman has that as well, where for some reason they're just faster with the ball in his hands than kind of on the outside running routes. So there's a lot of Rashee Rice in there, a lot of Juju Smith-Schuster in there as well. Same trait, faster with the ball in his hands than he is within his routes. And that's been their type, right? Crossing routes, manufactured touches as a screen threat. And, Rashee Rice, is he going to be... I'm drawing a blank here, chat. Was he suspended last year, or are they expecting him to be suspended this year? I feel like we already went through that, right? Rashee Rice was suspended? Help me out on that one, chat. I don't know why I'm drawing such a blank, because it was a difficult situation. But either way, from a scheme fit and value fit, that's just too good of a value to grab Jalen Royals there. Especially when now you got Xavier Worthy and Marquise Brown with a ton of speed. Right, because he got the ACL injury, but he never faced the suspension. So he might be suspended for the first 6 weeks of the season. Kind of take a little bit of extra time to recover from that ACL. So, man, Jalen Royals can absolutely do everything they want. If Rashee Rice is going to get a 6-game suspension, that's a phenomenal pick. And then you just have a great backup in there. So that's a really nice pick, obviously. All right. David says, if Ollie Gordon stayed in his 2023 form, would he have been ranked higher than Hampton? No, I don't think so. I think even though Gordon was really good, would he be better than Hampton? I mean, Hampton was a special level. You're probably more talking about Caleb Johnson territory as a day 2 guy. Wow, Q Robinson off the board for Denver. Okay. So he's a guy that, I don't know necessarily how to grade him. I ended up putting a 6th to a 7th round grade on him, but I didn't feel good about that. I will just say that. Some grades there's just not enough information, especially for a guy that in 5 years at Alabama played a total of 370 total snaps on defense in his 5-year career at Alabama. Now, in those 370 snaps, most of which came last year in his 5th year, looked pretty good. Broke out some different pass rush moves. He had a really high pass rush win rate per PFF. He kind of looked the part as a guy with some length and athleticism on the outside. So getting him in that room that has room for developmental edge players, I think is a perfectly reasonable pick at the end of the 4th round. There are better players that could have been taken and all that stuff, but he's a very unique case where if they really fell in love with the interviews and kind of could convince themselves of his background, where he played special teams, and the tape that he did get to put on at Alabama, the fact that he stayed there is commendable. So many of these guys just transfer out. Q was like, I'm gonna play special teams and compete. Tonka Hemingway just went.
Ugh, what a name.
That is a great name. Great name, but in my opinion, not the greatest player. I think this is pretty early for Tonka Hemingway, especially when
Shadur Sanders is still on the board.
well, yeah, Shadur is still there, but I just think there's
Do you think Shadur thought that Tonka Hemingway would go before?
no, certainly not. To me, there's just better players at this position. There's better pass rushing 3-tech types with a guy like Aeneas Peebles out of Virginia Tech that was super productive, really good tape. You've got guys that can really contribute, I think, in Josh Farmer, CJ West. CJ West is gone, but Josh Farmer, Cam Jackson. I even like JJ Pegues as a developmental guy better. Hemingway is really, really quick, and that's about the nicest thing I can say about him. He was actually my dead last ranked defensive tackle, you guys. 29th out of 29th ranked. So I've got questions that this is a reach. I had a 6th to a 7th round grade on him. Really, his pass rush wins only came in flashes. He has a really nice spin move that he won with a few times. And he does have pretty good length for a smaller guy, but he just gets swallowed up in the run game. Doesn't have much of a bull rush. I said he can penetrate, but he isn't even a good enough athlete to finish complicated tackles in the backfield. So, he's got that quick step because he's 285 pounds. He's 284 pounds. He's 6'3", 284 pounds. Now, they have a hybrid front. I see that, they wanted a hybrid defensive end. I just don't think you needed to take that player here. I think there's other guys that could do that, or you could just wait. But anyway,
Titans are trading up.
He's got that quick step. He can get in the backfield and do all that nice stuff, but he just didn't finish plays in the backfield. So not a big fan of the Tonka Hemingway pick. But we got a Titans trade up. Should the Titans just end up with Cam Ward and Shadur? Just go, look.
I feel it in my bones.
That'd be funny. Just go, yeah, let's just get Shadur, Cam, Will Levis. One of these guys is going to figure it out.
Somebody has to be good.
That would be one of the most incredible draft stories ever.
But then again, I think every pick is going to be Shadur Sanders.
Yeah. I mean, I'd do it.
Why not?
Why not? Those guys are buddies. They train together. Cam Ward and Shadur, they're like best friends. So if you're going to put him anywhere where Shadur is going to be willing to come in and compete. It's interesting.
And it's no A.O. Manor.
Io Manor. Oh, Titans. Dude,
Good
the
trade-off.
Titans, early candidate for one of my favorite drafts. I don't know if there's medicals there for why he fell, but Io Manor was the best player left on the board. They come up and get him. You got a deep threat at the top of the 3rd. You've got now a physical possession receiver in Io Manor, and then you have your route running type in Jerry Jeudy. They got a great tight end. Well, not a great tight end, but a good starting option in Gunnar Helm. You've got Chigakonkwo. You got 2 running backs. They went offensive line. You bring in Cam Ward. All right, we get to see not just Cam Ward, get an opportunity to have success. But we get to see what Brian Callahan can do, because last year he comes in as the offensive head coach hire from Cincinnati, and it was like, well, we have no idea if he's any good. But, dude, Iomanner runs really good routes for a big guy. I thought he was a better version of what Michael Wilson was coming out of Stanford multiple years ago. And exactly what, Wilson goes third round. I had Iomanner certainly as a second round player. He blocks his ass off. They'll love that about him. He's nasty after the catch. Talk about another guy that we were just talking about, players that are faster with the ball in their hands than they are within their routes. You watch his routes, you don't see a ton of like speedy separation, but he did come out and run a 4.44, and that wasn't terribly surprising to me, because he had a play in 2023 against Colorado where he catches a hitch and then the safety comes flying in and whiffs on him because he's quick-footed and he made a miss. And he outran the entire Colorado secondary for like an 80-yard touchdown and really turned on the burners. So just incredible pick. They got Kevin Winston Jr. in the third round. I think the Titans and Borgonzi, the new GM there, coming in with that Chiefs background and just saying, let's get to work, man. What a first draft for Borgonzi.
I think somebody in the chat said it well based on this draft. They said, am I a Titans fan now?
Maybe.
They're doing great.
I'm a big fan. I mean, I've been a Cam Ward guy this whole process. Love their draft. They took a bunch of my guys.
Okay, also the Patriots just traded up. Everyone's traded up.
Patriots need a backup.
It's so fascinating. I know every pick anybody trades up.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's going to be Shadur.
I know.
But it's not.
I know. It's just crazy. 5th round for Shadur Sanders.
We can stop talking about it.
I don't think we need to. I think every time it's fascinating. Because it's just like, literally, what's the right fit? I don't think you want him as a backup, right? Like, I really think the best fit is like where there's no expectations for him really to ever start. I mean, like
the Panthers.
Panthers would.
You know what? They have the best backup quarterback in the league.
The Panthers would actually be I mean, Andy Dalton's 38 years old, baby. He can't play forever.
Yes, he can.
I mean, my favorite answer is Miami.
Yeah, I think so.
And I think it would actually be really good there. I just don't know that they would do it, because Mike McDaniel just loves Tua. Right. So I don't know that they would do it, but that is officially my answer. Miami is the dream spot for Shadur. The Dallas one I don't hate. Just because I think everybody's kind of like already calling for Dax. Like, right. It's nothing new. Every time Dak throws a costly interception in the playoffs, it's like, yeah, we know he's not going to get us over the hump. So, yeah, I think Dallas and Miami makes sense. And the big market, like.
And Miami just seems like a Shadur kind of city.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah. Dion will be happy about that. Get a vacation home in Miami. Mm-hmm. Or at least go stay with Shadur in the off season.
Can you remind people to subscribe?
Yeah, everybody, if you could please like the video. I also want to encourage you guys to make sure you're following the Fully Inflated Football podcast. And if you are a listener on Spotify, I am still running a promo. I'm going to be giving away some TFG merch once we hit 1,000 Spotify reviews. Last I checked, we were at like 943. Also, if you guys want to get some TFG merch, I didn't have it to wear for the stream because we haven't unpacked it yet from our move. But if you guys want to support the channel in other ways, you can go check out TFG merch at thatfranchisestore.com. But yeah, I'm going to give away a pair of hoodies once we hit 1,000 reviews on Spotify there. And there goes Josh Farmer. So another handy dandy notebook pick here. the DT that just went.
Say that one more time.
Oh, come on. Who's not a Blues Clues fan?
These kids are too young in the chat. They don't know what.
Who in the chat grew up watching Blues Clues? Come on. We're not that old. We're old. We're not that old. So the Patriots get Farmer. This is a great value in the 4th round. But there was the Hemingway pick, and then there was another DT pick in there too, right? Or was it just the Hemingway pick? I think it was just the Hemingway pick.
And sorry. Excuse me.
I'm just going through it.
This round, Deion Walker.
Okay.
And Ty Robinson.
Yeah, Robinson. Well, I'm not going to quite call out the rate.
And CJ West.
I'm not going to quite call out the Raiders on this one because I at least do understand they are a hybrid front with that kind of Belichickian background. And there's only so many options for a hybrid end to fill their system, so I'm not quite going to penalize them for not going Farmer because they're just different players. But definitely New England getting a good value here. He would certainly be, I think, my best D tackle available at this spot. He's my 15th ranked DT. The only other guy I have over him is Aeneas Peebles, who's one of my guys in this draft. But Farmer is just very, very steady. 6'3", 305 pounds, but 35-inch arms. So just very easy natural leverage. Not the tallest guy, but just hands inside, stack, peek, shed technique like for days. Not really a natural pass rusher. He's an okay athlete. I think there's potential for him to develop a little bit more there. But I had him pegged as more of a 2-down D tackle, very much a ideal replacement for Devon Godshaw, who they traded around. I think Josh Farmer could be a Devon Godshaw in the NFL as a useful 2-down defender that you're going to take off the field for Milton Williams and Christian Barmore on 3rd down. So very good fit there. Ole Miss wide receiver, Jordan Watkins? Really? All right. I suppose he was on my radar. I didn't get to him out of the 37 wide receivers I watched. But he was the first player at the top of my watch list with a projected 6th round grade. Ran a 4.37. So presumably a vertical threat out of Ole Miss in that kind of weird offense. A 6th-year player and someone that I frankly didn't really notice too much watching a lot of Jackson Dart tape. So I guess it's fine, or I could just say not grade it because I didn't get to the tape. So maybe I would have loved it, but fascinating pick when there are some other guys in this draft I really like. At that point, I would rather, maybe you just hate Isaiah Bond and everything he said in the interviews, but even like a Keandre Lambert-Smith out of Auburn, I think, gives you that speed profile a little bit more. But I will say a lot of these speed guys have gone. So there's only so many options there. If they were looking for someone to take the top off the defense, I can understand the reasoning at least.
Okay, by far the most interaction we have got in this chat is about Blue's Clues. So.
Yeah.
I was wrong. Do you want me to say louder? I was wrong.
Ring the bell for Blue's Clues. Yes, you were wrong. Haha.
Also, you got some super chats.
Great. I got to refresh the YouTube here.
Also, if we missed anybody's super chats, can you?
Yep. If you guys want to DM your super chats to me on Instagram, TFG_football, Anna will take a look and let us know. But we are definitely. Oh, but I'm using my phone to watch the draft.
Mind.
Never mind. I'll get through them. We'll catch them. We're definitely up to date. Well, not up to date, but I know exactly where we are, so we'll be good. All of the ones you've read to me, I've eventually seen. We're just behind.
We're just behind.
Yeah.
Per usual.
Yep. So from Jevin Wallace, Dynasty rookie draft in a week, planning on doing a sleeper fantasy targets, including taxi spots potentially. So, Jevin, yes, I am on Patreon. May 1st, I have scheduled. I'm going to be publishing my Dynasty rankings for the Superstar tier. So if you guys got Dynasty drafts coming up, I'm going to be ranking all these guys. While we're at it, if you guys want to do best ball drafts or season-long, pick them on Underdog. Underdog is re-upping for the year, re-upping. Code TFG when you sign up. They'll give you a bonus match up to $1,000. Get plenty of extra money. Best ball drafts this time of year are super fun because it's a long summer and we all get that itch to draft. Not only is it a chance to win money, especially if you guys are draft junkies and you know these sleepers and you know Alec Iomanner has a chance of being a good 16th round draft pick because he can play and he's going to be a top target for Cam Ward, that type of stuff. You can get ahead of the game before these guys' values change. But not only is it a good chance to win money, but it's good for it's really good practice too for your home leagues to draft against real people. You can do best ball leagues for $1 if you want on Underdog. And then it's set it and forget it. Like they will set your best lineup every single week. It's just all about how you draft. So if you've got that itch to draft, best ball is a ton of fun over the summer, and you can support my channel in the process with code TFG at sign up.
All right, let's talk about our skulls.
Our skulls.
Well, I'm gonna have to make the font smaller for this one. Tyron Ingram Dawkins.
Okay, he I believe is a tweener type. I think he was a guy I was debating.
What's the Georgia
mascot?
Abbreviation.
GA?
GA?
Yeah. You don't have because it's a long name.
Yeah.
Yep, so I didn't fully get around to watching Ingram Dawkins or at least finishing his write-up. I did slap a late day 3 grade on him. Very much that tweener type, 6'5", 276. Kind of had, caught some reps out of the corner of my eye. Very much makes sense for Brian Flores.
Oh my.
There goes Cam Jackson to the Panthers. But yeah, very much in that tweener role that Flores loves these hybrid end types. So I have him listed as an edge for me, but one of these guys that he's a 3-4 end or a 4-3 end. But tested super well, man. 4.86, 40, 36-inch vertical jump. Just kind of a bet on traits, decent length, and someone that there's the size profile fits. We just saw Tonka Hemingway come off the board in a similar style system. I think these teams are projecting physical skill sets into a developmental role here because there's actually not a ton of tweeners like that in this draft for one reason or another. It feels like every year there's a bunch of these guys. Now it's okay, Elijah Roberts is kind of the only guy left. Or Jared Ivey. I mean, I don't know what's going on with Jared Ivey. At this point, it's such a fall. I had a 3rd round grade on Ivey. He would have been a great tweener, but maybe there's something going on there, either injury or off field. I'm not sure. But then we got Cam Jackson to the Panthers. Just perfect. They needed probably one more piece with that D tackle group. 4th round grade for me. Big, heavy-handed, 330-pound D tackle. If you want to put him out there on 1st and 10 next to Derek Brown, or you want to give Derek Brown some extra rest finally, because Derek Brown, before he got hurt last year, you go back to 2023, Derek Brown played 1,000 snaps, which for a guy that size to play that much is what I'm trying to say is you might be able to get a fresher Derek Brown that can be a better pass rusher than he's ever been, because now if you want to come out and line up Bobby Brown and now Cam Jackson next to him, that's a perfectly practical run defending duo on the inside. Andy Dalton to the Panthers. Love it. No, I do really love the Cam Jackson pick to the Panthers. So we're back on track after a safety pick that I wasn't a huge fan of. Yeah. I'm excited to hopefully see Derek Brown get freed up a little bit now that they actually have some bodies on the inside there. And he's got upside. He didn't have a ton of pass rush production, but he tested pretty well for his size. He had the same problem that this is a guy I always forget his name. Bears D tackle out of Florida. And then I always want to say Sharif Floyd, but it's not Sharif Floyd, obviously. Gervon Dexter. He had the same problem Gervon Dexter had, where on pass rushing snaps, he was like really slow to get off the ball. And I think Florida just coaches these guys to play the run. So Dexter had to learn how to get off the ball. He's been coming along for the Bears. I think there's a chance Cam Jackson can even show some upside as a pass rusher. He's not entirely dissimilar to what Bobby Brown was as a prospect. So I like that pick a lot.
I didn't know there was an Alabama A&M.
Is this going to be Carson Vinson?
It's going to be Carson Vinson. How'd you know?
There's just not a lot of Alabama A&M players. All right, Carson Vinson. Just your classic traits-based developmental tackle out of a small school, but has all of the length that you're looking for. I think his arms were actually a little bit shorter relative to his frame. He had 34.5-inch arms. That'll absolutely play. But 6'7", very good against his level of competition. He was definitely on the NFL's radar. I had him pegged as a 5th-round pick, so kind of bang on, perfect pick for the Ravens because we don't know how long Ronnie Stanley's going to be able to go. I think he got a 3-year deal. So this is the exact range you want to draft these kind of guys. I love this pick. I think this is good process by Baltimore. You never know. You never know with these small school guys that, you get them in front of NFL coaching and give them a real opportunity. Something can really click. Ooh, we have a player trade. Sam Howell has been traded to the Vikings. Because the Seahawks didn't need him anymore after they took Jalen Milroe. So the Vikings get a backup quarterback in Sam Howell.
How do we feel about that? As a new Vikings fan, how do I feel about that?
I wouldn't have done it. I don't think Sam Howell's good. But he's a cheap backup in the room with experience that now gets to work with Kevin O'Connell. So it's like he does still have like a 0.5% chance that maybe he could be good if McCarthy wasn't good. I don't know. I think it's perfectly fine.
We got lots of skulls in the chat.
They moved down 30 picks and get a cheap backup QB. There's worse ways to go about that with a backup room. Howell got a lot of buzz because he started in 2020, started a bunch in 2023, and put up like really good passing numbers. But he basically played QB for Washington like we play Madden, where he's running around, he's scrambling, he's bailing out of clean pockets, he's forcing a bunch of stupid reads. He was really inaccurate. It was a lot of kind of fluffy production.
So it sounds like it's a win for your Packers.
Well, it just doesn't really make a big difference.
Yeah,
like,
sure.
They still keep a 5th-round pick. They just move down to the end of the 5th round. Do I think anything comes of it? No, but their current backup was... I don't even know if they had it.
It wasn't even, what's his face anymore? Okay, Riley Mills from Notre Dame.
Okay.
To the Seahawks.
Mills was a guy that I was watching players early this morning. I think got up at 6:45 this morning, started watching guys. He was a guy I made a decision not to watch Just wanted to get to some other guys, but was definitely very high on my watch list. Had him on my radar as a midday 3 pick. According to Dane Brugler, who did get into the tape on him, described him as a hybrid defensive end who's energetic and good at getting off of blocks. So at 6'5", 291, he didn't test. So that's, kind of leaves some fog of war on just how good of an athlete he is. But team captain, tough dude. So 5th round, I think is a reasonable pick to get some D-line depth and some competitive energy in that D-line rotation. It's fine by me. It's a good backup for Leonard Williams, very similar size, about 6'5", 291.
Take down your grade because we have Jordan Phillips.
Jordan Phillips.
From Maryland.
Good pick for Miami. Phillips got a lot of buzz down at the Shrine Bowl. Some people said he might go day 2. I didn't see it that way. I definitely had, 5th round grade, so like the value lines up. I do like this for Miami though because of what Jordan Phillips is good at, and he's just a physical, stocky run defender. He's not particularly athletic. He's 31.5-inch arms, which is a little bit shorter. He's 6'2", 312, so he just doesn't have really the traits to see as like starting upside, but they needed depth so egregiously bad in Miami. They took a nose tackle early. Now you get a guy who can play a little bit of 3-tech and defend the run there. Free up Zach Sealer a little bit. I mean, their DT depth heading into the draft was Zach Sealer and then Matt Dickerson, Benito Jones, and Neil Farrell. I don't think any of those guys you really want to see on the field. So I think Jordan Phillips raises the floor of that group and is probably going to play a good bit in his rookie season. So that's a good fit for Phillips.
All right, the Browns are trading up.
It's not going to be Shadur. They already took a QB. Super chat from Will. Walker from the same conference Zion McCollum played in. Bucs scouts know how to do their homework. Yeah, very reminiscent of when they got Zion McCollum. And I thought that was a steal then. I think this was an even bigger steal, frankly. Huge get for the Bucs to get Walker. Mandrew says waffles or pancakes. I'm a waffles guy. I like them both. But I'm definitely a waffles guy. Just a little bit more texture, in my opinion. Mark says, I'm a Chargers fan. The Redacteds took RG3 and Kirk in the same draft. Very politically correct of you, Mark. Good work. Could one of these QB picking teams do that this draft? Dallas is a good spot. But Dallas, I guess I'm a little bit confused because Dallas, you're just agreeing with us that Dallas is a good fit. But yeah, I mean, we were kind of hitting on that with Cam Ward would kind of be the equivalent of what Washington did, where you take him late. I actually like that idea for the Titans if he's still there with one of their upcoming picks. The problem with the comparing it to the Commanders situation is there was only one team that took a QB early this year. I mean, maybe the Giants would do it, go Dart and Shadur. The interesting thing about the Giants is they were connected to him early. He was wearing Giants cleats in Colorado games or in his warm-ups or something like that. Like, before the pre-draft process ever started, he was like making it very clear that he and the Giants had a lot of communication. At the Shrine Bowl, they spent a lot of time together. I was like 10 feet from Brian Dable and Shadur, just having like lengthy conversations on the first day. They apparently had a private meeting, and then after that private meeting, Shadur went home in his private jet. Question from Anna?
Comments. I think the Browns are taking Shadur. Based on your chat spoiling.
Okay. Well, we'll find out. We'll gear up for that.
What do we think about that?
I want to see it happen first, and then we'll talk about it. But the last point on that whole little spiel about the Giants I was going to make was that they had like a last-minute workout like last week. Like after all that time, they still weren't sure, and then they trade up and take Jackson Dart in the first. Like, I think they're pretty out on Shadur, but yeah, let's see here. They got Rappaport doing a little spiel. It's probably going to be Shadur then, huh? I actually don't like that for Cleveland. I think that's caving. I really liked the Gabriel pick. Strategically speaking. And I think this is just Cleveland caving. And I mean, Shadur is the better quarterback, but that's not ultimately the point. The point was you got multiple first-round picks in a draft next year where you're hoping to get a high-upside franchise quarterback, which Shadur just doesn't have those traits. If he did, this fall wouldn't be happening. But this is like the Desmond Ridder thing all over again, where it's like, okay, so he plays okay, and he plays good enough that you talk yourself into starting him again next year, and then 3 years from now you got to pay him a bunch of money to be the 18th best QB in the league. Like, that's just at this point, that's not the direction I would have gone for Cleveland. To me, that almost screams, Jesus Christ, the owner got in the room again and made you make the pick.
It is confirmed.
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave this as I've got questions.
Hold on.
Sorry. I don't know. Like, that's my analysis of it. And it's not even really connected at this point to, like, him being a value. Of course he's a value at this point. He's a late first, early second round quarterback prospect in the lights of what Matt Corral was, or what Kenny Pickett was for the Steelers, what Desmond Ridder was when he fell in 2022. Throw away all the noise and all that stuff for just a second. But just strictly from a football perspective, okay, now you're going to probably end up starting him over Dylan Gabriel, who you already spent a third-round pick on earlier. So you're now, like, changing your mind a day later? Like, that just gets muddy.
It muddies the water.
It just is. This reeks of owner came in and said, go get Shadur. I've had enough. Correct. I don't care that you don't like him. We need Shadur.
Yes.
That's what this just reeks of. Because to me, the Browns had an obvious plan. We're going quarterback next year. We're getting first-round picks. Now Shadur comes in. Copy and paste what I said about Desmond Ridder. How'd that work out for the Falcons? And I think this is a better, maybe potentially better situation, but maybe not. I had almost identical grades to Shadur and Desmond Ridder. Probably going to come in, play okay. You're going to get there next year. You'll have the 8th pick, and you'll have the Jags' 12th pick from the trade down. And there's going to be quarterbacks there, whether it's Drew Aller or Arch Manning or whoever it is. There's a deep quarterback class coming up. They're expecting maybe 3 or 4 first-round guys to kind of emerge. Nussmeier from LSU. So you're going to be sitting there, and you're going to say, all right, well, Shadur's like the 23rd best QB in the league, like we kind of all knew he was going to be. Like, he's a high-floor, low-ceiling quarterback. And now you have 2 first-round picks. You positioned yourself super well to get the franchise QB with the big arm and the big traits, but you can't do it because Shadur played just well enough, and if you move on from him, you know, you've got this media wave that's going to just dump on you. I honestly, I hate it. Like, this just reeks to me, and it just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. The Browns, like the owner in the movie Draft Day, it's like that is what happens in Cleveland every single year. There's a reason Johnny Manziel goes in the first round. There's a reason they trade for Deshaun Watson. They keep doing this stupid shit that makes no sense. They just did it again, in my opinion. Now, yeah, he could be an okay quarterback, but where is that going to get you in the long haul? I just don't get it, man. I just don't get it.
Okay, and we can talk more about that later. Mac McWilliams to UCF. He's going back to the Eagles.
Didn't get into the tape on Mac. Was making some notes on him this morning. Height, speed, prospect, 6'2" out of UCF. Ran like a 4.45 at his pro days. So someone to bring in and develop in a room where you don't need starting help right away. You have Adoree Jackson and Keely Ringo. So like Ringo, Mac Williams, a pair of like really lengthy, fast corners on the outside in that room. I think the pick is just fine. It makes sense. Even if I didn't watch the tape, I felt like I had a pretty good sense of kind of who he was coming out.
He makes sense.
Makes sense. What is chat saying? Does chat agree with my analysis or?
People are mixed. People hate it. Some people said it's a fifth for a potential franchise quarterback.
Yeah. Mike Chase says Andrew Berry looks dead inside. That's the GM for the.
It doesn't make sense that you would have taken Gabriel's and two. It just.
Well, that would make a ton of sense that Andrew Berry's just deflated. He's like, I've done everything right, and you're forcing my hand. Like, this is just bullshit. Dude, he is one of the best GMs in the league, but he just consistently can't do what he wants to do because of ownership. It's just ridiculous.
And then you have the Bears GM.
He is flat. Like, he's just flat. Like, I don't know. What's your take on the Bears GM?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ownership?
I meant ownership.
Yeah, they're a mixed bag for sure. Yeah. I think they, at least generally speaking, let the front office do what they want to do. But they're definitely...
Well, he's off the board.
He's off the board. It's been done. What a mess. What a mess. Or all the way back to where he was mocked 3 months ago to Cleveland. Yeah, wild. I'm going to stand by that analysis, though. I believe every word I said. So, got some super chats here. Jan, not going to read that one, but thank you for the super chat. Dietrich says, you got the best channel for us NFL junkies. Thank you for all the time and work. You got it, Dietrich. Thank you for the super chat. Blooming Cash says, you've been working the first 2 rounds. Now you get to join us. Thoughts on Upton Stout, K'Wan Williams comp? Niners fans have been pushing. How big was K'Wan Williams?
Can you take your grade off?
Yes. And there goes Braden Swinson to the Patriots. Patriots are making some value picks here on day 3, man. But I want to finish. K'Wan Williams, I feel like, was a little bit thicker. 5'9", 185, whereas Upton Stout was pretty close to that. 5'8.5", 181. I don't hate it. I don't hate it, man. He's a fun player. He's just tiny. That's really the only analysis on it. I didn't hate the pick, especially in a slot corner draft that there's just not a lot of great answers. I think that, by the way, Texans fans, that when they took Jalen Smith last night and I didn't really know how I felt about the player, he's a really good run defender. I watched a little bit of him this morning. Really good run defender, good size, and I think they took him at the end of the 3rd round knowing that there just aren't slot corner options. Both the Niners and the Texans, I think, both got a fair read on this draft class and said, there's maybe only a couple guys we like as slot corners. Let's just get this taken care of now. And I think that process was just fine on those picks. Both guys have potential to be starting slot corners in the league, but not guarantees. And then, we had a pick. Braden Swinson. I mean, I wasn't nearly as high as a lot of the members of the media were on Braden Swinson, but this definitely is a value. I had him as a second or third round guy. He ended up my edge 13. So, like, definitely one of the best players available on the board. The Pats need edge help, man. I wrote down a high-end comp of Dorrance Armstrong as a guy that, like, you know, Armstrong's a pretty nice number 2 edge player. I think Swinson could get to that point. I thought he was just kind of, like, solid at everything. The best thing he does is kind of compressing the pocket, but I don't know if he has, like, great traits to be a bull rusher, but he's got an inside swim move. He's got decent bend, decent run defender. I thought Swinson was, like, a nice player with number 2 edge potential. Obviously, to get that in the 5th round is a certified steal for the Patriots. I don't even know what graphic we got up at the moment. Jordan James to the Niners. Also, Lorem Ipsum is on the screen. Come back.
What happened?
You must have hit everybody in photo that has used Photoshop before knows this, but we got a Lorem Ipsum. Classic Lorem Ipsum appearance.
147 in the draft. Sorry.
Yeah, if you are using the type tool and you click on the screen, it'll populate a Lorem Ipsum. But yeah, Jordan James, he's Kyron Williams-y is how I describe Jordan James. Just like no traits at all. He's relatively fast, like 4.52 speed, I think. So it's nice. He's got, like, when he bounces runs, which he's got really good vision. He's got some of the best vision in this draft. I think they probably saw a little bit of what's going on with the Rams and those types of backs in a relatively similar system and said, yeah, you know, it might be nice if McCaffrey's hurt to have more of a reliable option in the backfield. You know, Garendo is a boom or bust runner with his speed and his ability in wide zone, but he doesn't have the stop-start ability. He's not a great inside runner. If you want to run duo or inside zone, he's just not a great fit for those types of runs. Jordan James is. So if McCaffrey does get hurt, you now have a really nice complementary 1-2 punch with James. So I think it's a really good pick in this range. I don't know how our love it got moved there, but we'll fix that real quick. I ended up, I believe, with a 4th round grade on Jordan James, so certainly the value lines up. I will say, like, man, Devin Neal and Damian Martinez, those guys got to go here, man. Like, I actually ended up with a 3rd to a 4th round grade on Jordan James, so very good value there. He's a nice player. Hi, buddy. It's Ducky hour.
Okay, Ty Hamilton for the Rams.
Okay. That makes sense. Every year they take an athletic, undersized defensive tackle. Rams fans very familiar with this type. Brother of Devon Hamilton, but I had a 6th round grade on Ty Hamilton as like a developmental athlete. He was a 5th year player that just never really got there, which is always a pretty big turnoff to me. But at his pro day, he ran a 4.9, 5.40, 32-inch vertical jump, put up 34 bench press reps. Just like an impressive physical profile. I liked his anchor as a 3-tech, which he'll be able to do for the Rams. He's really, the best tapes from him were defending wide zone, where the athleticism, I think, shows best in those situations to ride the wave, to kind of just play balanced and keep up. Because if you're going against an offensive line who's blocking wide zone, your gap, let's say you're meant to defend the B gap, that gap's going to move with the wave of blockers. You got to stick with that gap to prevent a cutback lane into that gap. So he was really good at staying balanced and riding the wave as a 3-tech. But complete lack of plan as a rusher. He just doesn't really have the instincts to get after the quarterback, even if he does have these athletic traits. So maybe you can tap into that a little bit, but if nothing else, fits the system as kind of that undersized defensive tackle. I'm going to switch that to a like it grade. Love it was on the last one. Makes sense. Not some crazy steal or some great player, but I see what they see.
People want to know where Lauren Ipsum fits in the in the draft process.
Who was our worst pick today? I mean, honestly, it might be the Packers Baron Sorrell pick. I would rather draft Lorem Ipsum than Baron Sorrell in the 4th round. Let's see, we got a couple more super chats. A bunch of super chats. You guys are just phenomenal, man. We are the sickos here on day 3. We're officially in the 5th round now.
They started bringing in the puppies. I mean, to be fair, so did we.
Well, yeah, so did we.
But at least we'll have content analysis.
Yeah, at least we'll be talking about the picks with dogs instead of just showing you dogs and acting like we know who's getting picked. Jaden Blue was just picked to the Dallas Cowboys. That's a fun fit. And I'm trying to think, did they take a running back earlier? I thought they did, but I'm questioning. No. All right, hold on. It's a fun pick, but I do have some pretty major questions here because, dude, put Devin Neal or Damian Martinez in that Cowboys running back room. Freaking 1,000-yard rusher, like, with a bullet. With a freaking bullet. Like, top 5 fantasy pick, frankly. Look, Jaden Blue's got a ton of juice. Fast player. Really poor vision, which is pretty common with a lot of these home run hitting threats. They want to bounce runs. They don't run with a ton of patience. But runs good routes. It was a surprise Declaree. Came out as a young, true junior. Probably could have used another year at Texas to show a little bit more consistency as a runner. Like, I see what they want with him as a scat back. You know, Deuce Vaughn just hasn't really worked out for them. But I see, like, taking Jaden Blue in the 6th round or the 5th round is nothing wrong with that. But when these backs are falling, go get yourself a workhorse back in an incredibly deep draft that's going to rush for 1,000 yards, man. Like, dude, what are we doing, Dallas? Go get... I mean, they love Kansas players. They love Kansas players. Go let Devin Neal run behind Cooper Beebe again. Come on, man. That was in your lap. In your lap. I'm going to count that, even though they're different types of backs. That's going to be a handy-dandy notebook. Jotting that down. Blue before Neal or Martinez? Now, maybe they could still get one of them. Do they have any picks coming up? Not that I can see.
And then in the meantime, we got Jason Marshall Jr. from Florida to the Dolphins.
All right, I have no idea who this is, to be honest. Was not someone on my radar of the 31 corners that I got to, plus 4 more guys on my watch list. So we might have to go to the Da Beast draft guide on this one. See what Dan Brugler said. I do know that Miami needs some cornerback depth. I would imagine that this is going to be kind of a traitsy. Before I know anything about him, I would imagine we're talking a 6-foot corner that ran well. All right, so Brugler did have him. Yep, there you go. 6 foot, 194, ran a 4.49. Brugler had him projected as a 6th rounder, so cornerback depth and, hopeful development. Last line on Brugler's summary. If NFL teams are convinced he's coachable, he's worthy of a draft and develop 6th-round candidate. So just kind of on the money there. Get him in the building and start getting to work. He's not going to start right away, which is certainly not crazy to say for a 5th-round pick. Right now, on the Our Lads depth chart, they are listing Storm Duck as the starter.
It's her favorite.
It's Ducky's favorite player, Storm Duck. We should get him a custom Storm Duck Dolphins jersey.
We should.
Or did he play for the Eagles? Hold on. I want to say Storm Duck was on the Eagles at some point. No. You would look good in a Dolphins jersey. Number 36, Duck.
All right, DJ Giddens from Kansas State.
DJ Giddens, another guy that Dallas probably should have taken. Kansas State. Although I said get him running behind. I made a mistake there saying get him running behind Cooper Beebe because Beebe played at Kansas State where Giddens played, and Neal is from Kansas. But who was that picking Giddens there?
The Colts.
Oh, sure. Yeah, they could definitely use a nice backup behind Jonathan Taylor. Giddens is a nice kind of like 3-down overall like balanced player. A good athlete, adequate vision, adequate power, pretty good speed. He's a really nice backup for Jonathan Taylor, who's had some injuries. There's a lot of like Marlon Mack to his game when I was watching him. For Colts fans that remember Marlon Mack. A little inconsistent with it. Like, if you want some weaknesses on him, see what I wrote down. And Giddens ended up RB17 for me with a 4th, 5th round grade. I will continue to say, like, Damian Martinez would have been a better pick for you if you wanted to go that route, but lacks the standout. I wrote, might lack the standout traits to be a star in the league. Not a particularly powerful runner due to his taller stature, lighter frame, and unspectacular burst. And he's got to clean up drops and be a better pass protector to be a more dependable 3rd down back in the league. He had 5 drops on 32 targets in 2024, which is pretty brutal. So I like the player. I like the pick. But I do question if they should have taken Damian Martinez, who's... Oh, Dallas does pick here. So Dallas could totally redeem themselves and grab Neal or Martinez. Nope, they take Shamar James out of Florida. All right. Shamar James was certainly not someone that impressed me. He was one of the lowest ranked players I had, 7th round to a priority free agent grade. I guess if you're looking for an undersized linebacker with the mentality of Demarion Overshown, while Overshown probably won't be able to play for this year, theoretically speaking, that's Shamar James. He's a guy that likes to fly around, but he flies around at 4.69 speed. So I wrote at 20 years old, he's still young. Shamar James chose to forego his 4th season at Florida and begin his NFL journey. As an underproductive, undersized linebacker, he failed to showcase high-end physical measurables at the combine that teams will be rushing to the table to develop in the league. That said, he does show good burst, a willingness to hit, and flashes some instinctive plays in all 3 phases on tape, so he might be worth a late day 3 dart throw to bring in, have him fly around on special teams, and see what NFL coaching can do for his development, while he also can hopefully further fill out his 222-pound frame at his age. So every bit a developmental player. Didn't love the tape, but it's fine. It's fine. That's all I really have to say about it. There's not really any great answers at linebacker, so you kind of got to just pick someone and go with it. But, dude, you could have knocked it out the park. You could have had your running back duo for the next 4 years with Alfred Blue and either Devin Neal or Damian Martinez. So that's frankly my criticism of the pick, not necessarily the actual selection they made. Hi. Oh, Teddy wants to say hi to his bro? Are you jealous, Teddy?
We take a break.
All right, guys, we are going to take a quick hiatus while the NFL is in a commercial break themselves. All right, guys, we are back. So we had Jalen Rivers go to the Bengals. I like this pick a lot. I think I even had him ranked above the guy they took in the third round. Rivers is a lot of traits to bet on, a lot of play strength. He just got to get a little bit more consistency in his aggressiveness as a blocker. He's just very up and down in terms of when his good reps came, when his bad reps came, but he can play guard, he can play tackle. Really kind of love that pick for the Bengals. I think he had a 4th to a 5th round grade on Rivers. So good investment there on the offensive line. And then the next pick was Marcus Mbo to the Giants. This is a bell ring for me because, and not to rain on another Marcus's parade here, but he was a guy going 2nd, 3rd round mocks, and I watched the tape and I was like, there is no effing way you can take this guy. He cannot. He is probably 2 years removed from being ready to play. However, crazy athlete for a guard who played tackle in the NFL. So you get him in, get him some NFL coaching, and we'll see in a couple years. But yeah, like just from a play strength perspective, the best way I can analyze him, and this is, I ended up with a 5th round grade on it. So I mean, at this point, I think it's a great pick for the Giants, which is always fun when things come around like that. Someone I had to be negative on earlier, I can now be positive on where he goes, where he should go. But the biggest thing and the last thing I'll say about him was when I was down there at the Senior Bowl, kind of before I got, especially with some of these offensive linemen, before I kind of knew much about these guys, I had said to multiple people, like, who's the Purdue guy? Like, he does not look like he belongs. Like, he was just getting thrown around all week. Like, I wonder if he should drop some weight and just play tight end, frankly, like with his hips and his ability to move. But either way, like, if he can bulk up and develop, like, there's potential there. So as a 5th-round pick, he makes a ton of sense. This is the sweet spot, late 4th, early 5th. This is the sweet spot where you just take the traits at O-line, coaching at the NFL level for offensive line, or at the college football level. I mean, some NFL teams have bad offensive line coaches too, but offensive line coaching at the college level is tough in a lot of places. So definitely worth the gamble at this point of the draft. But we got a $50 super chat from Jordy. Thank you so much, Jordy. Super kind. And you don't even have a question. You're just here to say your thanks to me and Anna. Well, thank you back to you. Thank you, Jordy. You're the best. All right, so we got to come back up to... We got a lot of super chats to catch up on, so I might have to go through these a little bit quick just to get caught up. But we left off on the K1 Williams question. So from God's Monkey, Lifeline Chargers fan, hearing the name Brandon Staley gives me football PTSD. Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, Saints fans. Still can't decide if I like the Hampton pick. Yeah, I can't either. I do think with the way the board fell, they could have done a lot worse things there. I would put it that way. From Elbert, over under 8 games, Brian Dable to lose his job. I think he's got to get over 8 games. I think they have to finish 500 or better to keep his job. I don't think they need to make the playoffs, but they got to show notable improvement, in my opinion. All right, the Miami Dolphins just took Dante Trader Jr. Wasn't my favorite watch, frankly. I had him as my last ranked safety, 6th round to a priority free agent. So I definitely think there were better players available, frankly. In particular, Sebastian Castro should really come off the board at this point. You got Jalen Reed out of Penn State. If you wanted more of a special teamer that really likes to run and tackle like Dante Trader does, I would have gone with Hunter Waller. So yeah, not my favorite pick. There have been a lot of safeties drafted, but yeah, this was early. He ran a 4.65. Didn't see much of an impact as a coverage player, and I would even say I've got questions about this pick just because I think they could have got someone that actually makes an impact for them. I would bet against Trader doing that from what I saw, but hope I'm wrong. All right. Purpose over pleasure. I'm hyped for this new organization for the Titans. This is awesome. Yeah, dude. Like, I think the last GM that kind of got a little bit of a bad go at it, because he had a good draft last year, and then they fired him, but they fired him because Borgonzi's been like this prime candidate that teams have been kind of waiting for him to be ready to come out of Kansas City for a while, and they make the jump to go get him. So you really wanted him to come in and knock this draft out of the park if you were going to move on from someone that did a good job last year, and they seemingly were right. That Borgonzi's a stud because this draft has been fantastic. So we had.
We also have another pick.
Okay. Nicholas said, "How we feeling about the Bucks draft? No linebacker is surprising so far, but pleased. Maybe that's a ringing endorsement of our guy Servasia Dennis. I hope it is, but." I mean, the Bucs getting David Walker alone was just like holy hell type of stuff. Like, he's going to be... I mean, that was Zion McCollum type of stuff all over again for me, which obviously worked out great. But the Ibuka pick, you know, I'm not going to break that whole thing down again. We talked about that in the first round grades video, but just kind of odd. A little bit odd. Not a bad pick, but just a little odd. I don't know how much he's going to play this year, but a good fit in terms of role and value. So Jeffrey Bossa, you know, a lot of people had him going day 2. I wasn't as much of a fan. I had him much more in this range, 6th, 7th round. So not a huge surprise. I mean, like I said, with these linebackers, everybody's kind of going around early, really, like based on where I rank them. And that's not a huge surprise because this linebacker class was just so freaking bad. This is probably the worst position group inside a class that I've probably ever done since I've been doing this. Like, there just weren't guys in this class. So it's like, it's a philosophical debate. Does that mean, well, that just means we got to take guys around earlier and pass up on more valuable picks? Or do we just not draft these guys? Do we just not end up with a linebacker in this draft and just sign a guy in free agency? I feel like the former would probably be my philosophy there, but Bassa, another one of these undersized guys who converted from safety. I think he came in as a safety and played it even in his freshman year. Last 3 years, he's been playing linebacker. You can tell the guy was a safety. Even though he's listed at 232 and maybe he bulked up a little bit pre-draft, which is good to see, but you watch his tape and the guy looks small. He looks like a safety playing linebacker, but every bit your developmental guy. He played a run and chase role at Oregon and, he was a consistent tackler, which is a nice box to check for a guy that, if you're going to be a run and chase linebacker, I don't want to see him missing a bunch of tackles if that's all you do well. So at least he checks that box. But he'll come in for Kansas City, and at this point, I think it's fair enough to take him there. Trying to put the like it grade on there, but we got it up there. We're good. We'll see if the development can come as he sits behind a deep group of linebackers. I will keep the like it grade right up there for Elijah Roberts to the Bucs. One of the remaining kind of hybrid end players left in this draft. He is a Todd Bowles type. Think back to like William Golston, that 280-pound hybrid end type that can shoot gaps and play that role for them. I think Elijah Roberts has potential to do that. Coming out of SMU. That's really all I have to say. Tape was rather inconsequential from what I saw on him. So did come in 6'4", 285, 33.5-inch arms. He ran a 4.78, so he's a pretty solid athlete at that size, but nothing special. Definitely see the scheme fit, see why they like him. Okay. I'll throw the ball for him a couple times, then we can run him up. Hi, thank you. Good fetch. Super chats from Jordan. With the Titans already having Ridley and Lockett as their veteran wide receiver, now drafting two solid rookies, do you think Burks or Levis could be dealt? So Levis would be a fascinating target for like Pittsburgh potentially, if Aaron Rodgers backs out. Other than that, I think they probably just keep Levis at this point because he's just, he's a cheap backup. But in regards to Burks, I'd be willing to give Burks one more year because it's not like you're getting anything for Treylon Burks. You're getting, a 6th-round pick? Like, what's the point in dealing him? I don't see anybody else on this depth chart. I just pulled it up. Other than, maybe Jaquan Jackson. Maybe you get to camp and... Sorry, I'm wrestling with Ducky while I talk right now. Give me the ball, you little bugger. Why are you just, playing the hardest tug of war you've ever played in your life right now? I can't... Okay, you win. Good job. Maybe you get to camp and say competition for the wide receiver 6 spot is open. Well, and Van Jefferson's not a guarantee to make this team, by the way. Van Jefferson got, I think, a league minimum contract, right? 1 second, baby. I'm just checking something. 1 year, $1.6 million deal. So that is not saying you're going to make the team. So I think you say your locks are Calvin Ridley, Tyler Lockett, Io Manor, and DK. And then you're just saying, okay, we're going to keep 6 wide receivers. So Van Jefferson, Treylon Burks, Colton Dowell, who was a trade space 7th-round pick a couple years ago, Jaquan Jackson. Duke it out. Go win a spot. Embrace competition. And I'm willing to throw Treylon Burks into that conversation. But yeah, if you get through camp and it's just not there, then you might get a 7th-round pick for him. But I think that's probably how they approach it. I like that Cam Ward shouted out Treylon Burks on the Fortnite stream. Like, he's excited to work with him, clearly. So we'll see. The physical potential is still in there. He's dealt with so many injuries, but he's a guy that's just got to get the focus going on the field. So we did have Keandre Lambert-Smith, very nice pick. I love this for the Chargers. I'm going to give you the tennis ball, and then he'll follow you. Greg Roman, Jim Harbaugh, they have seen the double dip strategy work with their brother in Baltimore. They did it last year with the cornerbacks. So they take Trey Harris in the 2nd round, who was a little bit more of a boomer bust prospect. I'm sure they like Trey Harris, but never be so full of yourself that you nailed the pick. If there's another guy that lines up value-wise, grab him. And Keandre Lambert-Smith for me was a 4th, 5th round vertical target. Really good speed, good hands, not great hands, had some drops, but he fights for the ball down the field, 4.37 speed. I threw a Darius Slayton-style comp on him as well. So I love that they are finally going for a role in that offense that we've been begging them to get some field stretching speed in there for a long time. They're going for it this year. So the probability now that either Trey Harris or Keandre Lambert-Smith work out are pretty good. Pretty good. So that's well worth a 5th-round pick in my opinion. All right, Packers are picking. Here we go, 5th round. What do we got? Give me something exciting. It's been pretty quiet since the 1st round.
Colin Oliver, as he says. Colin Oliver.
All right. Whatever.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm just not really excited about too much that they've done since the 1st round. It's like a reverse Packers draft. I usually feel like day 2 I get excited about the Packers, not so much. Day 3 there's usually a couple picks that I get fired up about. Colin Oliver, I believe. Yeah. Okay. So this is what I'll say about this. A lot of traits. 6'2", 240. Ran a 4.56, 39-inch vertical jump, 126 broad jump, 24 bench press, like crazy stuff. I will say this, and I'm not going to act like I did a deep dive on his tape. So he reminds me a lot of when they took Dontavion Wicks, who like the last year he played was just lackluster, and I was like, I didn't like what I saw. Colin Oliver, he missed most of 2024 due to a foot injury. And if you go back to 2023, there was some hype on him. So you could be stealing in a deep edge class a guy that with a deeper watch, you got a little more excited about it. So I'm talking myself into this. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I have a very thorough tape watch on Colin Oliver. So we'll see what he can do with those traits. I mean, it's an exciting profile. And I also wonder with 30 3/4 inch arms if they might view him as a linebacker project, because he was kind of a tweener for Oklahoma State. I wonder if they say, I mean, this guy, physically speaking, is Quay Walker, which he is. Like, the measurables are almost identical. Like, if we came in here and did I'm just going to do this because I think it's fun. I'm going to do a RAS compare between Quay Walker and Colin Oliver. And I would wager that they are very similar. So just give me a second. Too many requests on RAS's website. Let's see if I refresh it. Everybody's using the RAS this weekend, obviously. Oh man, we nailed this. He's a little bit shorter, but look at this. Hold on.
Sorry if I'm behind.
You're all right. Look at that. There's your comp. So Quay's a little bit taller, but same size. Bench press almost identical. Just give me like 10 seconds, please, with the mouse, and then it's all yours. 40-yard dash, almost identical. 10-yard split. No like broad jump or anything like that, but I do wonder, someone's going to have to ask them if they view him as a linebacker or a edge, but yeah, I guess it's all right. It's all right as just a traits-based developmental pick that could do a little bit of different stuff for you.
Okay, sorry. We have Marquez Siegel.
Ooh.
And we're going to have to go quick because I'm a little behind.
And Siegel went to
The San Francisco 49ers.
That makes a lot of sense. So the Niners clearly look at their secondary. I love that as a fit, by the way, Marcus Siegel to the Niners.
Give that a grade here. Get that a quick grade.
Yep, so
Move right along.
I love that for the Niners. Grading that right there. But they took slot corner at the end of the third. Double dip strategy, classic here. So Siegel played a little strong safety, a little nickel corner. Likes to hit, a lot of speed. You know, still figuring a lot of stuff out in terms of anticipation and zone IQ and all this different stuff. But just a nice piece to drop into that secondary for where they're at, because he could compete for the starting nickel job, but also could be a safety long-term too, because he just kind of wore a lot of hats for them. So I think for an athlete that showed some fun stuff at Kansas State, I think that's well worth the pick.
And then we have, I'm sorry, I'm going to mispronounce this, Smale? Mondon Jr.?
I think Smale. I'm not sure. I liked Mondon. He's probably the best linebacker left for me. Actually, Sean Dolak's still the best, but Mondon was my favorite true developmental linebacker. Copy and paste with our double dip strategy. Mondon comes in with Jahad Campbell. Both these guys are going to be on the same developmental trajectory. Neither guy's really played a full-time true linebacker role. Jahad Campbell more so. But Mondon was he was a true star defender for Georgia, not superstar, but star by the name of the role, being that big nickel, weak side linebacker, slot corner, strong safety type. So he just played a run and chase role. I think his man coverage was excellent when he got to go against tight ends and running backs. A great tackler, really has stopping power when he arrives. And he had 4.5 speed. Like, you just bring him in, get him on the same developmental trajectory as Jahad Campbell, and he will be a dominant special teamer for you while you do that. I think it's a really good pick for the Eagles there. They are going to have a lot of depth in that linebacker room. But a lot of injury questions. I will say that. Jahad Campbell falls in the draft because of injury. Obviously, Nakobe Dean's got injury questions, and Mondon missed time, I think, every year at Georgia. And according to Dane Brugler, he put this in the Beast, he missed his senior year of high school as well. So a guy's got to stay healthy. But I did have a fourth to a fifth round grade on Mondon, which in this draft class might as well be a third round grade with how early these guys are going. And then we just got another developmental linebacker pick. We will talk about that in just a second. For the Jets, we'll let Anna update the graphic while I read a couple super chats here. But from JB, what does the Green Bay offensive line look like? Great question. So they now have a ton of depth. It's funny to always see these teams like react and sometimes overreact a little bit to what happened, what ended their season. And in Green Bay's case, them running out of pieces on the offensive line with a couple of injuries, it left them, out of ammo basically against that Eagles defense. So they come in, they sign Banks, they draft Belton in the second round. they're going to run 7, maybe 8 deep on that offensive line, which is not a bad problem to have. I would project the starting 5 to be the same, though. I think it's, I don't think the Belton picks change. I don't think Belton's coming in as a starter. You're going to have Walker at left tackle. You're going to have Banks at left guard. You're going to have Jenkins at center. I think it's going to be a competition between Morgan and Ryan at right guard. I think they're anticipating losing Sean Ryan at right guard. I think that's pretty certain. And if that's the case, I think they'll want to play Morgan at right guard and just treat Ryan as really good depth, as a guy that played well last year. And then at right tackle, you obviously have Zach Tom. And then you're basically going to let that left side play out. You'll see how Banks plays off the contract. I don't need to get into that Aaron Banks deal again. I hated that contract because everyone's like, oh, it's all fake money after the first year. No, it's not. If they cut him, it's a $12 million cap hit. So they can get out of it if he doesn't play well, if he plays like Aaron Banks. Just give me 1 second here. If he plays like Aaron Banks, yeah, you're not going to want to pay him $22 million the next year, so you'll cut him. If that happens, you got Belton maybe to play left guard, and Walker plays left tackle. I think I'll put it this way. They're either going to pay in 2026, they're either going to pay Walker or Banks is the way I would guess. So if Walker doesn't continue to play great, because unfortunately when you come into the league as a 7th-round pick, you got to continue to prove it. If he doesn't play great, they'll probably make a move with either Belton at left tackle or Morgan slides back out to tackle and Belton plays guard. They've got a lot of options there, but they'll probably keep Banks in there. Otherwise, yeah, you pay Walker and cut Banks. But that's my breakdown of the Packers offensive line. All right. We got some picks to talk about, I believe. We just had the Panthers, another good pick, man.
We're not,
Are we there yet?
we're caught up.
Well, we didn't really give Mauga to the Jets any discussion there because of the Packers super chat. Well, I will. I got the hat. I just want to. Jets fans deserve their Mauga analysis. Trade space developmental linebacker that goes to a room that he doesn't have to play right away. Play special teams while you develop. The linebacker run is real. Like, clearly all these teams have a guy or two, and they're like, we got to just get him. So I can't blame the Jets for that. This was going to be about his range. But yeah, hey, Mitchell Evans to the Panthers. Another good pick. Outside of that safety pick that I was not a fan of, I think the Panthers have had potentially the best draft. So you get, to me, a real tight end in the building. They have a bunch of like weird players in that tight end room. You got Tommy Tremble, who was out of Notre Dame, but just hasn't lived up. He hasn't really developed as a receiving option with all that athleticism. He's a nice blocker from the wing, but he lacks the size to be an inline player. You've got, obviously, the Texas tight end last year, who I did really like, but I got to get his name because he deserves his shout. Jatavion Sanders. They've got him. Really nice receiving chops, but kind of slower and not a great inline blocker. Well, Mitchell Evans just gives you an easy solution to like, all right, well, at least now we have a true Y tight end. He's never going to be a superstar. He's every bit like best case scenario, Cole Kmet. Worst case scenario, like call it, copy and paste all of your vanilla Y tight ends in the NFL. But I do think he can play. Was recovering from an ACL tear that was suffered at the middle of his 2023 season, so it took him a while to get to speed. But as Notre Dame went through their playoff run and played great football down the stretch, he showed some good stuff. And this one-handed catch right here against Ohio State, that was right before the ACL injury. So he was building up maybe to be the next sort of Michael Mayer or whoever it might be, to be the next second-round Notre Dame tight end. And he just got derailed a little bit. So a ton of value. I think this is a steal for the Panthers, frankly. Another certified steal for the Panthers. They might be drafting off the TFG draft guide outside of that safety spot there. But, Evans for me was a 3rd to a 4th round grade. He, again, was a tight end I had ranked over Terrence Ferguson and Elijah Arroyo. So, big fan of that pick. And if you want to go 12 personnel, which I know they want to run the ball, this just gives you a real blocking presence. He's not an elite blocker, but I think he can get better at it. He's still young, coming out after 4 years. So, excellent pick.
I mean, I cannot wait to go to Carolina this year.
Oh, man.
Seriously. It's going to be a new team.
Yeah.
And because we cannot.
We miss Charlotte quite a bit. Keep
pounding!
Let's go.
Any Charlotte people in the chat. Oh, we just love that city.
We love Charlotte. I think we need to do before the game.
A little Charlotte meetup?
Do like a little, we said the name of the street last night. The French Quarter. We need to do a little French Quarter meetup for all who want to attend.
Yes.
Pregame. Let's tentatively book that. Lock it in.
Lock it in.
Who in the chat could come to Charlotte for I feel like it's a nice central area. And if you want to go to the game, it's like an affordable game. We're all Bryce Young fans. So who in the chat would go?
Well, there's quite a few people. Oh, from Dublin, baby. This guy is announcing the Steelers pick, which...
Yeah, that's a good time to shout this out. So, Dad, I don't know if you're watching, but this pick's being announced from Dublin. That's what I'm doing, yeah. We've been waiting for the right Packers pick to shout out my dad and my mom, who may or may not be able to watch. I mean, they're out in Europe right now with a friend on a river cruise, but maybe with the day stream they've been able to tune in. But shout out to my family. I'm just very blessed to have been raised the way I was. So shout out to Dad, shout out to Mom. But this is a picture with Anna there and our friend John Corsten. Shout out, John. But we have a yearly tradition. We go to the Packers, Bears every year in Chicago. This year, we're waiting on the schedule release. This year, we're really hoping to get news that it's going to be Packers, Steelers in Dublin. That's what I've kind of heard behind the scenes, knock on wood. Could be Aaron Rodgers versus the Packers in Dublin. That's the hope for our yearly tradition, Packers game this year. But who did we get for that pick?
Yaya Black.
And they take an Iowa player. Yeah, that makes sense. Yaya Black is just like your NPC nose tackle in the NFL. A little tall for it. Hey, Rondé Gadsden to the Chargers. Let's go.
Okay, let me put a grade on this one first.
Dude, I'm fired up about this one. We need a little energy in the house. But yeah, Yaya Black.
Put a grade so I can know.
I like it, man. He plays a little tall. He's 6'6", so guys get under his pads. So he's not the ideal guy to take on double teams and all that stuff. But he is what he is. He's a big run-defending defensive tackle out of Iowa. Gives you nothing as a pass rusher, but you know, if you're trying to keep these guys a little fresh and get some depth on that D-line, it's an adequate pick. But, dude, I knew I wasn't crazy on Rondé Gadsden. I didn't hear anybody. The second. Rondé Gadsden's dad played in the NFL at wide receiver for the Jets, I think. But, dude, Gadsden made my top 10 tight ends list. I'm a big fan. Got to see him at the Shrine Bowl. I think you can make an argument he had the best week of any player at the Shrine Bowl. I thought he looked the part, man. He bulked up because I think he played at about 225 on the clips we're seeing here from him at Syracuse. Really was just a true slot wide receiver. But I love that he's making an effort to get up to size. You know, evaluating his blocking is essentially a waste of time because it was at a different size and they very seldom used him in line. I think he's willing as a blocker. You obviously have got to coach him up in that regard. But I'm so stoked about this pick for a variety of reasons. Number one, because I had him as a 4th to a 5th round grade, and I was very much on an island with that. So I'm proud to say we had him in the top 10 list. Still have more good things to say about him, but
let's just get Torrey Horton on the board so people know that he was drafted, and then you can
I'm sure
continue.
we're going to get a lull here in just a second.
Yeah, I know, but the next one's coming in. I just don't want to miss.
Okay, we won't miss Torrey. I'm just very excited about this one, so I want to keep going. So I talked about this. I'm pretty sure if anybody in the chat was watching the Patreon 7 rounder, I want to confirm this, but I'm pretty sure I did this, maybe even with this pick in one of the Patreon 7 round mocks, because he's just like a better version of Stone Smart in this offense, man. I love this as a fit. Greg Roman has had so much success with guys just like this, right? You think back to Isaiah Likely in Baltimore. You know, what Hayden Hurst was back in 2019 when Greg Roman was cooking with that Ravens offense as an athletic guy that's not the best blocker. But just last year with Stone Smart, who went to the Jets, very, very similar idea. But I think he's got even more potential than that. Still talking about Gadsden here. But I just want to finish by saying this. The dude had like 1,000 yards at Syracuse. He catches like everything. And he came back from a Liz Frank injury, a really brutal injury that set him off. He had 1,000 yards in 2022, had a lot of hype as a son of a former NFLer, completely derailed by the injury. And the way that he's battled back, put on weight, this is a guy I really was excited to bet on. So that to me is a perfect fit with the Chargers. I'm really excited about that one. Okay, Torrey Horton, great fit for the Seahawks as well, who I don't believe have taken a wide receiver in this draft. Right? No wide receivers. Horton's a nice player, good perimeter guy, surprised with a good 40 time. Another guy that's had to battle back from injury. I think that's a great value as well. I had Horton as a late 3, early 4 type of guy. Really a good fit for Seattle. Doesn't have to play right away. Marquez Valdes-Scantling will have that role for a year, but if you were looking for more of a perimeter option in Seattle, he's got potential to emerge as a starter. If nothing else, he's like a great 4th guy to have because he can do a little bit of everything. So that's maybe even another certified steal / perfect fit.
And we're a few picks behind, so we're going to talk about the Jackson Slater during the commercial. Unless you want to.
Well, yeah, I didn't get to Slater. Didn't have a lot of sack.
Moving on then.
It is a good pick. You've got the I'll just say top 3 offensive line coach there with Bill Callahan. So get traits in the building that you can develop. I didn't have a lot of Sacramento State tape sitting around, so didn't get to the tape on him. But I definitely know he was on the NFL's radar with a lot of traits. So wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world if Callahan was able to work with him and turn him into a starter in a couple years. So I love that pick, frankly. I think that lines right up, even if I didn't have an official grade on him.
And then moving right along, the Eagles took Drew Kendall from Boston College.
Didn't get to Kendall, and frankly, I'm disappointed in that because as I watched, I like to watch. If there's multiple guys on the same offensive line, I like to do them at the same time, obviously, because it just makes sense to do it that way. Frankly, this guy wasn't even on my radar. I would have watched him if I knew that he was a draftable prospect. So didn't get to Kendall. We could refer to the Beast from Dane Brugler, see where he had Kendall. This is not a good center draft class, though. So taking a guy that they like and trusting Jeff Stoutland, never a bad idea. Ran a 5.05 40. Definitely kicking myself that I didn't watch him because he was at the combine. He had a really good short shuttle, 4.51 short shuttle. So you draft junkies know if you hit a 4.45 short shuttle, there's like a 75% chance you end up starting games in the NFL. So he was right at the top of the class there, 4.51. So an athletic center to develop as a backup. They just paid what's his name? Jurgens. They just paid him, but even though Kendall played center, he is 6'4", 308 with 32-inch arms, so he could be a guard. So I would say that's, even if I didn't get to him, I would be willing to trust the Eagles that that's a very good dart throw to make there. What else we got?
We have Frazier.
Hey, Frazier comes off the board. Got a lot of late draft hype because of the connection at UTSA. This is like exactly where Tariq Woolen went out of UTSA. Someone whose college tape just straight up was not good. That's why he went in the 5th round. Same thing with Zay Frazier here. But Reek Woolen out of this program ran 4.29 or whatever it was, and the Seahawks were like, yeah, we're going to take the 6'3" dude that can run like the wind and see if we can figure it out. Kind of the same idea here with Zay Frazier. He didn't run quite as fast at 4.36. Still very, very good. He had really good ball skills. I wonder if he played some wide receiver in his past, because he definitely targeted the ball, high pointed the ball, used that height to his best advantage. Really is a lot of Tariq Woolen in his game. Also, from a negative perspective, very stiff, needs to improve his processing, not great man-to-man. You would think because he's fast, these guys are good man-to-man, but actually kind of a little bit slower. If you're in a guy's hip pocket and they snap off a route, break in, break out, these guys are a little bit stiffer to kind of, turn and react to those breaks. So that's why Reek Woolen's been a very good zone corner. That's not necessarily what the Bears system is, but if you can teach better press coverage technique from him as a 33-inch arm corner, he's just a project, man. But I did have him as a 5th round guy. This is where he goes. I think it's a really good pick for the Bears. This is the type of guy you want to bet on in this range. So I don't just not have a problem with it. I love it. It's a good risk to make. You got some interesting players now competing for CB2.
So the Bills then are taking Jordan Hancock.
Jordan Hancock, nice pick. Hybrid DB, really quick, frisky guy. I didn't know whether to write him up as a corner or a safety because he played a little bit of both, but he was actually right behind Zay Frazier on my corner rankings. Identical grades, 5th round, so it makes a ton of sense for these guys to come out back-to-back there. But for the Bills, I think you probably are looking at him, they'll have time to figure it out. But with all of his different experience, I actually really like this as a fit because he could be your long-term slot corner. I think he has developmental upside to be a starting slot someday. A little bit thinner, 186 pounds. And from a run defense perspective, because he's thinner, he struggles to kind of take on blocks. If he gets matched up on tight ends or bigger slot wide receivers, struggles to get off those blocks a little bit. So some of his best tape was more in space as a safety, running and tackling. He's not a bad tackler. I see why they like him there. But I think he's got potential as a safety in that system too, where they do still need some more guys to kind of compete and get in the mix. So really nice developmental DB prospect for the 5th round for the Bills. Can I breathe?
Yes, because there's a trade.
A trade. Detroit coming up again.
Spoiler, it's not Shadur.
Yeah. Hey, Kyle McCord's still out there for any QB needy teams.
Wow, that was a rant, babe.
We were on one there. We were rolling. This is where we thrive, chat. This is where we thrive.
Any Naked and Afraid fans? This is what we live for?
This is what I live for. That would be. There's got to be some Naked and Afraid fans in the chat. Some Jeff fans. I'm a Jeff truther. I don't. You know what that says about me, but I'm a Jeff truther. Anna, not so much. We have had some fights. We don't fight often, but we had some fights and debates about Jeff from Naked and Afraid.
We sure have.
Any Naked and Afraid fans right now are just like, oh, that's amazing. 98% of the chat, though, are like, what the hell are they talking about? Jeff?
Still people in the chat saying they're down for the Charlotte meetup.
I love it. We're going to do it. We'll try and announce it as soon as, like, that schedule's going to come out. We'll try and announce that as soon as possible so you guys can plan your schedules accordingly.
Yeah, they said the schedule's not coming out till May 18th, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
That's wild.
I know.
How do you plan for a Europe trip?
Right. How selfish of the NFL. Maddie with another super chat. Welcome back, Maddie. Treat from Yingy, my cat. Adopted her as a kitten 17 months ago, not knowing she's pregnant.
Oh, no.
A year ago today, she gave birth. That's crazy, man. I would love to hear more about that. We listened during draft night and found strength the night. So I follow you now. You're saying a year ago you were listening to the draft stream the night that your cat had her litter. Her kittens aren't here, but she is. That's a really fun story. Thank you, Maddie. Love hearing your guys' draft stories.
R.I.P. kittens. Her litter didn't make it.
Oh. I'm sorry. I misread that. Ouch. I'm sorry. I thought I took the optimistic spin on reading that. Anna can't even look at me right now. She's like, that was cringy. I'm sorry, Matt. I took that as the litter was adopted. Like, they're not here, like, with them.
Got it.
But the litter didn't make it. Well, I am very sorry if that happened, and not a fun story, but happy you guys can have a tradition with Yingy to watch the draft stream. From God's Monkey, thank you for the super chats. I think this is your third one, so thank you for showing your support. Way too early pick to be a surprise playoff team this season. Kind of like Washington last year and Houston 2 years ago. Titans? I mean, the Titans would line up, right? The rookie QB, great draft. Titans got to be it. Love what they've done with the draft. Titans are my pick for surprise playoff team.
Miles Frazier's to the Lions.
Okay, guard, right?
Guard.
From LSU. Yeah, okay. Frazier's their type. I love that. I mean, at this point, he's a value. If I can read a little bit about what I said about Miles Frazier. So I had Frazier as a third to a fourth round pick. So this is honestly kind of a steal at this point. I wrote him up a while ago, but I remember him just being kind of an ass kicker in a phone booth. So I wrote highly experienced guard with over 3,000 snaps dating back to his first 2 seasons that he spent at FIU. His biggest weakness is his lack of a true strength. He isn't the biggest, strongest, or most athletic prospect, but he is at least solid in every category as well, which helps his floor. On tape, he plays fast with solid technique and brings a physical demeanor in both phases of the game. In other words, guys, he checks the dickhead test for offensive linemen, which I always like to see for these guys. Got to block like you mean it, man. It's unlikely that Frazier becomes an impact starter in the NFL, but his experience and balanced profile should allow him to come in as a practical backup option on day one and even compete for a starting job if he lands on one of the weaker guard rooms in the league, which, honestly, he could compete with Christian Mahogany or even, hot take, maybe he does come in and beat out at left guard a 30-something-year-old Graham Glasgow that had one of the worst years of his career last year. So that's a really nice pick. I think he's just a good lineman, not a great lineman, but I definitely think Detroit was onto something and coming up for him, needing a guard there. So that's a good pick. From Patrick What do we think of that center the Pats got? I'm assuming you're talking about Jared Wilson. Developmental dude. I loved the pick as a fit. Makes a ton of sense to develop him for a year behind Bradbury. Very similar idea. Undersized athletic center. There was definitely some technical stuff, and I want to see him bulk up with Jared Wilson, but I think he passed the eye test. There was just a little bit more I wanted to see from him. So still new. He only started, still new to starting. He waited as a backup at Georgia and got his turn at center in his 4th year. So I like the pick, a good value where they got him. Mitchell says, did Sean Ryan improve enough as a run blocker to get a decent contract with another team next year? Look, I'll say this. If Aaron Banks, oh God, Chris Paul to the Rams. Wow. Amazing pick just came off the board, but I'll finish the super chat. If Aaron Banks can get $19 million a year, yes, Sean Ryan will get paid. Assuming he starts at right guard, which I don't think is crazy to say that could happen, but he could lose that job. I think it's a big offseason for him to win that job over Morgan and Belton. Because if he plays and plays well, I think the Packers let him go. And yeah, I think he will get one of these massive guard contracts. Very Aaron Banksy. I will say that. But, dude, Chris Paul Jr., what a fun pick for the Rams here in the 5th round. Certified steal. There have been a lot of linebackers that have come off the board that are not nearly the football players that Chris Paul Jr. is. Now, 6 foot, 222 pounds, and he has a potential back-breaking weak link in his game. 29 and 7/8 inch arms is abysmal length for a linebacker, so he just can't really engage with offensive linemen. He's always trying to pivot around them, take different angles. But I will say this, it didn't impact his tackling consistency in the SEC. He still was a really good tackler. Missed tackle rate was under 10%, I think. I compared him to Quan Alexander. I had a 3rd round grade on Chris Paul. He was my LB4. So I understand why a lot of teams have passed on him because that arm length is scary. But this is such a Rams pick. This is what they do. They just say, F the measurables, give me the good football players. And it's worked out really, really well for them. I also love this next pick, Jackson Haas. We're keeping the certified steal up there. Buffalo is having a good day 3 after I had some meh reactions to the trade up for TJ Sanders. They have made some really nice picks. I'm keeping this on here, but yeah, I think Chris Paul Jr. starts next to Maurice Spates. This is just so spot on for the Rams. But Jackson Haas, one of my favorite prospects in this draft. Like, not that he's, a superstar, anything like that, but just favorite guys to talk about, man. He's the best blocking tight end I think I've watched in at least 3 years. Absolute smasher. Extension of your offensive line. I talked about him as a perfect fit for any sort of team that has undersized tight ends, whether it was going to be Denver with Evan Ingram or, comparing him to how the Commanders use Bates, their tight end that just got a $21 million contract, to complement someone like Zach Ertz, who's more of a receiving tight end. Well, Buffalo, they have athletic tight ends that aren't blockers. So if you want to come out now and just I think this really helps a guy like Dalton Kincaid to use him as a slot wide receiver and just view him as that, and use Jackson Haas as an inline tight end to block on early downs. And you're worried about that being a tell to the offense that, oh, Jackson Haas came in, oh no, like we just signaled to the defense that this is going to be a run. What? Was that dramatic?
No, I just realized I spelt the last name wrong, and I think
Haas.
I think you've been saying it like that. Haas.
No, I've been saying Haas.
Okay.
But to me, when they drafted Kincaid, at the end of the day, when they drafted Kincaid, I didn't entirely love it because Dawson Knox himself isn't a great inline tight end. He just hasn't really shown those developments as a blocker. Dude, if I'm Buffalo, I would move on from Dawson Knox immediately. I think Jackson Haas is an upgrade within the role that can allow everything to just make more sense with what they were trying to do with Dalton Kincaid. View him as really a trying to take it off. There we go. You can view Kincaid as a slot wide receiver first with, of course, you have to get creative when you take a guy like that. You do have a really good slot wide receiver in there. In what's his name? Name's escaping me. We got to keep rolling here. But this just makes a ton of sense, man. I think the run game gets better. You get actual blocking from the tight end position, and he's good after the catch. You don't need him to go downfield and run routes. They got plenty of different guys to do that. You bring him in to do a specific thing. But, dude, I don't care. I would release Dawson Knox. Like, if you can't get a pick for him. I think he's just taking up space at this point after you get a guy like Haas. I love the fit. I'm curious to see how they use him, though, because he is things just are very murky with that tight end room and have been since they took Kincaid, who's this very weird player. But I really hope this means they've got a good vision. I think they had a good vision for the offense last year. I'm optimistic that that's going to be an upgrade for the offense. All right, Denzel Burke to the Cardinals. Yeah, if Will Johnson can't stay healthy, you need another body in that cornerback room. You're getting pretty deep into the depth chart there for Arizona because they've got a million bodies. So someone, this is going to be a group. If you're a thin cornerback room, keep an eye on how things play out in Arizona because, does Sean Murphy-Bunting get cut? Does Kytrell Clark get cut? Does Star Thomas get cut? Does Elijah Jones get cut? You can't keep 8 of these guys. But Denzel Burke, I thought, had very steady tape. He's not the traitsiest guy. I had him right in this range as a 5th-round target. He ended up cornerback 12 for me with a 4th to 5th-round grade. So I love the value. I have nothing wrong with this pick. Just continue to kind of take stabs at that cornerback room until something hits. You took a huge swing early with Will Johnson, but maybe he's not going to be there. Burke's a smart player. It's a zone-heavy system, so something could click. If nothing else, he's a good special teamer and good depth. All caught up. All right. That was another. The pacing. The pacing is hard here on day.
Always with day 3.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going with the super chats though, because we got to keep up here. So Matt says, "Who are your first instinct picks for offensive and defensive rookie of the year?" Great question, Matt. I love it. Offensive rookie of the year, Ashton Ginty. No hesitation. I mean, the dude's just awesome. And Cam Ward, I think, is going to play pretty well. So those ones are pretty easy. Defensive rookie of the year. Much harder. Maybe Mason Graham would have to be the favorite for me. I don't know that there's necessarily a corner fit that I was like. I mean, I could see Barron, if Jahdae Barron had 6 picks and there wasn't any clear candidate, just from a counting stats perspective, I wouldn't be stunned. Just because he's got the ball skills to do that. Where did Ravel end up? New Orleans, was it? No. Cowboys. Ravel could be sneaky but I don't know that he starts. Sorry, I just need to get the chat back up. Yep, all yours. Now Ravel wouldn't. I don't know that Ravel's going to play right away. Yeah, those are the names I think I would throw out there. From Zen. Feels like the NFC South is going to be a battle between the Panthers and the Bucs this year. Both are having great drafts.
100% agree.
Yeah, I still think the Falcons are going to be in there too.
Do you?
I do. I think Penix. Penix looked awesome. There's I mean, it's hard to put this because Baker played well. There's a world where Penix is just a star in that offense. And I know they like overpaid for James Pierce and all this shit, but like they got Jalen Walker, they got James Pierce and Xavier Watts into that defense with a defensive head coach. They added some guys. Like, their defense could be significantly improved. And offensively, they're in a pretty good spot. So, like, the Falcons are going to be really tough, too. So I would put the Falcons in the mix there, too. I don't know that I would even necessarily, with confidence, put the Panthers over the Falcons. Falcons fans are like, thank you. Thank you for not forgetting about us. I feel like there was a lot of negative energy towards the James Pierce pick. I'm a James Pierce guy. You know, he's not Mike Green for all I know. Like, he didn't do horrible things off the field. He just hasn't maybe been the best teammate and the hardest worker in college. I'm willing to bet that he's worked hard enough. His tape doesn't stink. It's really freaking good. I'm willing to bet that once he gets to the league, things are going to turn on for him. So I didn't fully hate it. But
what do you think about Robbie Outs?
Robbie Outs, that tight end
To the Seahawks.
From Bama, right?
Yeah.
He's the bigger of the Alabama tight ends. Yeah, he's the blocking specialist out of Alabama. I mean, he's their Will Dissly, guys. Seahawks fans know exactly what I'm talking about. I don't think he's as good as Will Dissly, but 6'3", 274, he is your extension of the offensive line. You brought in a tight end that can't really block in Arroyo. You have a tight end that can't really block in Fant. If you really got to have a short yardage situation, you can bring him in, move some guys. That's probably about it. I don't really think he's a guy that's going to get in the mix for much more than just tight end depth for short yardage and goal line work, and maybe some special teams on top of that.
And what do you think then about Tyler Barron to the Jets?
Tyler Barron to the Jets was a former big name guy, transferred to Miami. I liked him. I didn't end up getting deep into the tape. I did study him at the Shrine Bowl and was loosely familiar with him. But he was definitely a guy I just didn't quite get around to watching, but kind of a crafty rusher. I know he's got some bend. I saw it 3 feet from my face down there at North Texas Stadium, but he's got length, 6'5", 258, tradesy dude, 10-inch hands. I had him pegged as a 5th, 6th round, draft and develop edge rush type. I like the fit for the Jets. You don't need help immediately, but very good value, and would say love it on that pick. I would say love it on the Barron pick, like it on the tight end pick for the Seahawks, just because that's more of just a role-specific player. I see what they're looking for there, but nothing to really hammer home in terms of value. All right, Super Chats from Benjamin. My band had a show the night my Ravens drafted Rosengarten. Had to run to the bathroom after we played to hear your take. We're called Broom, and we just released a song called I Wish I Knew. Cheap plug. Get all the cheap plugs you want for a $10 Super Chat, my friend. Everybody go check out Broom on wherever you get your music. But you probably didn't like my take on Roger Rosengarten, and I was dead ass wrong about Roger Rosengarten. I will hold my hand up on that one. So he's a stud, man. Really he was a guy, I liked his technique, I liked his athleticism, but the play strength was just so bad. I think you saw some of the moments where the play strength hurt him, but he worked around it, and I think he did a good job bulking up to the best of his ability. And I think they got a franchise tackle there in the second round. So I was wrong about Rosengarten. Adrenaline, $20 Super Chat. Thank you so much. Unfortunately can't catch the stream today, but can't wait to watch. Enjoying beer, wine, and cheese fest in La Crosse.
Oh
okay.
My God.
Have you? Oh, you just want to go to that?
Why am I here?
I wonder if are there anybody left in Wisconsin? Everyone's at the wine and cheese fest. Everybody's at the draft.
Marcus, I can't believe you make me sit here unpaid when I
Yeah,
could be at the wine, beer, and cheese fest.
Is that every year during draft weekend? We might lose Anna next year to the wine, beer, and cheese fest. Why'd you have to? Thank you for the $20 super chat, Adrenaline. But we're screwed. My producer's gone. She's gonna be joining you for the wine, beer, and cheese fest next year. And then from Rocky Roads, thank you so much. A member and the $20 super chat. Which, by the way, guys, that's a way you can support the channel, is to become a member. I haven't really provided benefits yet, but it is something on my radar. I don't know if I'm prepared to do an announcement here, but something I've thought about is making all of the deep dives early release for members, because a lot of times those are done ahead of time. Something I'm strongly thinking about. So I don't want you to sign up on a membership and then I back out of that, but at some point I'm going to start doing early releases for something for members. Rocky Road, shout out for being that. But the super chat there was, what should the Eagles do at tight end? Should they be giving the Raiders a call for Michael Mayer? Or do you think is Goddard enough? So, yeah, the Mayer situation is sticky. He's dealing with a lot of challenging mental health concerns. So I just don't know where he's at, where the league's at, if he's the guy you want to go trade for. Nobody in their room right now stands out to me with Calcaterra and Harrison Bryant and Kylan Granson. You know, I think Goddard's a really good player. He's 30 years old. I don't think they're in a rush to move on from Dallas Goedert. You know, in terms of this draft, the well's running pretty thin. You know, like, the only interesting tight end left really for me would be probably Thomas Fadone out of Nebraska, but I don't know. He's a weird player. He's got ridiculous length, 6'5", but he's super skinny. He was again, weird player. Fun guy to watch. Fun to theoretically get excited about him, but it's just like, I didn't walk away with a good feeling that his game was going to play well in the NFL. So I don't hate your idea about making a call about Mayer. I don't know that the Raiders are like necessarily itching to get rid of Mayer either. You know, I don't think people fully realize that Brock Bowers is not a full tight end. Like, I think they still want to go 12 personnel with Mayer. Like, I know Trevor Sikkema in a mock draft put Tyler Warren to the Raiders, and everybody lost their mind. I didn't think it was that crazy because Bowers, he doesn't really play in line. You don't want him playing in line a whole bunch. So I don't know if the Raiders are necessarily itching to get rid of Mayer either.
So Dorian Strong finally goes.
Was it to the Bills? Hey, let's go! Let's go, baby! I got to shout out. We have a viewer. I don't know.
You're starting off good. We have a viewer.
No, I got to shout out. Hold on. XQ. EXQ. Exquisite Warrior. I don't know your real name. He just DM'd me. He says, I knew it. He's connected to the Virginia Tech program. We've been DMing about the Hokies all throughout the draft process. But he knows his stuff when it comes to his Hokies. But he tipped me onto this. And then I watched the film, and I was like, yeah, that's a Bills corner, 100%. And I went on the Cover One show last week. Shout out the Cover One guys. Greg Tomset, all the good guys at Cover One. And I was pounding the table. I was like, this is your guy. Round 3. Dorian Strong. They were able to get him in the 6th round. He made my top 10 corners. This is, he's different, but it reminds me a ton of the feelings that I had about Jones, the corner for the Colts, where it was like, yeah, he didn't test that great but the tape was damn good, and I believe in the player. Reminds me a lot of that. Wouldn't blow my mind if history repeats itself here, and same draft, the Bills took first round, they went Matt Elam with the speedy corner out of the SEC, and then they take Christian Benford in the 7th round, and Benford wins the job and ends up being the outside corner. Wouldn't blow my mind if history repeats itself. Dorian Strong becomes a $18 million corner for the Bills, and Maxwell Harrison gets traded to the Cowboys for a 5th-round pick in 4 years. Not saying that's going to happen, but I'm just... history could repeat itself with the way things lined up there. Eerily familiar. And I have almost identical grades to Harrison, I think. Harrison, as I did on Matt Elam. So, obviously, a perfect fit, an S-graded pick, if my stream deck would cooperate here. But a absolute certified steal grade to the Buffalo Bills.
Teddy needs a treat.
Teddy needs a treat. We might be winning back some Bills fans these days because going on that show and saying you guys are going to get...
Cone.
All right, Bilal Cohn, developmental, athletic, outside corner. Good range for him to go. Get him in that room, let him go to work. I mean, he's, they don't need starting help right away at this point, but very good dart throw to make. I think that's an A pick, great value there for the Ravens. You're good. I'm going to real quick. I got a tag. Oh, sorry. I started typing.
No.
Did I type in Greg randomly?
Yes.
Just
We're leaving it.
Leave it. I started typing with the wrong keyboard. Anyway, back on track with some super chats. I feel like there's not a ton to say about Bilal Cohn. What? I broke it down.
Okay, you did.
He's a very classic, got the length, got the speed, decent production, got to improve the anticipation, and would like to see him bulk up just a little bit, get a little bit more play strength in there, but definitely has the traits worth gamble on in this range. So from Unlucky Trev, thank you for the super chat, $20, very generous, really appreciate it. Of course, YouTube kicks me out of the dashboard as soon as I start reading. 1 second, let me get back. So, interesting insight I have. JOK's best friend, this is Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, linebacker for the Browns, goes to my gym and says he's for sure retiring and going to start a charity in Uganda. Secondly, my buddy's wife was high school friends with Mike Green and never heard about it. Well, everyone's got a perspective and an opinion on it. I don't really have a comment on that in regards to Mike Green, just because someone didn't hear about it doesn't mean it didn't happen. But hopefully it didn't. That's all I'm saying. It's just a very. I am proud to say that I think pretty much everybody else has just stayed away from it. I saw mostly celebration for the pick. I'm proud to say that, I'm not going to just shy away from it. And I'm fortunate to have a platform being my own business, being on YouTube. I can say what I think. I can be honest and have conversations about these things, whereas these networks just stay away from it because it's just not worth the headache for them. But we shouldn't just ignore stuff. I think we can all be rational and say, all right, if he did this stuff, there's real evidence that he might have. POS, to use the abbreviation, and not a great look for the Ravens. But it's also possible that maybe it didn't happen. Who the hell knows? But it's out there. He fell for a reason, and we can leave it at that. But very crazy about the Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah thing. And if you call that, awesome on you for having the insight there. And I don't think it's crazy. He fell in the draft. He had like I want to say, and don't quote me on this, I could be misremembering it, but I think he had like a heart murmur, or he was one of those guys that like a medical flag popped up late, like there could be something scary. And he was a first round prospect through and through. You know, he had another rough injury last year, and it wouldn't be crazy if he just says, yeah, I've done enough. I've made money. It's time to go, you know, be a, what is it called when you're not an anthropologist, when you're,
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
When you're like a charity worker, not anthropologist, philanthropist. Would be very commendable of him if that's the direction he wants to go. But thanks for sharing your inside information there, Trev. All right, so we got some picks.
Ollie Gordon, the second.
Went to the Dolphins. Mm-hmm. Okay. Damian Martinez was right there in your backyard. But Ollie Gordon is a fun fit for them. I don't hate this. I wonder what the hell is going on with Damian Martinez, because I think Martinez is like the same profile of Ollie Gordon. Straight line speed, you know, power, size. And I'm going to keep it, frankly, as, let's see, are we in the 5th round? We're in the 6th round now. Like, Look, I'm down to like roll the dice on Ollie Gordon, whose 2023 tape was really good. We saw this just a few years ago out of Oklahoma State with Chuba Hubbard, who was like really good in his second to last year. The following year, he just didn't live up to the hype, but he ended up having a great career. So like I'm willing to bet on Ollie Gordon in this range. I had a 5th round grade on Ollie Gordon, so I actually love the fit. I do beg the question, what's going on with Martinez? Because he played at Miami and fits exactly what you're looking for. There has to be something going on that we don't know about with him. Kyle McCord to the Eagles.
Well, hold on first.
Oh, we had another one.
We have JJ
Pegues. Put him at fullback. This is a spot where they might do it. Dude, line up in the backfield with Geno Smith. Well, Geno's irrelevant here. Ashton Ginty with Brock Bowers, Michael Mayer. You got Jack Besh out there, Jacoby Myers, and put JJ Pegues at fullback and just destroy people. Please do it. Otherwise, yeah, he's a fun developmental trades-based defensive tackle that his tape was fun. But I actually unironically like him. We've seen this now with multiple late-round DT prospects. With the Ravens started this trend. Unfortunately, can't think of his name right now. We should keep moving. But the Ravens fullback, who's freaking awesome, came into the league at D tackle. And the Ravens are like, why have a 240-pound fullback when you can have a 300-pound fullback that's just as athletic? Turns out it works really, really well. So you got the Chargers harbahing it up. They tried the same thing with Scott Matlock. And it was okay. It worked out okay for them. But J.J. Pegues, played tight end. He played Wildcat quarterback. He had, 7 rushing touchdowns last year at 295 pounds. William the Refrigerator Perry will love. Is he still alive?
I don't imagine so.
I want to use the phrase he's rolling over in his grave, but I don't know if he's alive or not.
We will confirm.
We love you, William Perry. I hope you're alive. But anyway, really fun pick. I think I'm just excited. I'm just excited to see what he can do as a 6th round pick. Fun fit. And then we had Kyle McCord going to the Eagles. Yeah, you can update it. We got some highlights on my QB5 here, Kyle McCord. You knew somebody was going to slip in this draft with this QB situation, other than Shadur. Different situation, but I'm a big fan of Kyle McCord. I don't love the landing spot just because, I mean, the Eagles are looking at this. They know the value of backup quarterbacks, and they've done this. I don't know that he's going to come in and beat out the Stanford QB. What?
He's very much live. He's only 60.
Okay, well, I'm glad. I'm glad William Perry is alive.
He's not rolling over in his grave.
He's rolling over.
Rolling on his couch.
Yeah, he just rolled over the...
In Lake Forest, Illinois.
Yeah, rolled over his couch. He woke up from his nap watching the draft in Lake Forest. Anyway, man, Kyle McCord, dude, like, I had a third-round grade on him. This is just like when they took Tanner McKee. They're like, well, he's too good of a player to not pick here, and we'll keep him as a QB3. Honestly, there's a lot of Jalen Hurts to his game. I'll say that as a complimentary way. But I was very bummed that the NCAA told him that he wasn't going to have another year of eligibility. He got a bunch of garbage time for those dominant Ohio State teams when he was at Ohio State, played in a bunch of blowouts, and then the NCAA, the corporate Fs that they are. What?
It's my first kicker.
Ooh, we got a kicker? Okay, we'll let you have your moment in just a second. But no, the NCAA being the assholes that they are, were like, oh, sorry, nope, no eligibility for you. You didn't use your opt-out year. You played and got garbage time. So he has to declare, dude, if Kyle McCord could have gone back to Syracuse, we are talking about someone with the potential. I'm not saying he for sure would have done it, but he would have had the potential to emerge as a Jaden Daniels story, a Joe Burrow story, a Bo Nix story, someone that was a day 3 or day 2 prospect heading into his final year and then blows up. He has to declare, and now he goes somewhere where he's going to be a QB3. So it's not a great landing spot. He's kind of gotten screwed here a little bit, but tremendous growth. A lot of Baker Mayfield in the way he plays. He's got a strong enough arm. He extends plays. And from a value perspective, it lines up. But we're going to be pretty far away from, I think the Eagles are maybe hoping, okay, maybe we get a, but you already have, that's what's really complicated about this is you did this 2 years ago with the Stanford QB that I think is going to get an opportunity if Hurts goes down or can't play. So it's just, honestly, as an NFL fan and a fan of Kyle McCord, I frankly hate the pick. But if he does end up playing in Philadelphia, I think he balls out because you guys know the things I've said about Jalen Hurts and that surrounding cast. So I hope he gets a chance to play. I don't know that it's going to happen, but the value is definitely there for Kyle McCord. All right, so the Patriots go Andre Borregales. Did you do your kicker analysis?
I sure did.
You did. You got to it. All right, let us hear it.
So Andres is 5'11". He's 199 pounds. He's originally from Venezuela, but played for Miami. He has a reputation of accurate and clutch. He has an 86% career percentage rate for
Field goal percentage.
75% from 50 and above.
Ooh.
And his last year in 2024, he got 95% of his kicks for Miami.
That was an upgrade from that was good. That's better than I could do. Like that was phenomenal. A collective round of applause. And thank you because like genuinely I ain't got time for that shit. But hey, no, this is the range I want to draft kickers. 6th, 7th round, not 3rd round. Sounds like a good kicker though. So I love. Do we love it? We love it.
Dad,
was he
Andres.
QB? Was he kicker 1?
He was my kicker 1.
And that means he was my kicker 1. Kicker 1, Andres. Borealis. All right, then we got Marcus Harris out of California. Put himself on the radar with a good pro day. Well, he was at the combine where he ran a 4.45 at 5'11", 188. A little bit smaller, 6th-year player, so kind of a back-end combine invite. And that's all he did at the combine. But the pro day was a big day for him. He upped it to a 4.38, 37-inch vertical jump, 120 broad jump, solid 3 cones, solid short shuttle. So another guy that I really should have watched while I did Noel Williams, but frankly, I screwed up. I did Noel Williams, cornerback who went earlier, nice player. And then I was like, oh crap, they have a safety we like too. So then I went back into the same tape and watched Craig Woodson. And then I was like, oh my God, they have a corner too. So it reached a point this week where I was like, I got to start making some budgets with my time, man. So I didn't go back for a third time to watch Marcus Harris. If I was a better football analyst, I would have been aware and just done them all at the same time. But was projected 5th, 6th round. Solid traits, maybe some nickel potential at that size with 5'11", 188. And he went to Tennessee. So they definitely need some fillers, special teams depth, developmental depth. Nothing wrong with the pick at all. I will give it a like it grade there. I am going to go blow my nose real quick. I will be right back and run a quick ad. Yeah, I figured I'd catch my breath and let you guys watch Devin Neal kick people's ass, because that's what he did for Kansas. Way too late for Devin Neal to go. This was a 3rd-round running back prospect, one of the steals of the draft, and most importantly, a spectacular fit to go to New Orleans, who beefed up their offensive line in the 1st round, took an elite quarterback like Tyler Shook in the 2nd round, and now you get a running back that you could make a case. I mean, Alvin Kamara is still very talented, but, and I don't want to disrespect Alvin Kamara, but the man is getting up there. He is getting up there. This could be a franchise running back for the Saints. Now, year 1, he's going to split with Kamara, but maybe this lets you focus on Kamara doing what he does, a 3rd down back, and just feed Devin Neal between the tackles. They want to be a north and south run game with Kellen Moore coming in. Very different from the wide zone blocking they did last year. Just no-brainer, certified steal, some of the best vision in the draft, ridiculous toughness, underrated speed. Like, for a guy that
Are you muted?
I don't... No, I'm not muted.
Okay.
We're good.
Somebody in the chat said
I think we're good.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're good. I think it's just because the highlight reel was playing and I wasn't talking. But for a guy that, like, he's not that fast, I think, did he even run his 40? I know I wrote down 89 speed for him. He ran a 4.58, but for a guy that ran 4.58, does a good job not getting caught from behind. So it's a fun landing spot. It really is.
And then we have Will Howard to the Steelers.
All right, we got a quarterback to the Steelers. Starting quarterback, Will Howard. For what it's worth, this was about as good of a landing spot as Will Howard could have hoped for, especially if they do sign Aaron Rodgers. I think Howard is a guy that will benefit from sitting and developing. He was one of the more fascinating watches because he transfers up from, was it Kansas State? I think it might have been Kansas or Kansas State, but he transfers up and really for the first 12 games, like through the entire season for Ohio State, all the way through the Michigan loss, right? They lose to Michigan in the last game of the year. Regular season, it's like, this just looks like a big-armed guy that is a Band-Aid solution for Ohio State from the transfer portal that was getting carried by an obvious championship caliber team and Jeremiah Smith, who might be the number one pick in the draft in 2 years. One of the best receiving prospects ever as a rookie. But the reason I say that is because the processing was all over the place. The accuracy was all over the place. That tape was just really, really kind of bad for Will Howard, straight up. Like, just looked like a classic camp arm dude. But credit to him, the playoffs rolled around, and he started to look like a NFL quarterback. The reads were sharp. Some of the throws he made in the college playoffs were fantastic. The arm was good. I think there was times during the regular season when he would short arm balls and just not get the most of it. But the playoffs, the dude just turned it on. So if something clicked for him, for a guy that is athletic for his size, he's got a strong arm, like, he could be a starter in the league. But it's also tough to just ignore all of the other tape. Got to take the certified steal down. I don't know that it's a certified steal. It's a very good pick, though. I do at least love it. I ultimately had a 5th round grade. Yeah, 4th to a 5th round grade on Will Howard. So to get him here in the 6th is very good value, and it's a very good landing spot. Fun pick. Should I surprise the dog?
Surprise the dog? I don't know that that's a good idea. What does that mean?
Teddy. Oh, hi. You want a treat?
Hi, Bunny. Hi, Bunny.
You want a treat?
Oh, they're rolling out the barrel, babe.
Let's go. Roll out the barrel. We probably got some super chats to catch up on, huh?
Probably do.
A lot of them. You guys are the best. You guys are just incredible. Thank you to all of you guys. I know I've said it before, but there are lots of options for you guys to consume the draft. It means so much to me. It means, and to Anna, but it means everything that you guys are choosing me. And that is with all absolute due respect to all the great content creators out there. It's amazing, man. So thank you. I think that was what you were witnessing was the definition of at a loss for words right there. You guys are awesome. ZEZ, my 3rd year watching. Thanks again for an awesome 3 days of streams. And thank you, ZEZ, for multiple super chats. Love hearing your opinions on picks. Shout out to Anna and Teddy, too. Go Chiefs. Good luck to your Chiefs, I suppose. Everybody in the chat's like, no, don't say that. They've had enough Super Bowls. From Crush, here funds the wine, beer, and cheese festival for next year.
Amen.
Yeah, I'm going to stash that $5 in my pocket because we're going to go broke next year not having a producer on the live stream. Views are going to be down without Anna helping out.
All right. In the meantime, Tyler Loop from Arizona goes to the Ravens.
Oh, we got a kicker.
Oh my gosh. Another kicker. I was going to say, I just was looking at his name. Hold on. Let me put his graphic
All right,
on
get the graphic
first.
done. Also, Daniel, thank you. With HUF currency, that one stumped me. I'm going to look this up while you pull up your kicker analysis real quick. HUF currency, what country is that?
Okay, I was literally just looking up Tyler Loop.
Hungarian forint is the currency there. But thank you, Daniel. Appreciate it. From Hungary. It just blows my mind to hear all these countries that you guys are tuning in from. It's crazy. All right, kicker analysis.
So he was actually number 5 on my board.
Oh no, we got to reach.
Which is why I don't have.
Pick. We hate it. Boo. Go ahead.
Which is why I don't have a ton of information on him, but I'll give you what I got. So he was an Arizona Wildcat, and his hometown is Lucas, Texas. He's a tall man. He's 6'1", at 190 pounds, so tall, lanky, expected for kickers. But the only analysis I have was that he made 18 out of his 23 attempts this last season. So he has a 79% field goal completion rate. So not as good of an analysis. He's number 5. He's solid. He's lanky. He's tall. He's what you want in a kicker. But maybe not a starter.
All right. You heard it here first. Reach by the who took him?
The Ravens.
Oh. So, well, we do have to talk about this actually.
Oh,
because
yes,
Justin Tucker.
Wouldn't have been my first choice.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, we don't know that Justin Tucker is going to be playing next year, so he might actually be their starting kicker with Tucker gone. And after taking Mike Green, they might try to do one good thing while doing another bad thing and move on from Tucker. Which, when all that news happened, my initial reaction was, okay, well, he's never going to play again. Especially because Tucker hasn't even been the old Justin Tucker in recent years. But putting on the next one.
I think there was better picks for kickers.
Okay.
But Jalen Reed to the Texans.
All right. He fits their type. So Jalen Reed was in my top 10 safeties. I had him as a fourth round value. This is an excellent value. They don't necessarily need safeties, but they have a room that certainly can use some more guys, and Reed has upside. Like he's 6 foot, 210. Now I don't think he plays up to that play strength when they put him in the box. He didn't really take on blocks all that great, but he flies to the ball. He loves to jump routes. Like if you just want him as a special teamer and a nickel safety and just say, hey, we'll put you in a hook zone, read the quarterback's eyes, go try to get us a pick. Like Jalen Reed's very good at that, but the down-to-down stuff is very inconsistent from him. So you'll see him jump routes and just bust coverages. And if you're playing him as a free safety, that can be a big problem at times. So like he had a lot of coverage busts, lead to touchdowns against him for Penn State. And then as a tackler, he wants to go for that kill shot. He'll leave his feet and just whiff. So I guess I did put certified steal up there. I don't know that he's ever going to be a superstar or anything like that, but definitely their type. They love D-backs that can hit and play in a variety of spots. So definitely fits.
And then we have
Khalil Mullings to the Titans, which is funny because my pro comp on him is the other oversized running back that they took 2 years ago, in the third round, the former regime took, let's see, what did I write? You can have the mouse, actually. I've got it down here. I think I have it in the draft guide as my pro comp on him is the same Michigan back. So Mullings was my last ranked running back, Hassan Haskins. I just thought this was Hassan Haskins all over again. Not an athletic guy, 6'1", 225 pounds, converted a bunch of touchdowns. He runs hard, he runs his feet through contact, but I definitely had better players on the board. I think if you want this type of guy, like Kyle Monungai, much better player, even if he doesn't have the size. And then again, I don't know what's going on with Damian Martinez. But I actually do have some questions on that one. I just think in a deep running back class, you could have done better if you're going to draft the guy. Did you update the graphic?
Yeah, it didn't seem to go through. Let me fix that.
I would put the I've got questions grade up on a Mullings pick there.
Because I did the edit on this document. All right. You should be golden.
All right, yeah, I've got questions. I just think there were better options. I think I just want to pull up the super chat real quick, then it's all yours. All right, there you go. Better options if you wanted a goal line back, in my opinion. From Tanner, are you shocked Zay Alexander has not been drafted? I am not personally. I was not a big Zay Alexander guy. He was my 29th ranked corner with a 6th to a priority free agent grade there. So I guess ring the bell for a good eval. I don't know. He just didn't stand out to me. Not a tradesy corner. Thought he was a smart player, but wasn't a huge fan. All right, Colts pick is about to come in. Riley Leonard. All right. I didn't think Riley Leonard was a draftable prospect. But he is a good ball carrier. Like, we're in the 6th round. I'm not going to slam the Colts for this. Tough dude, played in that area, gonna have some fans. I just didn't see anything other than like a QB3 in the NFL. I thought the arm was average. The accuracy was all over the map. Just didn't see a guy that, it's not that he didn't go through progressions, but everything that he threw was short to intermediate, like total game manager type. For me, it's like, okay, if you're going to game manager QB, give me Max Brosmer or even Curtis Rourke. Like, I don't know, man. Like, whatever. I don't think he sticks around in the NFL that long. I think this is kind of your definition of a UFL quarterback, but credit to him. They went on a run. Teammates loved him. Gets himself drafted. Make yourself some money. Good for you, Riley Leonard.
We've had a lot of Rileys. First names, last names in this draft.
Have we?
Yeah.
The other one I noticed is a lot of Walkers in this draft.
A lot of Walkers, a lot of Williams or Mick Williams.
Are there?
Yeah.
Mick Williams?
Well, there was a Mick William.
McMillan?
Yeah.
We've been talking about a lot of McMillans.
But there's a lot of Williams.
Yeah. I was thinking about that last night. There are a lot of McMillans in the NFL right now.
Okay, but the Colts are taking Tim Smith, back-to-back Colts picks here.
Tim Smith.
Tim Smith. Tell me everything you know about Tim Smith, Marcus Whitman. You know Tim Smith?
Oh, I know a few Tim Smiths. I think we all know a few Tim Smiths. He's, what is he, DT for Bama?
Yes. Good call.
Yeah, I didn't get to him. Colts are
they're digging deep.
They have had some picks that I just didn't get to, which, last year it worked out for Matt Goncalves. You would think I would get to him out of Alabama, but of the, let's see, 29 DTs that I did, I did not. But was on my radar. Obviously a name I was at least able to recall, but he's got size, played at Bama for 5 years, didn't test. Wish I had more Wish I had more to say about him, guys. But Colts are like, what the hell, man? Why don't you watch any of the players we draft? There's been like probably 5 players to this point that I didn't watch, which I think is a pretty good number. But sadly, 2 of them were Colts players. But hey, you played at Bama. You hope, maybe a rotational defensive tackle. I don't even really have testing numbers to, sell you on the athletic profile or anything like that. But was estimated to go in the 6th round. I just didn't get around to him.
People are saying the most generic name ever.
Yeah, like literally Tim Smith, D tackle out of Alabama with a, didn't test, like just such a vanilla pick.
Okay, but how about Miles Hinton to the Eagles?
Offensive tackle out of Michigan, right?
Yes.
Yes, he's fun. Great guy to get in the building with Stoutland. 6, just off the top of my head, I think 6'6", 340. Played at Michigan. I thought the feet were all over the place. He's got to learn to play more coordinated as an athlete. But dude's got size, can move a little bit. He's in your Mekhi Becton mold. Wonder if they see him as a potential guard to come in and just compete. But he's got traits. Good guy for Lane Johnson to mentor. I think it's a great landing spot. I had him pegged as a 5th round developmental tackle. So you get him in the 6th. Hard to argue with that. All right, let's do some super chats. So is Ducky crying? I just heard Ducky crying. Does he maybe have to go?
He's in his pen. I don't think that was Ducky.
Okay. I heard something and then I saw Teddy. Wait. You don't hear that?
I have an ear thing.
Do you want to maybe go check on him? It's in a commercial break.
Yeah.
Or no, it's not. The Seahawks pick is coming in.
Okay, let me put the Seahawks pick in.
Okay.
Bryce
Cable do. Another traitsy offensive lineman. Definitely Seattle needed him. I like Cable do. I think he's got a shot to start someday. He's got tackle guard flexibility, which the Seahawks could absolutely use. So another pick. I'll keep the Lovett grade up there. Definitely, 5th round, right in line with a lot of these guys. He actually goes 6th round here, so even a little extra value on top there, but a very nice pick for Seattle. They need all the help they can get. They do announce him as a guard. He played tackle at Kansas, but last year...
No, they announced him as OT.
Did they?
At least.
Are you watching the ESPN stream or the NFL Network stream?
Both. You're right. Guard on ESPN, OT on ESPN. I said the same thing twice. Guard on NFL Network.
Yeah. Oop, careful. We good?
Yep.
All right. Yeah, I'll keep the Lovett grade up there. You just got to develop the guy. But I was going to say last year, Pooney, same deal. Played tackle at Kansas, moved inside, balled out as a late round pick for the Niners. But some super chats here from Jordan. A lot of talent left that appears will go undrafted. Who are the guys that you think will go undrafted but absolutely should be on an NFL team? Yeah, that's a great opportunity to kind of pull up who are some of these guys that are falling that we maybe haven't given enough talk about. So I'm going to go to my big board here and go up. I know Iomanner was the last guy that was really in this range. So all of my 2nd round grades are gone, I believe. Other than, so Damian Martinez is my top-ranked guy, running back out of Miami with a 3rd round grade. So no 2nd round grades remaining. That's good. Aeneas Peebles out of Virginia Tech. If you want somebody that could maybe come in as a 4th piece on your D-line as a 3 technique and rush the passer and help you win some games, I think Aeneas Peebles would be a great pick. Jared Ivey is still there, a kind of bigger-bodied end out of Ole Miss. I question if there might be something going on behind the scenes there, injury or off-field. Then you got Xavier Restrepo. I still believe in Xavier Restrepo. Not super surprised to see him fall because he ran a 4.84. The GPS tracking shows a faster player. I kept a 3rd round grade on him. This reminds me a lot of Jarvis Landry, who ran a horrible 40, but still was one of the best slot receivers in the league. I think somebody should absolutely draft Xavier Restrepo if you're comfortable with a slower slot wide receiver. I think he's faster than the 4.8 speed, but he's not a burner. So he's there. That, I think, is all of our true third-round grades left. So that's pretty good. Just a few guys slipping in from our third-round grades. And then Sebastian Castro, slot corner / safety out of Iowa. This is way too far for him to fall. I would absolutely call his name. I think he's just a very high-floor player that can play slot or play safety for you. Isaiah Bond is still sitting out there. Definitely would roll the dice on him at this point. Just the dude does move like Jalen Waddle. That's about the best thing you can say about him, but worth gambling on at this point. We did pretty good. That's all of our third to a fourth round grades. Our fourth rounders left. Fadil Diggs out of Syracuse can come in and give you some pass rush help. Seth McLaughlin is a good fourth round center prospect, in my opinion, who probably won't be able to play in year one. So kind of like your Andrew Voorhees category of guys that like you got to kind of stash them, but maybe could be a starter. And then we've got Jalen Reed just went.
Do you want to talk about Taj Brooks?
I will. Just let me get through the fourth round grades here. We're just recapping some of my fallers here. Kyle Monungai would be the last remaining fourth round grades. So even my true fourth round grades have come off the board. So as far as my rankings and how I stack these guys up, I'm pretty proud of, where we pegged these guys to go.
Okay, we're going to catch up. Take your time. We're on Taj Brooks from Texas Tech that went to the Bengals, running back.
Brooks is a nice player. Super productive, ran for over 3,000 yards over his last 2 years. So he's got a lot of tread on the tires worn off. But I just want to call back to my notes here to make sure I'm accurate on what I'm saying. But I ended up with him 4th, 5th round grade. Devin Singletary pro comp. Impressive cuts, really quick feet, lower center of gravity, breaks a lot of tackles. He broke 96 tackles in 2023, which is very close to like Cam Scadabo, Ashton Ginty territory. Really impressive numbers last year. Down to 58 last year, but that's still a good number. He had good receiving production, solid pass protector. The only knocks on him is like he ran a 4.52, which is a good time for a back. That doesn't show on tape. He gets caught from behind pretty consistently. I would say he lacks the high-end traits to like really create if the blocking's not great. And on top of that, he's got that patient running style. So if you're not getting good blocking in front of him, he's not really this guy that's going to shrug a guy off in the backfield or have this crazy, cut back to make a miss. He's more of just like a, quick step, make you miss type, not like these wide ranging juke moves that can make you completely whiff on him.
Okay.
So really nice back, really good pick. I would say a love it pick there. Even close to like in the 6th round, that's like steal territory. So really good pick for the Bengals.
And then Jalen
McLeod probably.
Yes, from Auburn, a linebacker, to the Jags.
Yep. Big dude. He went to the Jags, you said? Mm-hmm. Okay. I had him pegged as your kind of this year's sort of Belichickian linebacker. You're sort of, I don't think he's nearly as good as like Andrew Van Ginkel, but that same kind of idea where he did a little bit of everything, lined up as an edge, lined up as a linebacker. I had him in my linebacker rankings. They take another linebacker here. I feel like every time the Jags take a linebacker, I'm like, okay. Like, I don't see how he really gets on the field, but like, okay. I wonder if they maybe see him as more of an edge, like early down run defender. The main selling point on him is he's really good at block shedding. Strong hand, stacks you inside, and he's got enough quickness to get off blocks. So I would, if he plays more of a 3-4 outside backer role, but that's not really their system coming in. So I don't necessarily understand the fit with this being kind of that 4-2 style defense. A little bit confused by that, but it's not like this was some reach or anything like that. I just don't really understand how he's going to get used, but I guess we will find out.
Okay. And then Luke Newman.
Luke Newman?
Bears. Michigan State offensive tackle.
All right. Let's see. What did I have on him? He did not get watched by myself, unless he's yeah,
He's unfortunately not on my kicker list either.
He's not on your kicker list either. Dang. Yep, didn't get to Luke Newman, but never opposed to drafting an offensive lineman out of the Big Ten for the most part. So I don't have anything negative to say about it in this range. There goes Ahmed Hassanin. Shout out to our friend in Egypt who was asking about him yesterday. Yes. There you go. He gets drafted. So we'll be pulling for Hassanin, a fellow Egyptian of one of our kind super chatters from night one, I think. Another guy that I got to watch at the Shrine Bowl, had a pretty good idea about, but didn't end up getting to the tape because this was just such a freaking ridiculously deep edge class. Watched about 35 guys, didn't quite get to him.
Seriously, the amount of times I've been typing edge this year is
it's a
wild.
special edge class. So, I think he won on a really nice inside move. I think he's got some quickness. I don't know when he came over from, I don't know how he, how do I put this? Was he born in Egypt? Are his parents Egyptian? He was born in the U.S. and has always played football. So I don't know necessarily if he's new to football, because some of these guys immigrate over for their football journey. I don't know that that's necessarily his path, but he's got some potential. He's got some traits, but if nothing else, he's a guy that's going to come in and play hard. He's got that kneecap biting mentality for Detroit. And as edge depth that late, I like it.
Let me catch up here
Okay.
real quick. Oh, you need to pay me more.
Super chat from Colton. Has Peebles not been taken off the board yet? No, he has not. I really hope he gets drafted, man, because that's going to be, as much as I was celebrating myself being pretty good about where these guys were going to project, that one's going to look a little ugly for me if he goes undrafted. I need him at least to come off the board here. Very talented player. I don't know why Peebles wouldn't be getting a little bit more love here. Also from Crush. I know I just sent one, but just wanted to say appreciate the Green stuff. You're not dismissing the allegations, but not trashing Green either. Thank you. I like to think I'm navigating the situation the best I can. From Francesco Papa, how we feeling about the Bills draft? I don't think the trade up for Sander was that bad. Was really a pick swap and a fourth to get up there. Yeah, because they did get a third back. So yeah, definitely as I do the 7 round grades videos, I will be taking a look at all the trade details, because everything, bullets are flying. We see 2 second-round picks to move up for Sanders and panic, but maybe the details aren't that bad. So definitely try to sort through all that stuff for the final grades. I really like their haul, man. You get strong. I think another guy that I was projecting for them, Landon Jackson. I like the Deone Walker swing. I just think, they're swinging for upside on the D-line, which is really nice. They're swinging for upside in general. First round going for Hairston, trying to get a little bit more juice, but backing it up with a break glass in case of emergency pick with Dorian Strong, perfect coming to fruition of their draft strategies, for lack of a better way to put that. But yeah, the Bills draft has gotten better and better and better as it's gone on, in my opinion. For Austin, I'm a bit higher on the Packers draft. People seem to really like the Sorrell pick. He was 102 on PFF's big board. That's fine. People can like it. I did 3 games on Sorrell because I was doing all those Texas D linemen, and I saw essentially nothing that got me excited about him. The testing profile's fine. I don't know. I hope I'm wrong, obviously, but I'm just being honest about where I'm at there.
I've seen this in the chat a bunch of times, which I don't know the significance because I'm not TFG. That Matthew Golden is now wearing 22, not 81.
No, he's wearing 22?
Yes, and I've seen it multiple times. So tell me the significance
He's a bust.
As a football idiot.
That's a massive red flag. I'm putting on my serious face.
Tell me more.
Lack of respect for the game, man. That's a running back number. That's a cornerback number.
I see.
You don't wear number 22.
We'll put that in our How to Football podcast because I don't understand numbers.
The Packers draft just went from like a B, because I don't really love everything that they've done. It just went from a B to a C. There are massive issues there.
With just him changing his number.
That shows me you don't know football.
I don't know
you're
football.
An idiot if you pick 22.
I don't know
as a wide
football,
receiver.
and I am not an idiot.
You're a dumbass if you pick 22.
Are you talking to me or him?
Matthew Golden is a dumbass. And guys, I'm like 2.1% serious about that. All right. Moving on. We don't even have another pick. We're just that's just where we're at. Yeah, Jeff, kids these days.
All right, promote our podcast while we're here.
Yeah, we're going to be doing closer to the season a podcast called How to Football. It's going to be targeted not necessarily to you NFL sickos, but if you have any partners or people you know that you're trying
Wives, boyfriends, girlfriends.
Yes, you name it. That you want to like get into the game a little bit, be able to sit there and understand what's going on, rules of the game, positions, who are the teams, a little football history. You know, what the hell happened in Indianapolis when the Ravens became the Colts and then the Colts became the Ravens and then the Colts didn't exist, but that also might have been the Browns. We will do our research before that episode to figure out what happened there. But everything for beginners on football.
But not just beginners.
Yeah.
People that just want to know a little bit more.
Yeah, that want to be...
I don't understand the plays and everything.
Yeah, eventually it'll be a building thing too. So like we'll start with more of the basics, but then yeah, once we get into the 35th episode, yeah, we might start getting into like some of the stuff you guys are even more interested in. Things like what are the different types of schemes that teams run and types of player fits. Like that could, you know, that's getting ahead of ourselves maybe a little bit, but if the podcast goes really well, we could potentially build into that. So that's what we are hoping to accomplish here this summer. I wish I had a podcast feed for you guys to go subscribe to, but just teasing it.
Someday. All right, Graham Mertz.
Graham Mertz got drafted?
That sounds like such a
Get out of here. Who took Graham Mertz?
The Texans.
Why?
He sounds like a lovely boy.
All right, it's time to open my beer.
He sounds like a lovely boy.
Graham Mertz. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
You're that low on him, eh?
I mean, yeah. He was bad at Wisconsin, he was bad at Florida, and then he got benched. And you're gonna draft him? What? Why? Or maybe he got hurt at Florida. I don't know. They're showing Jalen Milroe highlights on top of... Like, that tells you everything you need to know. here's my Graham Mertz story, and a great plug for Underdog Fantasy and their amazing pick'em contests that make football Sundays, college football Sundays, baseball games, basketball games, you name it. Underdog pick'em contests are the best if you guys want just a fun way to do small entries and get big payouts and support the channel in the process. Code TFG at Underdog is what you got to do to sign up there. But my little Graham Mertz story, week 1 of the college season, I was just looking through some names. I think I had an Isaiah Bond prop in there. Just some guys I was familiar with. But I saw Graham Mertz starting for Florida, having watched him at Wisconsin. And I took his hire on interceptions. And in the first quarter, he had 2 dropped interceptions. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I was spot on here. Like, I knew this idiot was going to throw interceptions, but the defense couldn't catch the football. And I'm like, man, I'm not going to win with this selection. And then second quarter, he finally threw his interception. So that's Graham Mertz. No, I don't like the pick. I got to take that off. This is like exactly when the Packers drafted Sean Clifford. Like, same reaction, but for the Texans. He's not gonna stick. He's not a NFL talent, in my opinion.
Okay, well, how do you feel about Warren Brinson from Georgia for your Green Bay Packers?
Who?
He's a defensive tackle from Georgia.
Of course, they had to get their Georgia defender. I mean, we'll see. Another guy I didn't watch. 6'5", 315, tested well, has the length, projected 6th round pick. You know, I watched Stackhouse. I watched those other Georgia DTs. I saw the consensus rankings on Brinson. I was like, man, he's down in like the 400s. And I just kind of made a decision, like, not to watch him way back when I did that Georgia D-line. So that was a while ago, obviously, because I watched Michael and Jalen Walker a long time ago and kind of made a decision not to revisit Brinson after he tested well. So Gutekunst gets his traits-based Georgia defender who was there for 5 years and didn't do enough to kind of stand out. But, all right. I'm in. That's all I really got on that one.
You're getting more pessimistic, baby. This is round 6? 6?
Yeah, no, I think the Packers...
Like, come on, babe. Give them some slack.
Well, why would I just randomly give them slack? I think it's really just been like steadily going downhill for the Packers, in my opinion. Like, great pick day 1. The Belton pick I liked. I think you can never go wrong taking a guy like that who's a good player, ton of play strength, gives you that flexibility. Then you go Savion Williams. It's like, I mean, that's fun, but he's really bad at football. But also we need a kick returner and have needed a kick returner forever. I'm not opposed to maybe having... Whoops, you might need to get that. Anna just threw the tennis ball into the fire pit, and Ducky is not going in there.
How about you get a play type Branson Taylor for the Chargers?
Tackle prospect. I did not get to him either. We got to run of guys I didn't watch.
Okay, so get the thing out of the fireplace.
All right. Ducky, you're really...
Just pick him up. All he wants is to.
All right, I will pick him. Come here, bud. Oh, come here. Come here. I know, you're dying because you didn't get to catch the ball, but...
All right,
He's
Branson
looking down.
Taylor.
He's like, Dad, it's down there. All right, here. Oh, geez, Teddy. Teddy's like, come on. Not again. That was an elite moment. Sorry, Teddy, for everybody... for being everybody's entertainment, but here you go, buddy. Right here. Yeah, didn't get to Taylor. Okay. I wanted to see what Dane Brugler had on him. I know. All right. Let's pull him up here. It's not Taylor, I'm assuming. Or is it? Because I'm just trying to...
Oh my gosh, it is Taylor.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
You're good. Ducky is not cooperating.
Good one, Mom.
Okay, go to your mom. He's probably getting a little bored after a whole weekend of streaming. All right, let's see what Dane Brugler wrote on Branson Taylor, because I did not get to him.
And then we have another pick after that.
Okay. So Dane Brugler had him as a 6th-round prospect. 6'6", 315, good size. Arm length about 33 inches, so right at that tackle threshold. Testing numbers weren't great, so it doesn't surprise me. The Chargers are more of a, like, bet on the tape over the traits. It sounds more like what that is, because his testing numbers were not very good. Good shuttle time, though, 4.62, but everything else was kind of average to below average. But same deal happened last year out of that Pittsburgh offensive line, where I didn't watch Mac Goncalves, and he turned into a nice kind of flex lineman for them. So I'm willing to give that one a chance there for the Chargers, who have a good eye for offensive linemen.
And then Rayon Lane III.
Rayon Lane out of Navy. Shout out our service members. Yep, Lane had a 6th to a 7th round grade, so did see him draftable. Decent size. Just kind of a balanced prospect. Nothing really popped for me, but the traits were there. He wasn't bad, Tackled all right. Coverage was adequate. Just kind of dropped a 6th, 7th round grade on him because, good special teamer, safety depth. Didn't have too many strong opinions there on Lane. We probably got some... Also, yeah, I never finished ranting about... Not even ranting, but just going through the Packers draft. Like, Savion, I think he's more of a kick returner. Can't really play receiver. Would love to see them get him going as a running back. I don't know how creative they're going to be there. Probably, I do trust LaFleur to use him in fun ways. Really good player with the ball on his hands. But then, yeah, I was very low on Sorrell. I had a 6th to a 7th round grade on him. Massive reach when there were guys that can contribute on the board, in my opinion. And then it's just been like traits-based projects. Guys. What's going on?
It will not let me select.
All right, let me come take a look at it real quick. We got a little graphical situation here. Let me see if I can take a look and fix it.
I can't.
All right. You're just trying to delete the Ipsum?
Yeah, I keep trying to, but then I'm trying to get onto the 201.
Okay.
It won't let me.
Looks like it got locked.
Oh.
That might have happened when I was... I might have pressed a hotkey or something that did that to you. Okay.
Well, it's still not.
Still not working? Maybe we should just reopen Photoshop?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Do you want to try closing it?
Exit?
Yeah. It shouldn't matter.
No.
And then...
Oh my god, we're so far behind. It's okay. Kobe King, Gavin Bartholomew,
And LeJontay Webster.
Westler. We're getting there, guys.
We're getting there, guys. Sorry. That's not your fault, Anna. It just happens. All right. Hopefully we don't regret not hitting save on that, because it might send us back to where we...
That's okay.
Okay. Hopefully you're good. I can just riff. We don't need to get every
All right,
every
then I'm
graphic
just
up
gonna
there.
get caught up.
Yeah, we're just gonna jump forward. I will look at the draft order here and just kind of riff for a second. Let me at least... I'm just gonna take the graphic down for a second so people don't get confused. All right, we're back on track. So our last few picks here in the 6th round. Talked about Lane. We're getting there. So we had Kobe King, good linebacker depth. I don't see a starter, just not that athletic, but he was one of the better run defending linebackers in the draft. He was one of the few linebackers you watch 25 deep in this class. One of the few linebackers where you say, well, at least, he can break down a run, he can take on a block, he can get off, he can make stops in the run, offers effectively nothing in coverage. But for a Vikings team that, let's face it, Blake Cashman is unbelievably talented as he is, does get banged up. If you got to plug Kobe King in as a rookie out the gate, as a backup, I don't hate it. So I would say I like that pick. I had Kobe King probably around this range, 5th to a 6th round. So that, I think that's good value for a good backup linebacker. Would even say good pick. And then Bartholomew struck me as a just a guy at tight end for the Vikings. I mean, he was one of the better tight ends remaining, so if they were just looking at their depth chart and saying, yeah, we got to fill in some spots, it's fine. I had him as a 5th to a 6th round guy, 4'7", 40, decent receiver, decent blocker, but a little bit lighter, a little bit of like, it doesn't matter. The Browns had a backup tight end for a while that was just kind of a little bit lighter, decent player, but nothing too special. That's kind of what I saw in Bartholomew. So it was fine. Nothing too flashy there. LaJohntay Webster out of Colorado, really good return man, undersized slot guy. I would think the Ravens probably view him as a special teamer in terms of being able to return punts, return kicks. Maybe they want to get him going in the slot a little bit, but I'm just looking. Yeah, they don't really have a designated return guy since they lost Duvernay, which I think Duvernay's out there. They could technically sign Duvernay, but they don't really have a return guy. That's probably what he is for them, and he's talented at that. He's a really good athlete. He's just small and, like kind of impractical as a full-size wide. Like he's 5'10", 163, but he's definitely a good return man. So the Ravens are definitely getting into the draft special teams portion of their draft, which is totally fair in this range.
The Commanders took a Johnny
Cornelius. Yep.
And we're up today.
Cornelius, I thought was a solid tackle prospect.
Sorry, not the Commanders, the Cowboys.
The Cowboys took a Johnny Cornelius. Yep. I saw like high floor-ish, like instant backup tackle in Cornelius. If my memory serves me right here, I believe he started multiple seasons for them. I'm just going back in my notes because I didn't complete a full write-up on him. But I did watch a little bit of him. Sorry, I'm just trying to pull up the PFF profile on him. Ajani. Great name. Great name. Yes, lots of experience. That's what I remember about him. 2-year starter at Oregon, but he also started 2 years before that at Rhode Island. So, he played in that Oregon offense that's very, like, get the ball out quick. And you don't get, like, all of the deep pass sets that you would prefer to see. It's not that there weren't any, but it helps his kind of pass blocking grades at the end of the day. Not some spectacular athlete. He chose not to do his workout. I think that was probably smart. I don't think he would have ran all that well. And he's not that big. He doesn't have that long arms. So the traits are just okay on a Johnny Cornelius.
Okay, I'm going to put up Cade Madrando from UCLA.
Cade Madrano. Or Kane Madrano, sorry. No, you said it right. I said Cade, but it's Kane. You're right. Heat-seeking missile that I see is probably just a special teamer and, definitely developmental linebacker depth. He ran a 4.46, but very light, played at 6'2.5", 222 pounds. It just didn't take, just like you would expect for an undersized linebacker. Didn't really take on blocks all that well. The coverage stuff, I wanted it to be better for a guy that is such a good athlete, but he is one of the fastest linebackers in this draft. He also tested super well. So at this stage in the draft, worth betting on. I mean, not only did he run a 4.46, which is the fastest 40 time of any linebacker in this draft, but a 38-inch vertical jump, can leap up and deflect passes. He's got 6'9", 6'3" cone, is the second best in this draft behind our guy Sean Dolak. So freaky testing, but here's the catch. 6 years at UCLA and the tape still isn't that good. Kind of a big red flag there, but technically still has developmental upside. Dan Quinn knows a thing or two about linebackers, but he's a great cover guy to have. The fastest linebacker in this draft is always going to make for a good linebacker. Oh, here's the even bigger. I forgot about this. My tackle grade for him was an F, a hard F. He whiffed on 26% of his tackle attempts. That makes him unplayable as a linebacker, and even as a special teamer, that's a problem. So that's why that profile is still here. 1 out of 4 tackles you're missing as a linebacker, that is unheard of. That is unheard of. I forgot about that. So, got to clean up the tackling. You can teach him how to tackle. Maybe we can get there. But I would have said like it. I forgot to press that on there. Chase Lunt, big tackle out of UConn. I always get concerned about these 6'8" tackles that have short arms, like 6'7.5" with 32 3/4 inch arms is a major concern for me in terms of earning leverage in the run game. It's not necessarily a huge problem for him. Like he does play hard in the run game. I think he can run block, but as a pass protector, like guys get up and under his chest, he gets knocked back, and then he's just SOL because he's not that big either. 303 pounds, very, very light. Andy ran a 5.4 at his pro day. I wasn't a huge Chase Lunt guy. Did have him as, draftable, but I guess I'm not the biggest believer based on the profile. Some people liked him, though. Some people liked him for whatever it's worth. All right, yeah, we got some super chats, especially a big one from R. I think the Giants are tripping for going Cam Scatterbo over Devin Neal. Neal and Tracy would have been tough. Also, is Darius Alexander's play strength sustainable enough to be the difference maker next to Dexter? His agility is sick for an interior D-line. Well, thank you for the $100 super chat, my man.
Thank you so
Unbelievable
much.
Support. Thank you. I disagree with you. I love Cam Scatterbo. He would have been my pick over Devin Neal. So if you want my opinion on it, I think it was a slam dunk pick. I love what the Giants have done. I don't think I've given them enough credit. They backed themselves into a corner with the whole QB situation, but I loved all their other picks. And to the second point of your question there, Darius Alexander is sick. I don't have major play strength concerns on him. He's just an older prospect was really the only concern. I think he would have been in consideration for the first round if he wasn't a 26-year-old rookie. So I was a huge fan of that. I absolutely think he can be an impactful star next to Dexter Lawrence even. So I loved that pick. All right, Cam Williams out of Texas. Not surprised he falls here. I'm just saying, man, Cam Williams should have gone back to school. He declares as a true junior with really bad tape at Texas. He would have been a really large leap of faith any higher than this, and I would have understood it. I ended up with a 4th to a 5th round grade on Cam Williams, certainly day 3. Not surprised to see him fall. I mean, again, the feet like the losses, it just every week you could count on 3 or 4 ugly losses. He was, I believe, the one that was responsible for the Jack Sawyer strip sack that ultimately ended Texas' season against Ohio State, right? A lot of traits, though. And for him to go to the Eagles with Jeff Stoutland, best case scenario for him. And maybe ultimately, with him landing here, that justifies him coming out. But 6'5.5", 325 pounds, 34-inch arms. His hands measured in at 11.5 inches. His freaking hands are the size of a ruler. That's absurd.
That's insane.
That's absurd. That is by far the biggest hand size in this class. So the other holdup on Cam Williams, he probably would have gone a few rounds earlier if he was able to test, but he wasn't able to test. So you're talking about a traits-based prospect with bad tape that didn't test. Tough go at it. So that's why he falls here. But he's young, crazy traits, needs to learn how to use his feet. Hopefully Jeff Stoutland can work with him. At this point, I do love the pick, just as a dart throw in the 6th round. But gotta get there, man. You can't have him on the field for now. But I've been waiting for the Eagles to get. Frankly, the more I talk about it, I do love it, the idea of it, because he does have starting potential, physically speaking. I've been wanting to see them get a guy behind Lane Johnson in this infrastructure to maybe tap into. So Cam Williams is ultimately justified in his decision to come out. If he landed maybe anywhere else, he might have looked a little silly for coming out early. All right, and then the other Colorado slot wide receiver comes out. So both Jimmy Horn Jr. and LeJohntay Webster kind of ate into each other from a honest cringing pause. Let's try that again. They cannibalized each other's targets. Is that better?
No.
But both guys had the talent, especially Jimmy Horn, to actually play slot in the league. I like this pick for the Panthers, right around where I projected him to go, 6th, 7th round. Never really produced at a high level, but if you just make a cut-up of Jimmy Horn Jr., you see the route running, you see some tough catches, you see some really good run after catch. I think he can return kicks. If you're talking about Carolina, building out that room, we have not just praised, we have glowed about McMillan is your X, Leggett is your Z, Thielen is your slot. Horn can develop as a slot and age out Thielen as your slot guy there. A lot of juice. It's a good pick. I think, I might have taken Xavier Restrepo at this point. Just gambled on that, but that's the only nitpick on this. I think Horn has a chance. I don't want to oversell it. He never really produced at a high level in all his time, but I do think the flashes of tape are there for this to ultimately be a good pick. Let's keep catching up on Super Chats because I know we've got a good handful of them here. Ash says, love the kicker analysis. Can't wait for my Ravens to get one. Great call, Ash. Great call. Kicker. Ravens take a kicker. Also hoping we take advantage of Damian Martinez's fall. Dude, yeah, the Ravens getting Damian Martinez would be a heck of a fit as a long-term solution for Derrick Henry. Although Derrick Henry might just play till he's 45. I don't know. He's the ageless wonder at running back. Rufus says, since the Browns traded in front of the Eagles for Shadur, now we draft a QB. Do you think Howie was considering it? I think, yeah, now that with hindsight, now that we've seen they went with McCord, the Eagles very well might have been considering Shadur. I think that would have been a nice spot. With all of the only quarterback with more hype, I'll say it, more unjustified hype in the entire world right now. The only quarterback with more unjustified hype in the world right now is Jalen Hurts. So that is a player that fans aren't going to be clamoring for Shadur to start. But Howie might have just said, look, this is ridiculous. I'm going to take Shadur, let all this noise die down, and once someone's starter gets hurt, I'm going to flip Shadur for a second-round pick. He might have been thinking about that, absolutely. But didn't ultimately happen. Yeah, Spinning Wheezy, shouting out Matthew Golden, changing his number to 22. I am praying to God that is false. I was going to get a Matthew Golden jersey, but I can't do that. The only wide receiver, I'm just scrolling for a second. The only wide receiver that the Packers drafted that should be wearing 22 is Savion Williams, because I think he's better off as a running back, which is what you should be wearing at number 22. From a frickin' amazing, what's up, my friend? Welcome to the stream. Happy to have you back for another year. Donating for the yearly Teddy Ducky cam. Been proud of this Steelers draft. I don't know about slam dunk, but didn't fall for Shadur. Next year in Pittsburgh, draft the QB. Yep, I love it. And I think this draft absolutely signals. Although they did take Will Howard as a dart throw, why not? Yes, Aeneas Peebles, and he goes to a great spot. Let's go. I can't ring the bell because at the end of the day, I was wrong about where he would go. But we'll see how good he is. Aeneas Peebles was a top 10 defensive tackle prospect for me. I was saying it when we were reading off like best remaining prospects at this stage in the draft. Also, did I miss a pick there with Antoine Ryland? I'll have to circle back to that. I don't know if it was the Eagles that took him or what, but really love this one for Peebles. Would be a certified steal, in my opinion. And a position they could use some help at, frankly. Like, I would not be this is a really good spot because I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if he's in the mix there. You look at that interior D-line. I'm stoked about this, man. This could be a landing spot that I am justified for my third-round grade on Peebles. He's a really effective, technically sound pass rusher with a lot of quickness and good bend. You got Matabuike, right? You know, he's your three-down superstar. But Travis Jones has been a good D tackle. Hasn't been much of an impact on third downs. And then you got, Broderick Washington, C.J. Ravenel, Basil Okoye, Adebayo Odele. Like, Peebles is instantly, in my opinion, their second and a half best pass rusher inside that group. Love. That's one of my favorite day 3 picks. Full stop for the Baltimore Ravens right there. Also, if you hear that snorting, that's Ducky, not Anna, just to defend Anna's name here. I don't know if it's coming through on the mic, but I don't want you guys thinking that my wife is snorting like a squealing hog right now. Ducky does this like reverse sneezing thing that you may or may not be hearing in the microphone. Anyway, did we miss a pick here? I think we did. Antoine Powell-Ryland went to the Eagles as well. Decent enough developmental edge pick. Kind of tough to see. Man, I think they went to the wrong well out of Virginia Tech. Back-to-back VT players. Hokies having some guys in this draft. But Powell-Ryland, I did watch him. Ended up with a 5th to a 6th round grade on him. I think he's all right. Had him as kind of a high floor, low ceiling, rotational player. You know, he's one of these interesting guys, though, where it's like, when you're talking edge rushers, you run into a handful of these guys that, if they're better pass rushers than run defenders, and in Ryland's case, I did not think he defended the run well at all. Like, you have to ask the question, how do you get on the field? Tucky. If you're a bad run defender, you're not going to play on early downs. And if you're not a great pass rusher, the NFL is going to find guys that are better options than you. So in Ryland's case, do I think he has the traits that you draft and stash and develop, and he becomes this like crazy upside guy? I don't. I think it's kind of hard to imagine him, especially with 31 and a quarter inch arms, it's kind of hard to imagine him working out in the league. So I wasn't a huge fan of him. His tape wasn't bad, but the traits were just like, without the length and the incredible juice and great power, there just wasn't a lot to kind of project to the next level, in my opinion. So not crazy about that one, even if I did put a 5th, 6th round grade on him. So it's not like some crazy reach. The Cardinals take Hayden Conner out of Texas. Nice player. O-line depth. I wouldn't be in the business of drafting 6'6" guards to put in front of Kyler Murray. I would have loved to see that be the Willie Lampkin pick and just kind of see how it works. But Connor was a nice player. Just not the traitiest guy. Probably just kind of a swing guard for you. It's fine. I'm not going to slam him for it, but not a pick that I'm going to jump out of my seat for, or someone I'm projecting a ton of success for in the league.
I'm sorry. Oh, wait. Did you talk about...
Are you crying?
Peebles?
Okay.
Aeneas Peebles?
I did.
You did. You talked about Peebles while I was
I did. I talked about my man Peebles.
How did you say his first name?
And I think it's Aeneas.
Aeneas?
It's either Aeneas or Aeneas. I've been saying Aeneas.
Peebles.
I love him. I dove deep into it while you were away. I also had to defend your honor because Ducky was doing his reverse sneezing thing, and I'm pretty sure it was coming through on the mic, and I had to explain that was Ducky and not you going honk, honk, honk in the background. I was like, I promise you guys my wife is not squealing like a hog right now. I don't even know if it was coming through on the mic, but in case it was, it needed to be said.
So KOC's on the broadcast.
I see that.
Hopefully
Which
his
is
son doesn't have a
which
little
is
league
great.
baseball
Good for the
game
NFL
today.
Network. Keep having coach interviews when people want to hear about the players that their team is drafting. Please. Like, seriously, I love you, KOC, but please keep having coach interviews and puppy shows, because that is why we're allowed to thrive here on day 3 of the draft, because I'm sorry, nobody gives a shit. Just going to say it. Cover the draft. But don't. Also don't, because we're happy about it. That's my rant. Welcome to my TED Talk. Thank you for listening.
Not you, Ted.
Not you. We don't need.
does talk.
He does, especially when the Packers draft receivers.
Oh, Joe Burrow?
His favorite player. Do you love Joe Burrow?
Do you love Joe Burrow?
Tell us about Joe Burrow.
Tell us.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. Tell us. Do you
Oh.
love Joe Burrow? You do?
Yeah?
Tell us. You love him?
You love Joe Burrow. Yeah. Are they going to win the Super Bowl this year? You don't know?
You don't know.
You don't think they had a great draft? They didn't have a great draft?
They could have done better.
Yeah, I think they could have done better too. I agree, Teddy. Thank you for chiming in. Good boy. Great analysis.
And that's the analysis by Teddy Whitman.
Yep. What about Ted Yee Buchanan? Oh. Ducky just jumped up for a treat and hit his head on my desk.
It has been an injury-prone dog show.
It has been an injury pro. We got, yeah. Oh.
Okay,
All right.
but
Robert Longerbeam. What a name.
What a name.
There are some great names in this draft. Really good pick for the Ravens. Athletic dude, a ton of ball production. I think I wrote down he had 19 passes defended the last 2 years, which might not sound like a lot, but it is. That's towards the top of the draft for any defensive back. He is a bit of a... Like, he's definitely the type of traits you want to bet on at this stage in the draft. He ran well. Let's see. 4.39. Really great agility scores, too. I think he had the best 3-cone, 6.76 3-cone. We had a 6.71 from Darian Porter, which is just crazy. But, yeah, I got to put the graphic on there, too. But I do think it's a great value at this stage. Ravens getting a couple of fun picks late here. Come on, let's go. There we go. Yeah, to fit to a 6th-round grade on him, so we're approaching the 7th round at this point. Good value. But he's a little bit of a tweener in the sense that he doesn't have the great size to play outside at 5'11", 175. He's very slender. One of these really skinny corners that kind of gets thrown around. And he doesn't really project well as a slot guy unless he can bulk up. His run defense is just not projectable for slot work in the NFL right now. And he played outside, so I don't think he's a slot guy. I really thought, okay, this is a guy that needs to be in an off-zone heavy system, which is exactly what they do in Baltimore. So it's a good scheme fit. And they've now taken him. They did their double dip strategy on him and Bilal Cohn, I think are probably two of the top. Him and like those two and like Zay Frazier were probably kind of the top 3 most interesting tradesy developmental day 3 corners. So they walk out with 2 of those guys. That's really good process by Baltimore. No idea if any of those guys are going to work out, but you trust the coaching and all that. Let's keep getting caught up on super chats here. He's under the couch. He's getting dug in for a nap. I was still reading a Frickin' Mason's super chat here. Or no, I did finish that one off.
Okay, well then what do you think about Tommy Malott?
I did not get to him out of...
Tommy! You know Tommy?
All right, relax. We still got a whole round here. We can't get off the walls yet. I know he tested well. He ran a 4.39 out of Montana State. That's all I know about him. I didn't get into Montana State's passing game this year. But, hey, maybe someone for crazy Wildcat situations, maybe. But maybe they just want to see what they can get out of him. Sit him behind Geno for a couple years. I mean, it adds up. Like, if you want a tradesy guy, QB with a 4.39 40, I'm not going to complain about it at this point. A lot of the QBs have gone. I'd much rather roll the dice on him than take freaking Graham Mertz like the Texans did. So I'm cool with the dart throw. You're good. You're good. From Arthur, thoughts on Harvey from a fantasy perspective, biased Broncos fan needing some balance. I would say opportunity is there. I question if he has the talent to take over a backfield, and Audric Estime is still there. He's still going to have to come in and win the job. Like, I just got to glance at NFL Network. They're just doing like dog nicknames. Like, okay. You do you, man. You do you. But I'm not trying to talk down on the Harvey pick. I would just say have a little bit of hesitation. A little bit. I thought the tape was pretty good. I don't know that he's quite ready to step in and be this dynamic receiving back. And I don't know that he's going to necessarily outduel Audric Estime. Hell, they have an undersized back that's done some good stuff already, too, in... Is that another McMillan? Jaleel McLaughlin. So the draft capital's there to get excited about Harvey, but I think it's not a guarantee he wins the job. That's definitely a culture where once training camp starts, draft capital goes out the window. They're going to play their best players. So we will see. I think you did need a little bit of balance if you were coming in as a biased Broncos fan, super fired up. I think it's a good enough pick. I would have gone elsewhere, but he's got some potential for sure. All right, from Steve, convinced that Jason Light just watches you. He takes so many of your my guys, that or he employs you. He definitely does. He took
Does not employ you, I wish.
Well, yeah, I wish. Tyke Smith last year, it's like every single year. He took Graham Barton. Yeah, they definitely dip into the TFG my guy pool for sure. Alexander Morales says, any out of the park picks the Saints could make. Tough to kind of come up with an out of the park pick this late in the draft. I mean, I don't know. I mean, at this point in the draft, I don't know that anything's off the table. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm kind of drawing a blank for you here. Isaiah Bond would be a, fun pick, I think, with his athleticism. Just get him in the building and see if he can mature. Final answer there for you, Alexander. Thank you for the super chat. Sheldon, did you see EJ's tweet about Milroe? I did not. I haven't been on Twitter too much this weekend.
What did it say?
The tweet? He didn't say what it was, so
We'll ask.
I bet I could find it real quick. RJ Mickens just went to the Chargers. That's a good pick. But yeah, let's see real quick if we can find EJ's tweet about Milroe. He shared a quote from Milroe, it looks like. So one of the teams asked Milroe a series of questions about what he's really good at. And then they said they asked him what he could get better at. And his answer was, how much time do you have? And the guy goes, we're sitting there interviewing Jalen Milroe, and he's telling us all these areas that he's working on right now. This is a poorly written report. It doesn't logically add up. This is hard to process on the fly. This is a very poorly written report. But I there's a lot going on with that one. Sounds like EJ saw an interview with Milroe that was encouraging for him. He said, I'm in on Milroe after the interview. I guess go check out it's EJ Snyder's last tweet at Football EJ. Shout out EJ, shout out the Bootleg Football Podcast. If you guys want to break that one down, I will have to do that later because I think the screenshot from the article, like, very poor kind of grammar in the way it was written, so I was having a hard time following it. But Sheldon also said, I watched Jordan Watkins, and he took over when Harris got hurt. Seems like budget Jalen Noel. Yeah, I mean, the 40 time is there, so got some juice. All right. RJ Mickens.
Safety.
He had some love. This was definitely more of his range, in my opinion. Balanced safety. I don't have strong opinions on him. He ran well. I think he's got some upside, but he's very slender. I need to see him bulk up, personally. Plays at 6 foot 199. It's just, if you're going to be a real safety in the NFL, like, that's going to hurt your ability to get down in the box. He's a pretty consistent tackler, but that's going to get even harder at the next level. But I also didn't think he played up to his ridiculous testing numbers. And the NFL tends to agree there, right? He goes in the 6th round here, but he ran a 4.49, which is a great time for a safety. 41.5-inch vertical jump is absurd. 121-inch broad jump. I didn't see that first step on tape. I didn't see him get himself into playmaking range. He's kind of the Will Howard of safety prospects too, because he went his entire 5-year career with like no production. And then in the last, I think I wrote this down. Yeah, 6 of his, so he's 5-year career, 14 passes defended in those 5 years, but 6 of his 14 career passes defended came in the last 5 games of his career. So it's like, did something click? If that happened, great. You've got someone with some playmaking upside on the back end with range. But Generally speaking, I saw a slighter safety that struggled to kind of take risks. For a safety, you want a risk taker. You don't want Jalen Reed, who's just always taking risks, but you gotta eventually kind of make a decision and go try to take stuff away. I thought he was just kind of a conservative overall safety that tested better than I thought his tape showed. So it's not a bad pick. I would say I like the pick. This is, I had a 5th to a 6th round grade on him, so there's nothing wrong with it. I don't know that it's a player that I'm necessarily betting on or pounding the table for. Also, the graphic
is correct. Cam Miller, North Dakota State.
That was the Mickens that we just did.
No.
But wait. They took another quarterback? Okay, sorry. You're good.
Mickens
You see,
safety.
and it was the Raiders that took Cam Miller?
Yes.
Interesting. Okay. I was thinking you hadn't updated it because they just took a small school quarterback 2 picks ago.
Yes, they did.
All right, so they're doing the double dip.
They actually announced Malott as I don't know if that's right, as a wide receiver.
Did they?
Yeah.
Okay. That makes more sense. I mean, cool. Obviously, we don't have any tape on him there, but we'll see. I mean, he ran a 4.39. It would be a fun project. That also makes me think that they're open to the J.J. Pegues fullback thing, if they're taking him and going to move him from quarterback to wide receiver. Which, reminder, that does happen when I suggest things like Jalen Milroe could switch to running back. That does happen with teams and coaches and players. But Cam Miller goes as a quarterback to them. He screams backup to me. Won a lot of games at North Dakota State, as what tends to happen. Kind of a softer arm, doesn't have great command of the deep ball, but played point guard for North Dakota State. And if anything's going to happen to Geno, I don't know that Gardner Minshew's still around. I feel like they cut Gardner, but he could, if you're down Geno for a week and you've built this offense with Ginty and Besh and Brock Bowers, like the rack bros, like that's what we've talked about with the Raiders as a concept for the offense, is just kind of easy manufactured touches and a lot of run after catch. That's a situation where Cam Miller can come in, and I certainly wouldn't project him to be the next Brock Purdy, but someone that can distribute the ball, and the offense isn't going to fall off the rails with Cam Miller in there. So I think it's a nice pick. Now NFL Network is interviewing a country star.
Brad Paisley.
Yeah, let's get Brad Paisley's opinion on these 6th-round draft picks.
Well, let's hear your opinion on Jeremy Cranston.
You didn't do punters, did you? Just kickers?
Did I have him?
Did you do punters?
No. So let's hear your input. That's better than Brad Paisley's.
Thin air in Denver, go boom. That's my opinion on Crawshaw. Great name. Certified steal, obviously. No, sorry guys, I don't get around to. Yes, I just wanted to pull up the super chats. I don't get around to punters and kickers. We got enough guys that we still wish we could get to. But speaking of people we need to get to, we got some super chats. The mouse is all yours, my love. Gabe, thoughts on the Steelers draft as a whole? You're trying to skip the line and get your Steelers draft grades before the video comes out. I see what you're doing, Gabe. I see what you're doing. I'm not going to give you the entire rundown, but I will pull it up and give you some quick thoughts. 1 second. All right. Got them all up. Yeah, obviously Harmon was a fan of that pick. Caleb Johnson, that was like kind of a victory moment for the channel. I wasn't in on like the top 50 hype on Caleb Johnson, but I loved him in the 3rd round to a wide zone offense. Boom, boom, boom. Like excellent fit. Think he's going to be a stud. Should be on your fantasy football radar. Like, we got a question about R.J. Harvey a moment ago. R.J. Harvey, Caleb Johnson, who goes later. I think that's a situation where, personally, I would bet on the talent of a Caleb Johnson. So that's an opportunity to plug that I will be doing Dynasty Rookie Rankings on Patreon for the Superstar tier on May 1st. You guys can look forward to all of my Dynasty rankings for all of these rookies. And a great opportunity as well to shout out Underdog. If you guys want to, get in, do your season-long pick'em contests are super fun, especially this time of year before everybody starts playing, because they will adjust the numbers based on how many people are taking highers, how many are taking lowers. If you guys think you know your stuff, you want to get in early, sign up using code TFG. Some of my favorites were like Dak Prescott, higher on the season, coming back healthy on his touchdown total. I think I had a graph. Yep. I like Marvin Harrison, that the Cardinals didn't really draft a wide receiver, so I like that connection coming together next year. We'd probably take the Nico Collins one off now that the Texans have loaded up at wide receiver, but maybe keep the Trevor Lawrence one up there, getting Travis Hunter. But code TFG when you guys sign up. You get a bonus match, and most importantly, you will support my channel in a big way in the process over at Underdog. But just to quickly wrap up my thoughts, I think the Steelers have had a good day 3. Every pick has made sense, in my opinion, and you guys will be able to hear more about that and every team's draft when I get into my draft grades throughout the next 3 days. Those are going to be dropping hot and heavy, coming at you fast, so not too far removed from that. We got a new pick here, Jay Toya, right, for the Cowboys?
Yes, a defensive tackle from UCLA.
Big boy. Big nose tackle type.
Big beefer,
absolutely.
what was that one guy who was like pushing a cow that year? You know who I'm talking about?
I remember that. I can't remember who it was.
You know who I'm talking about?
I feel like he got drafted to Denver. Just if my memory is.
If anybody remembers the cow pushing.
Yeah, who was pushing cows? That was so funny. Yeah, a lot of beef jokes. Yeah. We got to figure out who that is and if he's any good.
Yes.
Help us out, chat. Okay, Jay Toya, great 6th-round dart throw. Are we still? Oh, we're in the 7th round now. Oh, we're in the home stretch now. Let's go. Yeah, 7th round. Jay Toya makes total sense to me. I actually love this because Dallas has been struggling to stop the run. This gives you some beef in the middle. He's still working things out. He's been at UCLA for. Was he there? Yeah, I think he was at UCLA for all 3 years. But the first 3 years were kind of rough. There was an incident, according to Dane Brugler, his freshman year. He was kind of, I don't know if he got arrested for it or someone filed a public complaint or what, but he was yelling either inappropriate comments or violent comments in his freshman year out in public, kind of a weird situation way back when, but hopefully that is behind him, and I don't think anything really came of it. He publicly apologized for it, I guess. But no, his last year was his best year. He's heading in the right direction. He's 6'2 and a half, 341 pounds. Shorter arms, so can kind of struggle to win that leverage fight, but can, if nothing else, take on double teams. A tough guy to move, open up some lanes for you, and if the development comes, great. You got yourself a nose tackle. But at this stage in the draft, I think taking a gamble on someone like Jay Toya, absolutely worth it. Absolutely worth it.
And then what do we think about Jack Nelson from Wisconsin? I feel like that's just a fake person.
I want to see Jack Nelson and Tim Smith go one-on-one in some reps. And Tim Smith went... I can't remember which team. If we can just, in the NFL, I just need to see Jack Nelson go up against Tim Smith. But yeah, I didn't get around to Jack Nelson, but was very much on my radar as a Wisconsin tackle. He's 6'7", kind of a tackle-only prospect, but Giants do need long-term tackle options. Jermaine Illuminor is not going to be there forever, but very good kind of length profiles. Arms are a little bit shorter at 33.5, but I will never knock a team. And it was the Giants that took him, by the way, right? No, it was the Falcons that took him. Oh, you're good. You're good. Yeah. Sorry. So I got to rewind my thoughts on that for a second. But likewise, as with most of these developmental line picks on day 3, same logic applies. You got Jake Matthews not getting any younger. You bring in Jack Nelson. They have very similar physical profile in Caleb McGarry on the opposite side as well. So maybe even could reach that level. I don't know, but he's got potential. Never going to knock a team for taking a lengthy Wisconsin tackle in the 7th round. So I will say I love it. Even though I didn't get to the tape, I had him estimated based on some of the research as a 5th to a 6th round grade. So totally fine.
And then we have Thomas Fidone the second.
Okay, Thomas Fidone.
Fidone, you want some mozzarella?
Maybe some spaghetti. Or maybe there is no pasta.
There is no pasta. The pasta is not here.
Has anybody seen that Family Feud clip of there is no pasta? That's another deep reference here for the 1,300 people in the chat. I need to look at the chat and see if anybody's seen that, because I was rolling laughing when I saw that Family Feud clip. But no, Thomas Fidone. I like this at this point in the draft. Weird player. I think I was talking about him earlier. Like, I don't think he's going to be good in the league, but, like, maybe? I don't know. Like, he's got some interesting things he does. This
is by far the worst analysis I've ever heard. He's not going to be good in the league, but maybe? I don't know.
Well, let me continue and elaborate. He moves like those wiggly ad things, the blow-up man things. Like, he's like got these crazy long arms, and he just kind of flails every time he cuts. He's got 34.5-inch arms, which is like, I think that's like 99th percentile. A couple people have seen the Family Feud clip. Elite. But he's got speed. He's kind of tough to get down after the catch. He gets up to top speed quickly, and because he's got these long arms, he'll kind of put a nice stiff arm on you. Now, he cannot get leverage as a run blocker, and that's ultimately why I would bet on him failing, just because I don't think he's this great route runner and like a true receiving only tight end. But maybe in like a Jonnu Smith type of role. And going to the Giants, I don't know that they necessarily have that role for them, so I don't know if I necessarily love the scheme fit, but if he could go somewhere where, okay, if it's play action, it's 12 personnel, you're the second tight end on the field, where in a blocking role, you're responsible for linebackers and safeties most of the time. I think he can do okay there. But just kind of leaking out on play action, using his speed to come over the middle of the field on crossing routes, just being a run after catch weapon. He does some stuff well if you can tap into those strengths. So maybe he's kind of the ultimate maybe player, which 7th round, why the hell not? Yeah, Thomas Fidone and Tommy Cutlets together. Need to see.
Oh my gosh.
Need to see.
And then our newest man to the Patriots, your brother-in-law. I don't know.
What?
Marcus Bryant.
All right.
Not your brother-in-law. I don't know.
It's fellow, my Marcus brethren.
Yes, that is what
all
I
right.
meant.
That's what we were going for. Marcus Bryant. Did I get to Marcus Bryant? The name sounds familiar. What position?
It's your first name.
What position?
He's an offensive tackle from Missouri.
Oh. It's a long day. Offensive tackle from Missouri. Yeah, I did not get to him. Good measurables. Just looking quickly over at the NFL Network thing here. 6'7", 320, ran a 4.97. Say less. I will draft that in the 7th round every single time and get him with NFL coaching. And maybe someday Marcus Bryant is the Missouri left tackle that the Patriots didn't take at left tackle, and Will Campbell's playing guard. I don't know. That's an unnecessary shot at the Patriots. But definitely, obviously, some potential with those measurables. So why the heck not this late in the draft? All right, super chats. A HOF and AP voting reporter for Miami didn't know who Jonah Savanaia was and criticized them for picking him. No wonder alternative media is better. That's embarrassing. I mean, look, there are people with Hall of Fame and AP, like MVP votes, that are NFL analysts that are very good, that don't know very many of these draft prospects and wait to see how they turn out. That's totally fine. I have all the respect in the world for that. Robert Mays, great example. One of the best analysts and reporters out there. Not even so much a reporter at this stage, but I believe he has an AP vote, but I don't know for sure. But anyway, great example of a guy that covers the NFL year-round, runs the Athletic Football Show, does it with, the utmost respect for him. He doesn't try to act like he knows stuff about day 2, day 3 prospects that he didn't get to, which if I was in that position, I think that's the right way to go about it, right? Like, if you're in that position, and you got these AP votes, if you don't know who Jonah Savanaia is, who is one of the top names at the Senior Bowl and was absolutely a day 2 candidate, just don't say anything at all. Like, wow, that's pretty crazy. To be critical of the pick. Pretty embarrassing for him. All right, the Raiders go. Ski Uma.
Jonah Mohim, the Jags.
Oh, that one went in quick.
Yeah.
Moheim, the center from USC. I like that. So the Jags, I mean, just if nothing else, just his center depth. But Mohim, however that's said, I would like to say he was the one that had good testing, but crazy short arms. Am I off on that? No, he did not test. He had a hamstring injury. But 5 years of experience. Good size, 6'4", 300. Is kind of a center-only prospect, though, with just 30.5-inch arms. That's kind of tough, but someone I didn't get to, but I had heard some people bring his name up, and nice pick. Nice pick, offensive line, late day 3. Nothing wrong with it.
Now our schema.
Now we got Ski-U-Ma for Cody Lindenberg. Happy for him to see him get drafted. I figured this was, I had a 5th, 6th round grade on him, but I knew realistically, injury-prone player that's not a great athlete. It's, you could see a guy like that falling. And now Damian Martinez goes to the Seahawks, finally off the board with a huge steal for Seattle. But, yeah, I liked Lindenberg. I thought his tape was pretty good. He's just, not the rangiest, highest upside guy. Never going to be an ideal starter for you, but shit, man. He might start for the Raiders because their linebacker room is tough. I think he is a candidate, if healthy, to be a Band-Aid starter for you out the gate. Really a good kind of team leader, good at going through his keys. I liked him even a little bit more than like Kobe King, right? I'm just trying to confirm that. I had him just above Kobe King with like similar grades, but I did have actually a higher final grade on Lindenberg than Kobe King. So I do really, I love that pick for the Raiders. That's a great pick. And then we get Damian Martinez, certified steal out of Miami to the Seattle Seahawks. I mean, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know if he's got health concerns or if he has something going on behind the scenes or what the hell this is all about, but natural runner of the football, big dude. The vision runs hot and cold, but once he gets into the second level, he anticipates guys, he makes guys miss. breaks a lot of tackles. He's got sneaky good speed for a big guy. He's 225 pounds. I mean, the Seahawks clearly were like, man, we could use running back depth like this with Kenneth, not Gainwell, Kenneth, their starting running back from Michigan State. We have said just a couple names tonight, and now the brain is getting mushy, but their starting running back gets hurt a lot. If he goes down, you can't give every carry to the other guy. Jesus, man. What a bad football analyst. Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet. If Walker gets hurt, as tends to happen with him, unfortunately, and Zach Charbonnet has to step in, you don't have to give every single carry to Zach Charbonnet. Really talented player. And I have kind of low-key anticipated a world with Kenneth Walker's injury history that he doesn't get to that second contract, which is coming up. I think Martinez has really good upside to just say, have Seattle say, we'll let someone else take the injury concerns on Kenneth Murray, and we'll just roll with Martinez and Charbonnet and tell teams good luck tackling these two guys because those two dudes are tough as hell.
And then Keontae Hamilton.
A nice glass of Chianti.
Chianti from the Brunello region?
Well,
actually,
no.
Chianti is from the Chianti region.
It's from some region. I don't know if it's Chianti.
Yeah.
Is
Chianti.
it? Mm-hmm. Okay. I think you're right.
I know I'm right.
All right, you're right. Didn't get to him. DT out of Rutgers. Let's see what Mr. Dane Brugler had on Keontae Hamilton. Oop, I'm typing in the wrong place. Did I screw up?
You did last time, and then it screwed everything.
I'm sorry. All right, Dane Brugler had Keontae Hamilton as DT 37, 4-year player out of Rutgers with a free agent grade, but did test well. Yeah, this adds right up. Houston has a type. They like somewhere between 6'3 and 6'4, somewhere between 300 and 310 pounds, where you're not too small to two gap if teams are going to run duo at you, but you're not so big in an even front that you can't move and penetrate. And this, from a physical traits perspective, I totally see why they just looked at the measurables and were like, yep, we'll get him in. We like our D-line coaching, and we'll develop them. So, yeah, 6'3", 305, decent arm length, 32 inches, ran a 5.02, which is really good time. Good testing numbers, 29 bench press reps. Get him in the building, see what happens. I like it.
All right, we have Kitten Crawford.
Kitten Crawford.
No, you did not look up Kitten Crawford, did you?
I didn't get to the tape, full disclosure. But I did have him with a preliminary 6 to a 7th round grade. Smaller dude, 5'11", 200. That's not tiny, but a little bit shorter. But you want to know why he got drafted? 4'4", 140, 41.5-inch vertical jump, 128-inch broad jump, 6.81 3-cone, 4.03 shuttle. Yeah, just literally say less, I think, is probably what the Cardinals said. Don't even know how much tape the Cardinals watched on him themselves. I'm sure they did. That's a ridiculous statement to make, but they probably are not spending as much time on his tape as some of these other guys. But classic, like, special teamer with that speed, with the traitsy tools. I opted to use my time to watch other guys' tape with that preliminary grade in there, because if you test that well, there's probably not the best tape out there. Is 99% of what happens. 99% of the time is what happens there. So maybe he's some glorious hidden gem, and he's just better out of Nevada than I would have found. But definitely a good pick here in the 7th round.
People are asking what's going on with Bond.
Oh, what's going on with Bond? This is not particularly surprising. He just, I mean, where do you want to start? Leaves Alabama, goes to Texas, has a lot of hype, gets targeted a bunch early, and the tape alone was not that good. He had a lot of drops, struggled with physicality. Matthew Golden, as the season went on, became their go-to target. So even heading into the pre-draft process, it was like he was starting to hurt himself and like he was dropping. And then he's out there in the public telling everybody, I'm going to break former Texas receiver Xavier Worthy's 40-yard dash record. I'm the fastest wide receiver ever.
That's right.
And he runs a 4.4. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? Like,
do you remember we were watching that?
yeah.
On a road trip.
Yeah. And it's just like,
And he didn't even come close.
it's just like kind of the smallest of red flags that once I continue this story becomes even a little bit more of like a bigger red flag. Just like maybe this guy's just kind of like a dumbass for lack of a better term, because self-awareness, man, like, you know what 40 you're going to run. Why would you tell the public you're going to shatter the record and you don't even come close? And then it's not even like he backed it up at his pro day and did better. He got to his pro day and again ran a 4.39, like slightly better. So it's like, all right, why would you say that? Like, you're nuts. And then like 2 weeks later, I didn't even look too far into the incident, but I think he like turned himself in on a domestic violence. Like something happened at home and he like turned himself in. It's just like, literally, there could not be any less red flags on him. And I guess he's interviewed poorly. Like, it's just, I think he is just off probably. I mean, at this point, clearly he's off like every team's draft board. So that's what's going on with Bond. In summary, yeah, seriously. Talent's there for potential, but not surprised that he's not getting drafted here.
How do you feel about Carson Brunner? Feelings?
I believe he's an undersized athletic linebacker. Yes. 6 to a 7th round grade. 6'1", 227 pounds, ran a 4.58. That's going to get you drafted. 6'7", 7'3" cone. 1-year starter in 2024. You know, smaller player, needs to develop as a fifth-year player, but this is the type of, you know, you're going to see a run of guys just like this. Special teamer. Hope he learns the position, because most of these young linebackers aren't that good coming out. All right, Super Chats. Just got to refresh my YouTube dashboard here. Loves to kick me out. Just let me get that for one second.
Take your time.
All right. All years. So, Jay Killis says, does this draft make you feel better about the Saints' future direction? As a Saints fan, I think they nailed it. Yeah, I'm excited to revisit each individual pick, but the Banks pick alone and not going QB, or like in the first round at least, was great. You could have mixed opinions on the Tyler Shook pick. You could just argue like they should have just gone full send and just completely just sucked. You know, it's, if you're being realistic in an NFL building and your starting quarterback's going to miss the year, and everybody knows like Spencer Rattler ain't really it, you can talk me into Tyler Shook being the right pick for them. I think Shook's upside is really fun if he can just play with full confidence and not have those plays where like he seems to like see ghosts and like remember his injuries, where he had 3 years of season-ending injuries, none of which lead to like durability concerns. I think they were all broken bones that were just really bad luck. But he clearly made some like business decisions at times and kind of got some pocket trauma when his horrible offensive line at Louisville got him in trouble. If you can just get him to play with confidence, there is a starting quarterback in there in Tyler Shook. And this was a highly recruited guy. He's got the arm. He's got the traits. I like him as a bet because there is some ugly tape in there. There's a world where you trot him out there as a mid-second round pick, and it's like, oh man, yeah, he just doesn't have the confidence. He can't do it. Oh my God, that could have been bad. Anyway, there's a world where he really does just suck anyway, and you do get that high pick next year, and you'll know. Like, the beauty is he's 25. He's ready to go. The processing and decision-making is not a drawback from him like it is with Dart and Milroe and even sometimes with Shadur. Like, you're going to be able to put him in? Can dogs have cashews?
Yes.
Oh, all right. You're going to be able to plug him in right away. You're going to get an answer, and it reminds me of when the Panthers took the Notre Dame QB in the second round. He was horrible, but it helped him get Cam Newton with the next, the number one pick the next year. That's a realistic situation, but it's also a realistic situation where, he plays pretty well. And, I have been critical of some teams, like the Browns taking Shadur. It's like, okay, is the long-term upside of this situation ideal? Maybe, maybe not. I would argue Shook's upside is higher than Shadur Sanders. But I do think the Saints are nailing it. I'm excited to do their draft grade here throughout the week.
So we have 2 picks in the meantime. Curtis Rourke and
Brashard Smith.
Yes, sorry. It felt like I was saying it wrong.
Well, you were saying it wrong.
Thanks, Marcus.
Oh, I'm getting a lot of good laughs today. All right, so Brashard Smith was the first one, right?
Curtis Rourke went to the San Francisco 49ers.
All right, high floor quarterback. I think with Mac Jones there, you probably can stash Rourke on the practice squad or keep him as that reserve QB3 guy. He reminded me a lot of Nick Foles. I don't know if he's going to be as good as Nick Foles, but just not an athlete, right? But throws really nice touch on the deep ball, played a lot of football. Indiana had a really nice season. I think he makes the right reads. He just is not going to create. He's going to drop. He's going to drop and shoot. He's going to put the ball out there. He's going to give your guy a chance. That was Nick Foles in a nutshell. So you can get hot with a guy like Curtis Rourke, and win a game when he plays well. So I think that pick is fine. And then Brashard Smith to the Chiefs is awesome. There was a lot of talk about them going with Travion Henderson in the first round. I will say this. Give me Brashard Smith in the 7th round over Travion Henderson in the first round every day of the week, especially if you're the Chiefs. Super dynamic, playmaking back, incredibly shifty. First year at the position, moved over from wide receiver, which is great because he runs routes, and SMU would stick him in the slot, run slot fades with him. He would have he would contort and make back shoulder catches. He can legit do that. You can get into empty sets with him out there. And if his vision develops, he's like he has starting potential in a spread out Chiefs offense that, you don't want Brashard Smith to run a bunch of gap duo, that type of stuff. But for the Chiefs, they love shotgun. They'll go 2x2 and spread out the defense. Brashard Smith against a 6-man front, running the ball out of shotgun, he can do some really nice stuff. And when he sees it, the instinctive vision is there for him where he can anticipate blocks and he sees stuff developing. More of the decision-making vision for him is why he's ultimately falling here. But again, first year at the position, there's a lot of opportunities for him to develop that. But yeah, he's going to bounce runs outside. He's a home run hitting threat. Frankly, I don't think there is much of a difference in the year 2025 between Brashard Smith and DeAndre Swift. So really fun pick for the Chiefs there.
Okay, and then we have Dante Kent from Central Michigan.
Did not get to Kent out of Central Michigan. Cornerback
Is
really? So there was 2 Central Michigan, or that was Western Michigan was Cone went earlier, was Western Michigan. So now I got a Central Michigan corner. Yep. Unfortunately, guys, did not get to him. What did you say?
But we have Dan Jackson from Georgia. To the line.
Safety, Dan Jackson, right?
Safety Dan Jackson.
All right, a lot of speed, developmental safety prospect. Play special teams and develop, that kind of thing. We do have a super chat from J. Ken. Sebastian Castro going to be number 1 UDFA? Geez, explanation? I think someone else had a comment maybe about... No, just the one on Castro. I agree, man. Castro's tape is too good. I don't get it. Yeah, he's a little smaller. He's a little slower. Really good tape, though, man. Maybe teams just view him as a tweener where he's not fast enough to be a slot corner and he's not experienced enough as a safety, but I mean, I don't care. Like, he's super smart. He had good tape as a safety. I think it's silly. To take all these guys that showed up in their underwear and ran a 4.4 over a guy that had a phenomenal 5-year career at Iowa that just freaking spits out these types of D-backs every single year. I think it's dumb. I get the process of it, but go get yourself a potential starter in Sebastian Castro.
Sorry, I am so far behind now.
We missed one?
Really. Quinn Ewers.
Hey, Quinn Ewers.
To the Dolphins.
Congrats on getting drafted, Quinn Ewers. The Dolphins, cowards as they are, take a really bad quarterback that's never going to threaten Tua for his job.
Sorry, it's not up there yet.
All right. I mean, it's a good landing spot. It's as good of a landing spot for Quinn Ewers. Not surprised to see him go in the 7th round. A lot of questions on if Quinn Ewers maybe should have hit the transfer portal and tried to do things better. Really rough year, his final year. My analysis on Quinn Ewers is highly recruited guy. When he's on, he makes some really nice throws, but super inconsistent tape, egregiously terrible pocket presence that to me is just a non-starter in the league. My analysis on him was I would let someone else take him unless we're at the end of the 7th round. It's like, all right, why the hell not? We got Zach Wilson and Quinn Ewers.
I mean, we're kind of there.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm fine with it. I'm not going to say certified steal if I still have that up. But at this point, I'm not going to say I love it because ultimately I just don't think Quinn Ewers can play. I just don't think he has it. He screams UFL starter. By the way, Quinn Ewers is the perfect example about... You have both on there. You have the Dolphins over the Lions logo, but it looks fine. You're good.
Okay.
It just looks like the Dolphin has a triple tail. Like that actually is kind of a sick... Do you see that?
No, I can't see
Look at my screen if you can.
I can't.
Or at the stream. It just looks like a torpedo engine on the Dolphin. It looks kind of fun. Anyway, Quinn Ewers is the perfect example of why I think the NFL should outsource some of their developmental QBs to the UFL. It would be great for the UFL to draw in, say, Dolphins fans that want to watch Quinn Ewers play, and a great opportunity for Quinn Ewers to go get live action in a situation where he's just never going to play. So I will continue to plead for that. But yeah, ultimately, I think Quinn Ewers is probably playing for the UFL in a couple years. And
okay, this is why I am confused. The ESPN or NFL draft stream is now going back to further picks. They're not even announcing the current ones. So Hunter Waller.
Ooh, Hunter Waller gets drafted. Where'd he go?
To the Colts.
Yes, let's go. I'm glad Hunter Waller got drafted. I enjoyed his tape. I don't know about the scheme fit. I wanted to go somewhere that had a real room for a true strong safety role. A little worried about that with the Colts, to be honest. They're very much a split safety defense. Coach Anarumo wants safeties that can do everything. at least at a solid level. And Hunter Waller does some stuff at a much better level than a lot of guys. He's a classic throwback, big-bodied safety. I do wonder if they view him as a linebacker developmental prospect to put on some weight. We'll keep an eye on that, which could be fun. I think he could do that as well. But, I don't love the scheme for that point because he can't really play the deep post, and I don't know that he's ever going to get to realize his potential in the system. But dude's going to run down the field and crush your kick returner. I'll tell you that. And as a potential linebacker project, he's got the frame to fill out and play linebacker. But I loved his instincts. I think he was a great run defender, made some really good plays happen in coverage, but at the same time, like, the coverage was inconsistent. Stiffer player, but good enough speed. He ran in the 4.5s, which is good enough for me for a guy his size. One of the best hitters in this draft at any position. I am going to say certified steal on the Hunter Waller pick because I did have, I think, a 4th to a 5th round grade on him. I thought he was an early day 2 kind of guy. Ultimately, 4th to a 5th round grade, potential starting grade. I am a fan.
How do you feel about Kyle Monange?
Ooh, to the Bears? That's fun. He is every bit what the Detroit Lions would love. Obviously referring to that because you got Ben Johnson coming over, that kneecap-biting kind of David Montgomery style back. Not the fastest guy. And I don't know that he'll be as good as David Montgomery. He's not quite as big, but super strong, super consistent, great vision, really quick feet in a phone booth, great contact balance. Kind of fits exactly what they needed. Him and Roshan Johnson now can kind of duke it out for carries with DeAndre Swift in your Jahmyr Gibbs role. I like that they got Monange. Very disappointed that they didn't get a better back out of this class. If I'm looking back on this Bears group, because you had opportunities to get Cam Scatterbo, Caleb Johnson, even Devin Neal. I think Damian Martinez is awesome. They came back with a single in the bottom of the 9th when they were down a couple runs with Kyle Monange, but that's my final takeaway on this. It's a good pick. I think he's going to compete for a lot of carries in Chicago, but I do think they kind of dropped the ball. Like that Luther Burden pick. I don't know, man.
I have gotten a lot of texts from my Chicago friends that hated that pick, but then the next day they were like, okay, maybe it's not that bad.
Well, yeah, you throw on the highlight reel and you're like, this dude's sick. But then you try to put it into practice and you're like, why? I don't get it. Way too many mouths to feed. I think it's setting it up for like a messy Caleb Williams year again.
All right, we have Mason Richmond from Iowa, an offensive tackle.
And not a bad Caleb Williams year. I'm just saying messy. Where you don't really have a clear plan. What happened? What I missed? Who? What? Where? When?
Mason Richmond, Iowa, an offensive tackle.
When are we? Why are we? I didn't get to Richmond. But notice a trend, you guys. A lot of Big Ten offensive linemen. Yeah, these dudes are always worth betting on, at least to give you at least a floor, no matter how they tested. Iowa, Michigan State, Notre Dame. Dudes don't go to play football there unless they're football guys, especially offensive linemen. And you're just going to have a pretty damn good hit rate of finding solid players out of those programs. And I'm never going to criticize a team for doing that. Also, while I didn't watch Mason Richmond, I do know that Iowa is a heavy wide zone run game, just having watched Caleb Johnson. And that's what Seattle wants to do. So I'm going to assume that he's a good athlete, that he can block wide zone, because that's what Iowa does. So I definitely like it. Just speculating off of knowing that. Got some super chats? Yeah, we do. Thank you, guys. Ash said, Teddy is on punter analysis next year. You heard it, Teddy? Get to work, you lazy bum. Peter, NFL Network is showing why your stream is a must-watch for me every year. Thank you, Peter. Thanks for all you and Mrs. TFG do for the best draft experience. You got it, Peter. I'm proud to do it. Tez Johnson finally goes to the Bucks. Another wide receiver in that room. And another undersized Oregon Duck goes to Tampa Bay.
Ducky.
My analysis on Tez Johnson.
Where's the duck?
You're looking at him. About 5'10", 150 pounds. Teddy is Tez Johnson on a football field. You guys tell me if he can play in the league. I have no effing idea. This is unparalleled size. 5'10", 154 pounds. His calves, I saw it at the Senior Bowl, are the size of my thumb. Like, if this guy gets hit in the wrong direction, you're terrified. But he's quick as hell. He gets open. He catches the ball. He's smart. Super high character, high work ethic dude. Like, you watch the tape and you say, I mean, I think he might be good. But you look at the size and you're absolutely terrified of it. I ended up with Tez even higher than where he gets drafted here. He was my wide receiver 30 with a 5th to a 6th round grade. You know, that Tampa Bay wide receiver room, it's like, it's getting crazy how deep that group is. It's not necessarily a great landing spot for Tez Johnson. They run a lot of condensed formations. I don't think he's great in condensed looks. But if they said, yeah, we got room for our wide receiver 6 spot, let's just bring Tez in and see how it goes. I wouldn't be stunned if Tez doesn't make the team and ends up maybe picked up by the Denver Broncos, for example. The Knicks family literally adopted Tez Johnson. I don't know if they legally adopted him, but he lived with Bo Nix because he played with Bo Nix at Oregon and lived with the family. Bo Nix's dad is a coach. And it was a fun story. A lot of people were thinking maybe Bo Nix would reunite with his brother there in Denver. So I wouldn't be stunned if he doesn't make the team in Tampa. Very crowded room. Very, very crowded room. But I'm glad he got drafted. Yeah, LaQuint Allen to the Jags. I like it. So, to me, LaQuint Allen was the cleanest receiving back in this draft. Now, I don't know that he was the best. Well, outside of TreVeyon Henderson, because TreVeyon Henderson was really a clean receiving back. But outside of him, you got, Trevor Etienne's got some questions. You got, Brashard Smith got some questions. Jaden Blue got some questions. All guys really explosive, higher upside receiving backs. But LaQuint Allen was a machine at Syracuse. He can run. He's got good vision. He's got sneaky contact balance and power. But outside of TreVeyon Henderson, I would argue the best pass protecting back in this class. I think he is a pro-ready third down back, smooth hands, good route runner. And he's got, hey, there's Tom Grossi announcing the pick. Shout out Tom Grossi. Good for him, man. I kind of want to hear this. Look at us YouTubers making it in the world. Maybe this will be me someday if I ever say anything good about the Packers.
Green Bay, Wisconsin, how the hell are we doing?
You're way behind, baby.
Yeah, he raised like $1 million for charity. That's all right.
Like a Robinson
Years
from
later,
Twitter.
to stand in front of you in Green Bay to announce the Packers pick. It doesn't get better than this.
I didn't even know he was doing this.
It's awesome.
Appreciate the hell out of you. Select Micah Robinson, DB, Tulane.
Just a bunch of guys I didn't watch, so I guess I'll be watching them in green and gold. Yeah, I watched the Tulane secondary for Caleb Ransa. I didn't know they had another guy back there. That would have been nice to know, but yeah, someone not on the public radar. Let's go to good old Dane Brugler. Micah Robinson, was it?
Yes.
Oops, I started typing again. I'm sorry if I screwed you over on your end there.
You didn't.
All right. Micah Robinson, CB50, according to Dane Brugler, with a priority free agent grade. Maybe a slot option for them. 5'10", 183 pounds, 4'4", 240. All right. Some DB depth. We can move on. Fine pick. Fine process. Just wasn't a guy on my radar. And, I mean, Dane Brugler didn't even write him up, so I'm not going to apologize for that.
Ricky White III, a wide receiver from University of Las Vegas,
All right.
to the Seahawks.
Ricky White was a guy I got a lot of people asking my opinions on when I was dropping wide receiver rankings and all this stuff. You know, productive player, shifty player at UNLV. Ultimately, I was not moved. Hate to say it. Good returner, blocked a bunch of punts, fun guy, but you know, I didn't think he was that fast. And then he comes out, runs a 4.61. Did get it down to a 4.5 at his pro day, but for a slender wide receiver at 183, if you're running in the 4.5s, it's like very eh. But, you know, solid route runner. The hands were really poor. So it's like, you're slender, you're not that fast, you drop the ball. I like some of the specials team stuff that he does. But this was the range I had him going. He was my 34th wide receiver. So, you know, it's fine. I had a couple of other guys I would have rather rolled the dice on if you view him as a wide receiver. My guy Kobe Hudson hasn't gone yet. Maybe, you know, they're trying to stay away from the character stuff. So Isaiah Bond, I'm not going to criticize him for not going there. But like Caden Prather is an ex-wide receiver. I don't know. He's okay. I'm not being critical. Just, I don't really see him making it personally. I didn't really think he was a standout NFL talent. Did think he was draftable, though.
What about Phil Hoffa?
Phil Maffa's the Clemson back.
Yes.
Dude's like 240 pounds. Didn't get around to writing up Phil Maffa, but the dude's huge. 6 years at Clemson. He ran for over 2,000 yards and 21 touchdowns in his last 2 seasons. Wasn't able to work out with a shoulder injury. So, give you a goal line back, I think, is probably the kind of projection for him. I don't think anybody's looking at him with crazy upside or anything like that. But, man, Dallas, how do you not get one of these backs, dude? Like, really got to be disappointed. That's one of my biggest disappointments, is Dallas not getting any of these guys. You get, Jaden Blue's a fun receiving back option, but Jesus, man, there were so many guys in this draft. They are kind of all gone at this point. But how do you not get any of these guys? Scatabo falling to the 4th, Devin Neal falling to like the 6th, Martinez falling to the 7th. Even like Taj Brooks, Corey Krosky-Merritt was still out there. He's got upside. Jarquez Hunter, like, God, there were so many dudes that were exciting, and they didn't get any of them. Caden Prather to the Bills, I like that as a fit. He's just your classic sort of like moldable ex-wide receiver. Probably a practice squad guy out the gate, just because that group's pretty deep. But if Keon Coleman doesn't work out, if you get tired of, I always want to say Guyton, but not Guyton, the receiver they brought over from the Chargers, Palmer. if you get tired of those guys or you get tired of him or Keon Coleman doesn't work out, Prather's got traits. He ran well, big dude, but just got to improve a lot of stuff. Let's see what I had as kind of weaknesses on him because the strengths kind of speak for themselves with him. As a 6'3", 205-pound guy with, 4.45 speed, strengths kind of speak for himself. My pro comp on it was Denzel Mims. I think a lot of you guys are familiar with Denzel Mims. Saw a lot of that with him. For a bigger wide receiver, needs to get better as a hand fighter. He kind of plays like a speed receiver when it's like, dude, you're big. Use your arms. Like out physical guys at the catch point. Likewise, doesn't use his size well to win body positioning. Converted just 6 out of 17 contested catch opportunities in his final season with his size. That's, about 33%. That's not going to cut it. It's going to only go down in the league if he doesn't get better. Lacks nuance in his routes and will not beat NFL press coverage until he improves the consistency in his release technique. So just a lot of stuff to work on, but the tools are there. I like the value. There's not a lot of X wide receivers available in the 7th round of the draft, but he's got potential. Got some super chats. Who's an underclassman that stood out to you watching tape? Not a ton this year. I will say this. DJ Legway, my interest is at a maximum. I knew true freshman at Florida. I knew he had some buzz. I'm already kind of in. Wow. Some of the throws he makes are like WTF throws. Very excited for him, but unfortunately, I think we got to wait 2 years for him. But DJ Legway is my answer there for you, Julius Wyatt. Amar, the ATM. You're our ATM with the super chat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Love this draft for my Titans. Thoroughly impressed with Borgonzi. Still confused on picking DK so early, but we got Io Manor, so I'm still happy. Absolutely. Personally, the DK pick was really good because I had him right in that range, 3rd to 4th round. We saw that run on deep threats like right there at the top of the 4th round. Teams are going to take those guys, even if the tape has some issues. And with DK, like, there's some drops. He's kind of one-dimensional as a route runner. I really liked DK. He was my... Did I end up... I think I had him over Taquan Thornton, even, who I also liked. But for me, that wasn't a reach. I think if you felt like you could play the board that way and get the deep threat there and then get Io Manor later, absolutely. Yeah, I had DK and Thornton as 3rd to 4th round grades. It's exactly where they went. So not a reach in my opinion. And I think you're going to be really happy to have a field stretcher like him. He's a talented player. Beast at this point, I think the draft has got to tell you Jair's coming back. And almost like, I don't know if the Packers even have a choice at this point but to bring him back. Jair might even have some negotiating leverage with them. But, yeah, dude, they basically didn't draft a corner until Micah Robinson this late. I think after day 2 it became pretty clear. And it's been trending towards that for a while. Gutekunst said at the owners' meeting that he's hopeful that they can work something out. And this is a month later. I mean, I would like to think, yeah, he's going to be back. They'd get nothing out of trading him at this point. They don't even get that much cap relief. So if they ended up moving Jair after this, I would be pissed. Chris says, do any Utah players get picked in this last round? There's a couple guys on the radar. I know they got a linebacker. They got a tight end who's like 27 years old, and I'm not even kidding. I'm going to say no on Utah guys. I think those guys were more undrafted talents based on what I could tell.
So, Caleb Warner, Utah tight end.
Wait, that just happened?
Yeah.
Literally as we were answering the super chat, they drafted.
Sorry, to the Broncos.
Holy crap, that's crazy.
I wasn't listening
That's
to you.
crazy how that timed out. So this is who I'm talking about, Caleb Lolner. I didn't watch him because I was like, I mean, is he really good? Because he played 7 years at Utah. He's 6'2", 236. He didn't work out. Dane Brugler had a free agent grade on him. I looked at his production. It was like sporadic 200, 300, 400-yard seasons. So very surprised he got drafted. That's all I have to say about that one. At his age, I mean, maybe he's super athletic and I'm selling him short. But Denver went to the Utah well in the 7th round last year and it worked for them. So I guess. Eric says that the Colts did draft Waller to play linebacker. That makes a lot more sense for me in Anarumo's system. I like that. I'm excited to see Waller take some time, learn how to play linebacker. He's just as much a like I would rather take you got all these like athletic, undersized linemen. There's been like 10 of them, right? The analysis is the same on all these guys. Well, he ran fast. His tape sucked. Maybe he can get better. At least Waller, it's like, well, he's a good football player. His scheme fit was going to be a tough fit as a big safety. I'd at least rather take the guy that like, well, his tape was good, loves to hit. Clearly he's got good football awareness. Let's have him bulk up. He's got the frame to do it. Go make it happen. I like that better than half of these linebacker picks personally. Like, for example, the Niners, and maybe I regret this one. Maybe I don't. Who knows? But the Niners go in the 3rd round. They draft Nick Martin out of Oklahoma State, or whoever it was that took Jeffrey Bassa. Bassa is in the process of converting from safety and still isn't any good at linebacker. But like, I would rather take Waller in the 7th round than Nick Martin in the 3rd, personally. From Hayden, thank you. And we'll see you next year, Hayden. Appreciate the super chat. Walkie Slush says, are there any free agents you could see the Packers still signing or any you would want them to sign? Packers typically disappoint me in undrafted free agency for the most part, but some guys I would love to see them sign. Kobe Hudson, wide receiver out of UCF, I think is their type. Good route runner, good size. They're clearly, okay, here's kind of a interesting thought. They've had all these Texas guys. Isaiah Bond, look, I don't know too much about the off-field situation, but I would at least be very fascinated if they brought in Isaiah Bond undrafted. There's a couple wide receivers there. Tight end's pretty depleted. Offensive line's pretty depleted. Interior D-line's pretty depleted. Those guys really all went. There's just not a lot left in that group. On the edge, I like Fadil Diggs out of Syracuse. He hasn't been drafted yet. That's about it. Linebacker's very depleted. Corner's very depleted. Safety. Maxon Hook is like the only interesting name left. I don't think he's been taken. So, yeah, everything's pretty dang depleted.
What about Canado Mumfield to the Rams?
Very Ramsey player. We also got a Lorem Ipsum moment.
Oh.
It's all right. We can just have Lorem Ipsum for a pick. I think chat will have fun with that.
I got it.
Look, I say Ramsey pick because they love the guys that their tape is good and they don't really give a crap about the measurables. But I will say the measurables on Mumfield are pretty damn scary in terms of, does this guy have the tools to play in the NFL at anything beyond like an emergency backup level? I had a 6th round of priority free agent grade, so that's, we're right in that territory. He's a good route runner. He's smart. Wins tough catches, but 5'11", 186 pounds, a little slender. He's got 29.5-inch arms. He's got short arms. He's got small hands, 8.5-inch hands. As a slender player, he ran a 4.59. Like, this is an abysmal physical profile. on Kanata Mumfield. So he's going to have to be an outlier, which the Rams like betting on outliers. I get why they like him. It's all. I'll leave it at that.
How about Garrett Dillinger to the Ravens?
Yeah, Dillinger, 7th round.
Some people are saying wrong Utah tight end.
Was it the wrong Utah tight end? Was there 2 Utah tight ends? Oh, I think you're right. I think you guys are absolutely right, because I was talking about Brant Quaithe, which is not... I don't even know who the other Utah tight end was, so I apologize about that one. Quaithe? Kuithe. I don't know. But anyway, Garrett Dillinger, tough-ass dude. This dude's one of these linemen that's built like all in his upper half, so he gets all his power from his torso. He can create some drive with that. And he's not a bad athlete with his lighter lower half. He's built like Tim Settle. You guys know Tim Settle, how he's built? Anna's shaking her head. You don't know how Tim Settle's built?
No. Does he have oily hips?
No, not oily hips. But anyway, he just leans a lot. He lunges. He plays over his skis. He whiffs on blocks. That's why he's in the 7th round. But blocks with that tenacity, that dickhead mentality you're looking for. He doesn't have bad get off. He can get on his blocks quickly. Doesn't anchor great. Not a great pass protector. But as a backup guard to play in a pinch, I don't hate it. This is kind of right where his range was, in my opinion. Had him as a 6th to a 7th round grade. All right, how many picks are in the draft? Like 255, I think.
257.
Oh, we are so close. This has been great, you guys. Last year, I feel like we hit a wall. I don't know that we're getting closer to the wall, but oh yeah, no Jared Ivey off the board yet, says Julius. I'll draw that back to Bumblebee's comment. I would love the Packers to pick up Jared Ivey. I think he's a just better edge prospect than Baron Sorrell, who they drafted. Hayden says, look forward
Probably
to the
the least oily hips in the league.
Yeah, probably. Hayden, thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Dominic Lovett. Georgia, right?
Yes.
D tackle? Wide receiver. Did not get around to Lovett, unfortunately. Ran a 4.4 though. Speed go Burr. That's about all I got on him. 5'10", 185, ran a 4.44. That'll get you on some teams' radar.
What did you say, though?
Speed go Burr. Anna doesn't know what that means. You're such an innocent football mind.
Speed go Burr?
Speed go Burr.
What does that mean?
It's kind of just like a fun term, like, you know, Burr, like cars go Burr, like.
So
You're
don't
looking
know
at me.
what it means either.
No, I know exactly what it means. I just don't know how to explain it. Basically, what I'm saying is something that a lot of people joke about, like the NFL's almost over obsession with speed sometimes, where there's definitely better football players on the board, but hey, Dominique Lovett, you played at Georgia and you can run a 4.4. We can fix you. Well, more often than not, that doesn't happen, but if it does happen, that's great. A lot of better players on the board, in my opinion. Elijah Badger out of Florida, Andrew Armstrong out of Arkansas, Jackson Meeks out of Syracuse. What?
I don't know what that shit means either.
Someone in the chat says, I don't know what that shit means either. Brandon McKinney, what's up?
B-Dog!
You should text Anna. Let's see what do we got going. Are we going to bed after this? I think Anna's falling asleep. All right. Well, maybe I'll go get a drink with you or something, Brandon. We can talk draft or something. But Dylan says if the Chiefs get Isaiah Bond as Mr. Irrelevant, do they have the Mr. Irrelevant pick? Isaiah Bond is like the classic Mr. Irrelevant pick, I feel like. Well, not even classic. That's pretty crazy that he would go that late. That would be pretty wild. I don't know. I mean, do the Chiefs really need Marquise Brown? Talk about speed go Burr. Marquise Brown, Isaiah Bond, and Xavier Worthy? That would be, dude, I would kill to be a fly on the wall when Isaiah Bond gets to the locker room and Xavier Worthy gets to say something to Isaiah Bond like, how about that 4.2140? How'd that go for you? Or replacing me at Texas. How did that go for you? Good luck doing that here. I would love to hear his thoughts on that. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt to the
Washington.
Oh, this is an ooh and ah pick, guys. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. A lot of people I don't know even know who this dude is, but he is an interesting story. Played most of his ball at New Mexico. Balled the F out in 2023. Decided to challenge himself, transfer up from that level of competition, take advantage of an extra COVID year of what he thought was an extra COVID year of eligibility. He had really accomplished everything he needed to, but probably didn't hear back that the draft grades were awesome or anything like that. Who knows? But either way, he goes to Arizona, plays week 1, looks effing awesome. Like every bit of like a high upside back that could have had a monster season and, maybe even played himself into 4th round, 3rd round territory where I wouldn't have been surprised if he came off the board 4th, 5th round. He's got, he's not the biggest guy. I think he plays at 5'11", 207 is where he is. Yeah, 5'10", 206. So he's not the biggest guy, but he's rocked up and he plays strong. He runs through arm tackles, really fast, breakaway speed. Did he run? I don't know that he ended up. I think he ran. Yeah, he ran a 4.45. That checked out. 41-inch vertical. Super explosive dude. When he plants his foot in cuts, I would describe him as having very violent cuts, and he just makes guys dive at his ankles in space without losing any momentum. I saw him as like a potential starter in the league with a lot of juice. He goes to this run game where there's going to be opportunities because they didn't draft anyone. And I thought they could have. So, talking about those dynasty rankings that'll be out on the Patreon, Superstar tier, you guys are going to be getting those. A lot of potential. A lot of 3rd round, 4th round sleeper potential there.
Putting up Corey Black.
Let me just grab the super chats and then you can do that. But by the way, the last note, sorry, there's one more click, all you. The last note on him is what makes him so interesting. I forgot to include this key note here, is after that first game, the NCAA, the douchebags that they are, came in and said, nope, you aren't eligible. Sorry, you can't play this year. And then, all right, so he just sits around, gets ready for the draft. And when he gets the next opportunity to impress scouts, Shrine Bowl, wins Player of the Week in the game, stood out in the Shrine Bowl, and really a fun pick for Washington. All right. We definitely got some super chats to catch up on from you guys.
Corey Black.
Corey Black went. Trades based, 6'2", ran a 4.45 at his pro day. Trades based corner prospect. Tape's not very good, but we'll see if they can coach him up, right? Speed go Burr, theme of the 7th round. From Moses, I love the Bruner pick. His dad was a Ring of Honor level player for us, and the Steelers love banking on bloodlines. All right, I can get behind that. That was the Iowa lineman, I think, if my memory is serving me right. From Brandon, Another year almost down. Great stream. Who is my favorite Chargers pick this year? Favorite Chargers pick? Probably Caldwell. Like, I don't know that's like the best pick necessary, but that was probably I like that, and I love the double dip strategy of the two deep threats at wide receiver. I think Lambert Smith could be Darius Slayton. I think Trey Harris has a lot of potential as well. I like taking a couple of dart throws there, not being so sure that either are going to work out, but I think the chance with Justin Herbert throwing you the football that one of them will is a really good risk. From Rocky Roads, thank you again, Rocky Roads. All 3 day, great stream. All 3 days wouldn't get my draft coverage in any other way. Hashtag oily hips, hashtag go Burr, hashtag go birds. Thank you for the happy send off there, Rocky Roads. Mason says, if the Packers were smart, they would only play Jair in nickel and dime. He shouldn't sniff the field in base. I also think Banks is a 2026-2027 move. Aaron Banks? I guess I don't. Or was that one of the guys they picked? Was Banks? Banks was the developmental corner they took, I think. I mean, yeah, he's a developmental trade space prospect. He's definitely not. They're not planning on him getting on the field. It'd be something went wrong if he's playing this year for sure. That's the majority of these picks for sure. Like, we're looking ahead to 2026, 2027. Tony Ingaposti? I do not.
How about Malika Matavo?
Some names coming off the board here. Nope, didn't watch Akim Basote. I think I actually made a conscious decision not to write him up because everything I had seen at the time was he wasn't going to get drafted, and I was like, I don't know, because I did watch Jordan Phillips, obviously. But yeah, didn't get around to writing him up. I think this is coming back to me now, actually. Did 2 games on Phillips, started making notes on Akim Basote, and I was just so unmoved by him that I was like, I don't know that he's going to end up with a draftable grade, so I'm just going to save some time here. So those are my thoughts on him. Didn't really see it from him, but presumably some traits there. Don't know what the testing profile was, but...
And then,
yeah, sorry.
Malachi Matovo, they couldn't even update it on ESPN what his position was.
He's a linebacker. Oh, no, he's a tight end. UCLA tight end, Matavo, right?
Yeah, they now just updated.
Okay. And he went to the Saints?
Went to the Saints.
I like that. They need some size in that tight end room. He's a big dude. I think, I had him as more of a 5th, 6th round guy just because there's not a lot of full-size tight ends in this draft. But he hits the mold there, but he did run a 4.81. So probably more talking like blocking specialist at that point, but they don't really have that, right? You got Juwan Johnson in that room, and then who the hell else? So if you got to get into 12 personnel and run goal line stuff, you're not taking Juwan Johnson and putting him next to a tackle and asking him to dig out a DN. So, like, if you're going to pay Juwan Johnson, you kind of need a guy like this on the roster. So I like that. I even would say I love that, frankly, especially after you took Devin Neal. Let's go get some short yardage situations out there in New Orleans.
And then we have Connor Colby, Iowa guard.
Another Iowa lineman. Just copy and paste the analysis there. Go to that Iowa well. Now I'm kind of regretting not doing the lineman when I was watching Iowa because the run blocking was really good for Caleb Johnson. I just guess I wasn't aware that these guys were on the draft radar. So that's my bad. We're gonna be much deeper with these guys next year. 350 is the goal. Full write-ups too. We're gonna get it done. I promise.
And your Packers are on the clock.
All right. Here we go, Packers.
They're taking John Williams.
The Star Wars composer?
That's not John Williams.
Yes, it is.
From Cincinnati, an offensive.
Your brain is
An
broken.
offensive tackle.
Anna didn't sleep great last night.
Offensive tackle.
Offensive tackle. Na 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 na. Out of Cincinnati. Yep, another guy. These linemen, man. I gotta go further on the O line next year for sure. To have more opinions on these guys. Hashtag pinions. But yep, bring them in. Let them compete. O line depth. Let's see what the testing was on John Williams here. Oops, sorry, wrong keyboard. 6'4", 322 pounds. Good size. Free agent grade from Mr. Brugler. Another guy with 11-inch hands. I like that. 34-inch arms. 5'1", 740. Not horrible for a big dude. 29 bench press reps. Look, you can sell me on those measurables with the Packers offensive line coach. I'm totally fine with it.
Your chat says John Williams, A+ pick. Wonderful orchestrator. Effectively utilizes interesting instruments. Gives proper care to both melody and harmony.
I love it. Beautiful analysis.
Packers soundtrack about to be elite.
So, yeah, Aerothic. Guys, I'm surprised to still be on the board. Definitely a good time to shout this out because we got, a couple picks left. Definitely going to be your kind of like signature free agents. The first guy that comes to my mind, Sebastian Castro. Big fan of him out of Iowa. Come on, he has got to get drafted, man. He's just, unless there's like medicals, he's a 6th-year guy. Maybe the medicals are bad. I don't know. But he comes to mind. Jared Ivey. There's got to be something going on with him. Not to make assumptions, but the Ole Miss program doesn't have the best track record, so maybe something's going on. That's all I'm going to say there. Fadil Diggs, another edge guy I like out of Syracuse that can, I think, come in as a situational pass rusher and help you. Isaiah Bond, I'm definitely surprised that somebody didn't want to just bring him in and see what happens. Xavier Restrepo also needs to get drafted. Overthinking on the 40 time, in my opinion. The dude's tape is really freaking good.
A long snapper.
You're taking long snappers over Xavier Restrepo?
To the Saints.
Yeah, I don't like that. I mean, okay. I've got questions. I kind of feel like the NFL is even obsessing about 40 times even more than normal this year. I don't know. Kind of feels that way. A lot of guys that weren't productive, weren't really on the draft radar, but came in late with good workouts, and it's like, okay, we're drafting you all of a sudden. I don't know, man. Much better players on the board. You're right, Bumblebee. If you can get a big dude with oily hips on a football field, love it.
Where did that term come from? I have not heard that
before. Oily hips?
Year.
It's like...
But why?
Yeah, I don't know why. But it's...
Can't we just say a guy that moves fluidly?
That's exactly what it is, but...
Yes.
You know how it goes. You don't want to just say the same thing about everybody, so you come up with different terms.
Yeah.
Oily hips, man. Oily hips.
Makes me want to vomit.
You want guys that can turn and run.
I get it. Home stretch here.
Home stretch, you guys. Mason, also, I feel like I didn't fully acknowledge your... Packers should only play Jair in nickel comment, because I saw some people commenting on that towards you, calling you nuts. I don't think you're nuts, actually. I don't know that Jair would agree to it, but they actually even did a little bit of this. He's had a lot of durability concerns. You got Nate Hobbs. You got some guys that can tackle for you. I don't entirely disagree that they should only play him in nickel. The thing is, this isn't 2007. Like nickel is the base. They're gonna be in nickel 90% of the time. I'm down if it's short yardage situations and you get into a base 4-3, which the Packers just don't really run much. I'm down taking Jair off the field. That's when you're putting Evan Williams out there or a third linebacker, and you got Nate Hobbs and whoever else you want to put on the outside. I'm down, but it's just kind of, and I think that they've shown that they do that. So I don't think you're crazy to say it. It's just like you're in nickel 90% of the time in Green Bay. So, worded Tarantula, why do teams not like Clay Webb out of Jackson State? Former 5-star, tied for second in 10-yard splits and 29 bench reps. Not to speculate, but if you're a 5-star and you ended up at Jackson State, something's going on. I don't know what it is. I'm not familiar with the player. But
so we've had 2 picks. Junior Bergen from Montana, a wide receiver, and Zeke
Biggers gets drafted. Big guy with oily hips. No, I don't think he's that fluid, but I'm happy to see Zeke Biggers get drafted. He's a guy I was standing literally right next to at the Shrine Bowl. I'm a decently big guy. Dude, Zeke Biggers was the definition of he looks like a god amongst men at the Shrine Bowl. 6'5", 321 pounds, 35-inch arms. This dude, is a filled-out specimen. Still learning how to play football, though. But definitely a draftable player. I had him pegged as a 6th-round guy. Who ended up with him?
Zeke Biggers went to the Dolphins.
Great. Yeah, coach him up. Let him get after it. He played hurt at the Shrine Bowl, too. He made some noise. He got himself drafted that week for sure. Even though I don't think he was able to test. Did he test? He tested. He was good to go. He ran a 5.09 at that size, 34.5-inch vertical jump. He's not just like he tested well too. He's a very fun pick to bring in and develop. And Anthony Weaver is a D-line guy, right? What? No, the defense coordinator for the Dolphins, or was he secondary? I can't remember if he was D-line guy or secondary guy. Yes, Anthony Weaver is a great defensive line coach, as well as the defensive coordinator. So a really good spot for him for going all the way back to the first round with Kenneth Grant. I like their D-line picks quite a bit. Replenishing that group as they should have done. Good job, Miami. We were making fun of you last year when you were in the 6th round and you're drafting running backs and backup receivers that ran fast, and it's like you don't need that. You need some beef. And there goes Fadil Diggs, who was one of those guys I was just mentioning. Very good value. I love this for the Saints. In the 7th round, Fadil Diggs a great value, man. He's got bend. He's got get off. He ran well. He ran like a 4.57, so it's not like he doesn't have the traits. I think in a different edge class, he would have gotten more buzz as more of like a late 3rd, early 4th round guy. Was productive for Syracuse. I think he's a guy that can come in and as a rotational pass rush, designated pass rush guy and get you some pressures. Very talented player. He's got, like I said, he's got bend. He's got inside counters. I saw him win with a spin move before. Really just a nice player, especially in this range. Good depth to have.
People keep talking about Ivy.
Yeah, Jared Ivey out of Ole Miss is a big fall. I don't know if it's a health-related issue with him. It very well might be health. He wasn't able to work out, at least at the combine. I don't know if he did anything in his pro day. But, yeah, he's a big, heavy-handed edge. I had a 3rd-round grade on him. Really a lot of talent. I don't know that he's ever going to be a star player. I had him as more of a likely, ideal number 3 D lineman. But that's the only. There's some things going on there. I can say that it's not a talent issue for Jared Ivey.
And then
Luke Lackey. Yeah, Luke Lackey naturally got some eyeballs being an Iowa tight end. I don't think every single year we need to manufacture the Iowa tight end that comes out as the sleeper of the draft. Luke Lackey, he won on an out and up at the Shrine Bowl. The clip went kind of viral, and it was like, oh shit, here we go again. Iowa's got another guy. And he started to get some 4th, 5th round buzz. Total jag, in my opinion. Not a great athlete, not a great route runner, not great ball skills, not a great blocker. I'm not saying he didn't deserve to get drafted. He was around the best tight end available, in my opinion, but you might hear some people say this is a total steal for the Texans. It's about where he belonged, in my opinion. I think we got some more super chats. Yeah, Julius, I will apologize. Referring to John Williams as the Star Wars composer and not the greatest composer of all time is just extreme disrespect. Thanks for a great draft. I hear you. I mean, Hans Zimmer deserves some love, too. I mean, I agree. John Williams, greatest composer of all time. But Hans Zimmer's pretty freaking great. And I don't know that Hans Zimmer's done either, so.
who's that?
Hans Zimmer did Inception. You remember the South Park episode?
Okay.
He did Batman.
Yeah.
I think Hans Zimmer makes some incredible, incredible music. Yeah.
Which you would know because you listen to piano music.
I do. I'm a big. I don't listen to real music. Well, I mean, it is real music. It's the best real music, if you ask me. But I don't listen to rock or rap or pop. I listen to piano music, cinematic music, and podcasts. That is how I get all my work done. That is how I stay focused and do all the stuff I do, not by listening to lyrical music. God's monkey. So which is more fluid? Oily hips, greasy hips?
Crisco hips. Do you know what Crisco is?
I don't.
It's like a cooking fat.
Okay.
You
Crisco.
know Crisco? From Crisco Doesn't Ryan?
I thought that potentially might have been a Diddy reference, so I hesitated.
No.
Crisco hips. I don't know. Are Crisco hips pretty oily?
Yeah.
Anna is going to say Crisco hips.
And then we have I'm going to let you say that name as to not butcher it.
Oh, Hans also did Pirates of the Caribbean. Damn.
Okay.
Man,
What about this safety?
I don't really care. I think Hans Zimmer might be the greatest composer. God, what a freaking battle for the ages between Zimmer and
All right,
Williams.
Now you're starting to sound like NFL Network.
I mean, will the Chiefs make Isaiah Bond Mr. Irrelevant? It would be the most Chiefs thing ever.
Hold on, you still have analysis to do.
On who was it?
Like I said, you could announce it.
Oh my God! Can we call Jack that? We have a friend whose last name is Bridges. I think we got to make that his new name. Trequazy Bridges. Trequazy Bridges. I didn't get to Trequazy Bridges. Let's see what the testing profile looks like for him. Where he was for Brugler. So Pats have Mr. Irrelevant. I mean, Isaiah Bond to the Pats, Mr. Irrelevant, I would, from a purely football angle, you can't do too much better outside of Brock Purdy, of course. You can't do too much better than that. But I'm still scrolling down the safety list to find Jaquazi Bridges. There was one Florida safety. Was he maybe at corner? Let me just type him in. Try Quasi. All right. 6-year player. It is pronounced Triquez.
Oh, Triquez. That's a nice name.
6'3", 196. Free agent grade, but did run a 4.5. Speed go Burr, baby. I mean, I'm taking the like it off the screen because personally, like, all right, get off. Personally, like, dude, take Castro. Why are we taking Trequazi Bridges? Just sign him as an undrafted free agent. Not everybody has to run fast to be good at football. It's not like Castro's that slow. It's not like he ran a 4.7. Another great pick here could be Xavier Restrepo. Physical slot wide receiver for the Pats. They have a record of awesome slot wide receivers. Be another really good pick for them. I'm excited to see what they do. They got a chance to make an interesting Mr. Irrelevant pick here.
Oh, such a fitting name. Kobe Minor.
Kobe Minor was Mr. Irrelevant?
Yep.
All right. Is that another fast defensive back? I'm getting annoyed, man. Take good football players.
I'm sad that I only had one kicker. Well, two, I guess.
Is he actually a D-back?
He's a quarterback.
Cornerback? I swear to God, if this is another freaking corner that ran 4.4, I literally guessed that was... I've literally become annoyed. I had no idea who Minor was. I am just going to type him in here. Like, I get it as a process, but, like, on a macro perspective, there's way too many good... Good job on the graphic, baby. Great job on the graphics. I'm done. Hey, at least this guy ran a 4.56. Maybe he's actually good at football. 5'11", 190. Not a great slot corner draft, so I would imagine this is a slot corner. I'm sorry I didn't get to him. But, yeah, 5'11", 190. CB 127, according to Dane Brugler. So I'm not going to apologize. Dane Brugler didn't write him up either. But presumably a slot corner. Again, how you don't take Sebastian Castro over Kobe Minor, I don't understand it. I've got questions, if I'm being honest. But we did it, guys. We did it. We are through. Anna, you're relieved if you want to go to bed. Or you can hang out with us if you want. I think we got a couple more super chats here. Jack Barr, what's up, my dude? Congrats on a solid Seahawks draft, if not a great one. When can we expect the draft grades video? In the next 20 minutes or so. Maybe not that soon. I know it's a lot of work, so I'll be generous and give you an hour. Appreciate you, Jack. Jack does a lot of tasks. Jack's great. I like throwing spreadsheet stuff at him, Madden roster stuff.
We love Jack.
We love Jack Barr.
Stand Jack Barr.
He used to be a great league office member in the Madden League. We stand Jack Barr.
Also, Marcus better take me out to dinner before he makes his next video. Jack Barr.
Jack Barr. Yeah, thank you, Jack Barr. I will, to answer your question, I'll be working at them first thing in the morning. Anna has to go work a 24-hour shift at the hospital, or are you 16 tomorrow?
I'm 40 hours in 2 days.
Oh, my God. Yeah, you need some sleep. Poor Anna. She has to work 40 hours out of the next 48 starting 7 a.m. tomorrow. So Anna's going to be working her ass off. Going to provide some motivation for me, though, to continue working my ass off. You are a constant motivation to myself.
All right, continue.
She's like, hurry up. Let me go to bed.
No, it's just gross.
Just gross. No, I'll be grinding first thing in the morning, like 7 a.m. As soon as I get that first one done, they'll be flying at you. The goal would be all of them done over the course of the next 3 days, I would say. I got to be... this kind of stinks. I got to be out of here. I got to be out of this studio, this beautiful setup. Shout out to the Lamb family for a great setup over these last 4 months, but we are on to our own place. Gonna try to replicate the wooden theme. We're gonna do our best. I think it's gonna look great, but this has been an elite setup. I am going to miss it. We'll have to get a good picture of it before I leave, because if nothing else, we can green screen it as a setup until we get the other setup working. That'd be funny, but yeah, we got to be out of here on the first of the month, so I got to get the draft grades done before then, because I plan on unpacking everything, or packing everything up, and then maybe taking some time to unpack it and set up the new studio, because once those draft grades are done, you're probably not going to hear from me for 2 or 3 weeks, at least till we get back from Mexico, which is like May 15th. But Tanner, thank you as well. Since we're talking about great film composers, shout out to Michael Giacchino, who did Up, The Incredibles, The Batman, the MCU Spider-Man movies. Yes, a good one as well. But yes, I think we're all caught up. You guys have been so amazing. This was a record year for the draft streams, and I didn't know that was going to happen, you guys, because every year we got new content creators, new people doing streams. You know, it's just a lot of competition out there. So to have the success we've had here, for you guys to pick me for your live streams, it is my motivation to do this, to do what I do every year. So thank you, the super chats, especially you guys. Amazing support. We did just get a couple super chats, though. Can't let them down. I would have ended it there, but Julius, another just composer comment. We're going on with the composer bit. Love it. And then Ty Kendall said, did you have Luke Condra from Cincinnati as an undrafted guy? He was better than John Williams, so I'm confused why he didn't get picked. I didn't get to the Cincy O-line guys in general, so unfortunately I don't have an answer for you. But as interesting note from you, Ty, if you were tuned into that Cincy O-line that you thought the Packers took the wrong guy off that offensive line, my guess is it's a traits thing. John Williams' traits did look pretty damn nice when we loaded it up, and I do like the Packers coaching, so we'll see. We'll see if it turns into anything. They did get a guy named Rasheed Walker that turned out pretty good in the 7th round. So, Chad, just as I was about to end this, overall Lions thoughts. I know Tesla was high, but at this point, I don't question Lions management. I do every year, and then the picks are good anyway. I don't know what every single Lions pick turns out to be good. Some of the picks we've questioned have, ended up being questionable picks. I'm not going to give you the full rundown on the draft. Like I said, we're first thing in the morning. We're getting into these draft grades videos. But I do think really solid first 2 picks, going just kind of high floor options with Tyleek Williams and I remember saying that they did a high floor option, but everything is mush at this point. But I remember liking the start of their draft. The Tesla pick was just wild. I will have some analysis on that. Probably the worst move from a value perspective, in my opinion, on the whole draft, but liked some of the picks on day 3. I think they had a very steady, solid draft. Got their types of guys. I like the guard pick on day 3 as well. So, all right, guys, I'm hitting end stream. If you want to send me money, send money, but you're not going to get any answers from me. Peace out.
Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye. Love the support. Teddy says thank you. We out of here. See you soon for the draft grades. Peace out. Woohoo.